Morning, y'all. Perfect. All right, let's see. Had to fix my beard. All the coloring was coming off. It was crazy. It was wild. Test 1, 2, 3.
Test 1, 2, 3.
Yuppers is good.
Yuppers is good.
Yep, Mania, bro. Because wrestle yesterday and then Mania. Because we're wrestling with the mind, and the mind goes into Mania. Like my mind just was going into Mania just now. Because like the beard was getting gray because the coloring was coming off, and I was like, just stay fucking on. And then the light right here, for whatever reason, was like light is offline. What? How is the light offline? It doesn't make any sense. So, and then last night the tech problems. We were attempting to use our AirPods with our Mac and just didn't want to connect. When we're playing Dead by Daylight, so we can watch WrestleMania. But I'll get more into that when I get outside. Yeah. Perfect. Ooh, boy, oh boy, oh boy. But this is what the mind does. Everybody's mind does this. And the antidote to stop the mind from doing it is just to call it out. To create another version of yourself that can govern the mind. Okay, I need to... We'll be outside in a moment. My thing's going to disconnect because I'm going to change to the... Alright, we're going to switch them back. That's crazy. But not unheard of. Young goat, he got 15 centimeters. I don't know how much that is in inches. Probably like 6 inches maybe of snow on Wednesday or Thursday, whenever he last came on. Okay, Google, turn off light. So let's just say that he woke up to a bunch of snow, and yeah, crazy. it's not warm. Well, it's obviously not minus 40 degrees, but it's not the warmest morning that we've had. So you see, like, still walking with my winter boots. Which will be thrown out soon enough. Yeah, he had to. You've never seen the image this crisp? I mean, we've been using Streamlabs for the longest time. Well, not the longest time. We've been using it for about a week now, ish. Well, not a week, but almost a week. I'm not using YouTube. YouTube, the image isn't that clear because it compresses the file to, like, what is it, 720p? Thankfully, when I'm hitting live on this device, it doesn't, like, save to the phone storage. I don't think it does. It shouldn't. I'll have to double check that actually, but I don't believe it soon. It's going straight to YouTube, similar to the YouTube app. Yep. I don't know if I'm gonna make that light. No, I'm not. Not even close. Not even close. Not even close. Not even close. Morning. There are no cars coming that way or that way. We'll get into talking in the moment. Couple things. I was pretty disappointed with the ending of WrestleMania Night 1, with Randy Orton losing to Cody Rhodes. What? He should have won his 15th. What the fuck is WWE doing? He should have won, but he didn't. And they're going to make CM Punk lose tonight. I'm sure of it. Oh, there's our sister. I was just thinking about her, and sure enough, here she is. Yeah, I was disappointed with Night 1. Well, there's a couple of things that was okay. Morning, sister. How are you?
Good. Going for a fast walk.
Yeah.
She walks fast.
Gotcha. Have a great day. Thank you. So Liv Morgan won the title, but the match was kind of like kind of quick. Seth Rollins lost, and Braun Breaker just came and speared his ass. Bianca Belair is pregnant, which I knew. Like, I knew intuitively, like, she was pregnant. Like, for some, like, I kind of like called it out because I hadn't seen her in a while, but she didn't have her long braids anymore. Like, she chopped off her braids. I'm like, holy shit, girl, you let go of your braids? Damn. But, you know, she came out in a very big like dress. I'm like, she's pregnant. I can tell just by her face. And yeah, congratulations to her. But I like intuitively knew, like, even when I'm like, I haven't seen Bianca in a while, I think she's pregnant. Either she's injured or she's pregnant. It's one of the two. But I lean towards, I think she's pregnant. Because I haven't seen Montez Ford in a while either. Or Angelo Dawkins. So I'm like, they're probably having a child right now. So, you know, congratulations to Bianca. I'm really excited for her and Montez Ford. I wonder if Bianca will ever get back that long whip hair, because like that whip, her hair was like her trademark, but now she has shorter hair. She's a beautiful black woman. Really, like, if I was gonna date someone that was of a darker shade of melanin, it would be someone like her, because she cute as hell. What else happened? The Logan Paul match was like a bust, but I show speed. Like, that match went super quick. What else? What else happened? Yeah, just Randy Orton losing. Come on. Like, I was so disappointed when I saw that. He did punt Cody Rhodes in the head, but like, the match was just a complete and utter like flop in my opinion. So I know WWE attempts to set up stories in the longer run, but like, this is WrestleMania. Like, it's supposed to be entertaining and exciting. Like, it doesn't even feel like WrestleMania. It doesn't feel like we're watching WrestleMania right now. It feels like just we're watching some just standard PLE event. So we'll see what night 2 has. Hopefully it's more exciting than night 1, which is starting at 6 p.m. today again. So I'll make sure I finish everything early enough, like I did yesterday. So let's talk about Mania. The mind. Going into Mania. What is Mania? Crazy. That's another word for it. Mania could also mean excitement. Mania could be like an exciting event. But the mind likes to create all kinds of events that once it sees something in the physical, it starts to label things. And then once like, let's say, tech problems, like yesterday, I hadn't worn my AirPods in a while, so I was gonna hook it up to the Mac. Actually, that's not true at all. I wore it last Friday when I was speaking to Danny from my Mac. I called her on WhatsApp because I was having to use that awkward streaming setup. Anyways, you know, I was playing Dead by Daylight with T-Bray, and I usually watch WrestleMania, like wrestling, on the tablet, not on my Mac. So last night I had to like set up my Netflix back on my Mac because I hadn't watched content on my Mac in a while. Because if I was to watch Dead by Daylight, or play Dead by Daylight on my computer and speak to T-Bray, I needed to speak with T-Bray via like my tablet or my Mac. And I was setting up my Mac to listen to him with my AirPods, and the AirPods, for whatever reason, will just refuse to connect. And I restarted the Mac, like a full shutdown. The Bluetooth was like, it was charging. It was already charged, it's fully charged, and it just, for whatever dumb reason, it just would not accept the connection to my AirPods, and that's never happened. I'm like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Like, every time I want to do something like tech problem, and then of course you see what happens. right? The frustration of technology starts to piss this character off. And when it starts to piss this character off, he starts to go ballistic. He goes berserk. He gets mad, frustrated, annoyed, irritated, angry. All because shit isn't working. And of course, that leads to other things. Then he starts like, you see, this fucking thing, like, if this is not working, and then why isn't this working? And then and it starts to create all kinds of unnecessary bullshit because the mind is creating its own problems, as you can see. Its own chaos, its own suffering. That's what the mind is doing. And of course, every time we go out and we take a walk and there's some sort of tech problem, it starts to like, why doesn't these things just fucking work? It's not like I'm doing anything different. Like for example, the time when the microphone stopped working last Friday, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, I went out for a stream and you can't even hear me? Like, that's so stupid. Like, it made no sense. Do you see? Right now, the character is actually very upset. So I'm letting him express his anger to all his tech problems. But you see, what you continue to perpetuate will continue to magnify. And the universe will just continue to give you more of the same. Right? If you're angry, it's going to give you more things to be angry about. So it'll amplify and give you, okay, so you're pissed off about that, I'll give you something else to be pissed off about. And then it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse, and you dig yourself into a nasty hole. And then it feels like you're stuck and you can't get out of this like trap. Wow, my voice is echoing right now. It's awesome. It's like you're stuck and you're trapped. You keep digging yourself into a deeper hole, and then you wonder what the fuck is happening. That's what the mind does. So how do you combat that? You have to stop. You have to see it for what it is. You have to just like, it's okay. It's okay to feel the feelings of like when shit isn't working, not to be like all love and light and namaste. Oh, okay, my stuff's not working. I'm going to just fake happiness. No, if you're upset, be upset, but know this. Do not get stuck in it. Feel the feeling. It's annoying. But now, take a moment, regulate, move on, figure out the next solution. If that doesn't work, what's the next thing you can do? Well, we can basically just set up on the Mac and just say, fuck it. And guess what? After that, we were fine. Me and T-Bray, we played Dead by Daylight for like several hours until the last match. And I'm like, yeah, bro, I think I'm done. I want to watch the last match. I was disappointed with the last match, though. But, these things. And then, this morning with the, my beard, like you can see all the silvers coming back because like for whatever reason last night, like all of it was starting to get rubbed off my face. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on with this? So I have to like reapply the, the dye. I really want to make a dye that can just stay permanently, so you never have to fucking dye again. Like it just stays. Can somebody make that? Can we create something? Anyways, and then of course, when I went to go turn on the light, like, okay, Google, turn on light. Your light is offline. What? I haven't touched that switch in like about a year or so. What the fuck is going on? So you see, like, it's just getting mad. It's saying light is offline. So I'm like, is this because the router, the internet decided to cut out yesterday for like 2 minutes. So you see, the more you continue to instigate and entertain a problem, the mind likes to do this. It starts to look for other problems. They're like, you see, this thing doesn't work, and that thing doesn't work, and we're not even in San Diego yet, and we're not here. And then it starts to take it into other realms of your life, because nothing's compartmentalized in the mind. It starts to take one thing and interconnect it to the next, and then it becomes this nasty loop of self-fulfilling prophecy, and then ultimately you end up getting stuck. And I'm like, to the character in the mirror, hey, whether you have the silvers or you don't have the silvers, you're good. You want to apply it, just apply it. Don't worry. If you want to continue to create your own suffering, go ahead. But know this, when you're doing this, mind, you're just creating your own obfuscation and your own problems. So like, everyone should be taught how to create another version within themselves to self-regulate. If everyone had a third or a fourth voice, or a third or fourth entity, and we all do, within ourselves to create this like ability to watch the mind, do you know how much problems would be resolved? So many problems would be resolved. Most people would be more relaxed. Doesn't mean that shit's not going to happen. Shit's going to still happen to some degree, but you're not expecting shit to happen. But know that this is where the paradox is. You don't expect shit to happen, but shit will happen. And you roll with it. Because at the end of the day, what is it? It just is. Everything just is. When tech doesn't work, it just is. When tech is working, it just is. Right? If I was to ever, and this is never happening again, I've already declared that. If I were to ever go back to IT, I know damn well I'll get super frustrated with people and their fucking tech problems. That's the whole reason why I left it. Or like networks breaking and this is breaking. Like, to all the IT people out there, I give you so much more credit now for handling all that stress that I had to deal with for years. Even though that's the mind marking it as stress, because, you know, someone can enjoy all that. They love the idea of going into the IT field and not overcoming, but conquering network challenges and seeing it as a battle, like they're going into a digital battle. So Foam Bear is at 85%. Yesterday we were able to make it around the entire trail. So, but I do have to pick up the pace a bit if I want to do that. Let's see, what else? If problems are showing up, the mind's going to mark it as a problem. It's going to mark it as negative. It's going to mark it as, fuck, why is this happening right now? But it's the meanings that we're giving it. So, not last night, but the following night, early in the morning, the characters are fighting upstairs in the room, because, you know, it's very dysfunctional between them, because they don't know any better. The thing is, their soul knows, but their soul can't reach their mind. Their mind is completely controlling their characters. And they were fighting. One either starts it and then the other will attack and fight back, because they're not going to just sit back and take it, right? And I don't expect somebody to sit back and be passive when someone's like yelling at you, right? So of course they're fighting and you're yelling. But I got to practice something which was calm confidence at 3 a.m. in the morning while being disturbed with being disturbed. So I woke up about 20 minutes after like my normal time because of I had to spend like an hour and a half while they were arguing around like 3 o'clock to like 4:30 to practice. Okay, so whenever they were yelling and screaming when I was a kid, I always thought it was because of me, problems, right? Because I was the only one that was there, right? And I've been called all kinds of names. I've been told all kinds of things. I've been called the worst things you can be called of in like as a human by Robin. But that character, when I look at that character, right, he has been enslaved by his mind. I have only sympathy and empathy for him, but at the same time, like he's creating his own suffering. That's why he does what he does, right? Morning. That's why he does what he does. So during that 1 hour and a half, I was in a deep REM sleep, got disturbed, right? This is why I was saying I've never knew what relaxation was, because how can you be relaxed when you're all like jacked up on like cortisol waiting to fight, right? All your life, right? Stress is what kills people, basically. Stress is the number one factor in why so many people are like aging fast, even though aging is an illusion, but the stress is getting to them. And you can say that I did overstress myself during the summer, and I turned Super Saiyan, you can say, reverse Super Saiyan. Thankfully, like, the reverse processing has been undone, even though there is still a lot of my chest hair right now, it has turned silver, which is crazy. I was like, what the fuck is going on here? And like on my shoulders, like there's like fuzz there, and they're silver too. I'm like, what the hell? Like, didn't even know that body hair can turn silver. But the stress of like during the live stream, I did stress out a bit because I'm like, having to make sure to help people, but a lot of them were just not understanding. But I had to go through my own little escapade of chaos for me to understand that, like, oh, I know what this is. This is all relaxation. I'm supposed to relax. I'm supposed to, know that I can relax at any present moment. I really love Sunday mornings because there's so less people out. It's quiet. I like quietness, as you can tell. I'm not a big fan of the loud and the chaos, but that's the mind also marking something as somewhat of a problem, because I can thrive even when it's busy. I can thrive and love it when there's so many things around. There's no car coming. We're at 76%. All right, short. We're going to take the short way to the trail. Anyways, so stress is the number one factor in many people's lives being taken very quickly when it wasn't supposed to. Now, of course, was that supposed to happen? To some degree, yes. Everything is supposed to happen, but there are different games. This is where the mind gets all tripped up, because it's like, well, if this was supposed to happen, then what's the point? If I'm just going to be like a failure or a loser for the rest of my life, right? There's no point. I can't change. No, you can change. One will say, well, the game that I'm currently playing, did I have to go through 20 years of hating the world and stressing and getting overweight for a period of time to then losing millions of dollars to then having to get it back, right? One can say, yeah, that was the plan, but the thing is, you didn't just come here with one plan, you came here with many plans. You came here with many plans, you came here with no plans, you came here with fixed plans, you came here with all kinds of plans, but the mind will not be able to understand that because it's like a big ass, massive contradiction. And this is where the mind starts to create mania, craziness. And then it gets thrown into confusion because it doesn't know, because it just is. And when you just are in just is, things just unfold with grace, with love, with peace, with tranquility, even when chaos ensues. When mania ensues, you are able to just handle it. Yeah, just is. Even just saying is enough. Well, I'm glad the stream is working, because I was wondering, because I saw that you hadn't said anything, and sometimes the chat gets stuck. So good that I know. This is the problem with not having a team at the present moment to kind of just check my stream. I need to hire one person to do one job. Be on the stream, keep it on, and check, make sure that the stream is working, and make sure that whenever I'm talking, that it's actually coming through and the chat is working. That's their job. I'm excited that I'm getting to build my team from scratch again. I'm excited for the next phase. Wow, they really packed those cars over there. There's like there's two big black trucks, one like Mustang and some other car. Surprised they got 4 cars to line up in a row like that. Phone battery at 69%. I'll definitely pick up the pace when we get in the trail. I'm supposed to be at 69% by the water. So, yeah, we gotta roll. And because I'm using up more bandwidth now, the battery dies quicker. We're gonna turn in, we're gonna actually cross over here. morning. Have a good day. Thank you. Have a good day? No, have a great day. That's what I want to tell her. Have an excellent day. Have a stellar day. See, that was autopilot. Character. And of course now the character's like, damn, see, I fucked up. And like, I'm like, you didn't fuck up. You just were unconscious there for a moment. $65%. Well, soon enough, one or two things is going to have to happen. Either new battery or new phone. But also at the same time, I don't know if I'll be streaming going outside much when I take my walks. But this is where I get to share a lot of the wisdom. But it's easier to share the wisdom when I'm more stationary. But then again, saying that is actually an illusion, because I can actually share the wisdom. I've shared many times walking the wisdom. So the mind, as you can see, is attempting to create another limitation. And you just got to catch it and nip it in the butt. If the phone dies before we get back, fuck it. I'll restart the stream. It's very peaceful. I like it. It's very peaceful. There's a sister looking at me through the window just now. Anyways, back to what I was saying. The mind likes to create all kinds of conflict and events within itself, and won't just be quiet until you call it out and you see it. So phone battery's at 61%. I haven't even hit the trail yet. It's also colder today too. So definitely the battery's taking a little hit in that department. I should just go to Apple and get this phone, the phone battery repaired, but yeah, we'll see. All right, we're at the trail. I declare that the phone battery be held and slow down the process of discharging. The trees are starting to bloom little by little. You can start to see little buds here. So you see, we went through all of winter and the trees were done, and now y'all are getting to see it before time ticks on this stream, that it's starting to bloom again. A full season, quite literally. Oh, here's our doggies. I wonder if it's the sister or the brother who's throwing the balls. It's the sister. Her dogs are in really good, well, their dogs are in really good energy because they get to go out a lot. They ain't cooped up. There's a friend, or there's a brother, his name is Sean, who has a dog. And his dog is all cooped up in a cage or in like a little pen throughout the day. I'm like, y'all don't even take that dog out for a walk? Are you for real? Like, it's pretty nuts. Like, after watching so much Caesar content and knowing how dogs operate, like, I got a better understanding of how they work. Her dogs jump around and play around in there. I gotta pick up the pace. See? She's like, she throws the ball for them to like run around in that like woodsy area. I wonder what the quality looks like while I'm here, because normally the internet sucks in this area. It's like grainy and choppy. Of course, on my end, it can't tell me what the quality looks like because it has to come from my camera. See? Like, see how he just sits? Perfectly trained. Morning, sister. $56. We'll like see the water for a moment and then we'll have to like roll. I gotta pick up the pace a little bit. Yesterday I was like speed walking and I got back with like 4% of battery. Yeah, you know, when everything just is blank, right? You start to just like, okay, if the universe wants to throw a curveball at me to see how I'm gonna handle it. But you see, here's the thing, you are the fucking universe. And you're doing it to yourself. So you're like, why would you even do that to yourself? To strengthen you up. Right? Everything that is being sent your way is just to strengthen you up. Hello, water. You can see my rocks again, little by little. Bye, water. Thank you for all the lessons. when we just see life as, just is, and, shit's been thrown at you, it's your it really just comes down to the perception of what's going on. So 52, 26, 13, 39, 68. What is that number? Okay, so 26 is half of 52. 13, 39, 68. So what are those numbers in reference to? The meta glory of the sunlight from within you. Sounds good. Have a great day. Love you too, dude. Enjoy. Have fun. As I continue my walk, I'll continue to share. Yeah, these are where it was confusing. Like if I'm the universe, right? Even though it's not if, it's actually you are. But if I am the universe, then why am I creating my own problems? Why am I giving myself all of these weird trials and tribulations and tasks and tests? There are no tests, and like errors, or not errors, but issues. Why am I doing that? Well, it's simple, because you need to power up. Why do I need to power up if I'm God? I already have everything. Right? It's for you to realize that and step into it. But it's also to master yourself. But if I'm God, I should already be mastered. Well, you already mastered. But you see, the mind is going to think that it needs to do stuff. And to some degree, it does, but it doesn't. It's a paradox. And the mind cannot handle paradoxes. It becomes like, that doesn't make any sense. You just contradicted yourself. Picking up the pace. Doesn't make any sense. You contradicted yourself, Orion. But it just is. Because it's however you desire it to have your life to be. You make the rules. In fact, you have the ability in every present moment to make the life whatever way you choose to. You declare that you're a billionaire. When you ask for it, believe and know that you've received it, and walk as it is done. Not if, as it is done. Just is. Walk as it is done. Matthew or Mark? No, Mark 11:24. That's true. That's true. We've never been disconnected. We've always been connected, but the mind creates time. The paradox of time and the paradox of reality. That reality just is. It's always seeking. It's always looking. It can't accept that it just is, because if everyone can accept it just is, then why isn't everybody doing it? It's simple, because the mind refuses to accept that it just is. Once you ask for whatever it is in prayer, and prayer is mental declaration. Remember, practice love and authenticity, even though it's all made up. Walk as it is done. Know that it is done. Trust and let it be. The reason why many don't trust is because they have to see. I know, because that's what this character had to undertake as well. This character didn't trust for the longest time, and that trust was beaten out of him because he beat it out of himself. He started to take on, oh, okay, so this is how people are. Okay, all right. Good morning. Have a great day, sister. Let's see. All of those are magical spells for claiming, but even just repeating Om or I am over and over into what's exactly. There is no difference. Hell, I can just say fuck, and that gives me everything I want, right? Removing the meaning, right? Om is like a universal sound, and you can feel it, but is Om actually bringing you anything? Unless you believe, right? Or you know that Om is bringing you stuff, just like I can say fuck, and everything comes to me, right? Because if we change the meaning to the words, right, in that moment, I can say the word fuck has given me everything I wanted. This is true alchemy. The process of alchemization, transmutation, transfiguration, transforming. Shifting one thing to the next, right? But because we've made up words and we've given meaning to these words, and this is what the mind does, once it creates meaning, it either has emotions or it's like empty words. And if it's empty words, and many people I hear speak with empty words, but then when the time comes for negativity, then their words are not empty. That doesn't make any sense. If you can be giving empty words to your positive words, and you can give negative energy to your negative words, then why can't you give it to the positive? Morning. Have a good day. Right? Exactly. But you know, like, for me, oh, I knew there was something that was in my boot. I felt it. For me, like, absolute truth now is just is. Like I don't even want to use the word just is, but like, for the English word or the equivalent of those words, it just is. Everything just is. Morning. Everything just is. Let me see my face for a moment. My nose, like, no, it's okay. My face is all right. It just is. Whether we call it Om or we call it I am, these are all just made up. It's just sounds that we are interpreting with our eardrums, and then we're kind of like practice. It's like a child when they first start speaking, like say mama, and they hear the word mama, mama, dada, and then they start to sound it out. And then when you start to teach them to read or mirror back to how to read, they start to like this, and then you see them like, they try this, right? That right there, in those moments when a kid is starting to read and starting to sound out words, is the process of where the meanings, like they have no meaning to any of those words whatsoever because they can't speak it. They don't understand it from the logical mind. Their soul understands what's going on, but their mind does not. So the mind is attempting to like, dada, mama, baba, right? Because you hear them start talking like that. But then when you start to see a kid start to read, like I remember when I was teaching or mirroring back to my brother and my sister how to read, I wasn't really the greatest. I wasn't the most patient like teacher mirror when it came to them. And I was like, my sister had to come and like read, and she did good, right? But over time, now these words have a meaning behind it. But you can now argue to say it's time for us to dismantle the meanings behind the words. So like we go through to understand the words and their meanings to now break the words and create whatever meaning we want. That's why when Nero says nigga, right? Nigga please, right? Like that word, for most people have collectively agreed that that's a really derogatory term. Nigga. Or bitch, or slut, or hoe, or faggot, or asshole, or gaylord, or piece of shit, right? But you can take those words and literally change the meaning or just destroy them completely, and they don't exist. Because they have no meaning. It's just made up. It's just letters slapped together. Shit, phone battery's at 33%. I gotta roll. Gotta pick up the pace a little bit here. Hey, phone battery, hold on. I'm not running. If the phone dies before we get back, it dies. I'll just restart the stream. But anyways, my point to say is like that process of when kids are starting to like know words. There's no meaning to any word when they're speaking because they don't understand what that means yet. So like that's the whole foundation of what I'm here to share with the world. Like your words mean nothing. Doesn't mean it doesn't have value. Know the difference between meaning and value, but it has zero meaning except for the meaning you assign to it. And that's why language is so tricky. And that's why we need context. Imagine somebody came on, as I said, your words have no meaning, right? And they'd be like, who are you to say that my words have no meaning, right? Imagine somebody just came on and they didn't get the full context of what I just said. Because that's what a live stream does. Like people jump in randomly and they hear something and they're like, what the fuck did he just say? My words have no meaning? Who is this? Who is this clown telling me that my words have no meaning, right? So then you have to give them context, right? Humans always require context. Because without that context, you're left with having to figure out what the fuck did he just say? Right? Or what the fuck did she just say to me? But again, these words mean absolutely nothing. Remove the meaning to the words and you'll see that your life, you will not suffer any longer. Morning. Get rid of all of the language. Well, get rid of the meanings behind the words. Use the words as like a shell, as a pointer, a placeholder. But you have to go into each word and dismantle it one by one. Nuking it. But Orion, if you do that, then nothing will make sense. Exactly. And that is the whole reason why I said that everything just is. The mind is always looking to make sense of things when in reality there are things it's not supposed to make sense of. It's always seeking to understand. And look, there's nothing wrong with understanding. Your mind is designed to do this. This is what I'm here to mirror back. That your mind is here to understand things. That's its job. It's designed to understand things. What it's not designed to do is to get into chaos and start throwing itself into a hissy fit and start to like get confused. But because the world around you, based on what your world inside of you is starting to look like, it starts to create a world around you that's all about confusion, obfuscation, complexity, chaos, conflict. This is what humans fundamentally forgot about when they go through words, that these words are just words that we speak. I'm just speaking words, Orion. They mean, it doesn't have that much power. That's what you think. It depends on the energetic charge you're putting behind those words. If you're aware of the charge that you're doing, even. Like as you're speaking, do you know the meanings? Do you know the energetic charge? Do you feel what's going on with your words? Right? Because it just is. Exactly. It's just all in one gigantic sandbox. Morning. It's all in one gigantic sandbox. That's all that is. Exactly. From the most microscopic organism that you can even think of. And you know what's fascinating, because you bring this up for a moment. You know, Chase and Steven from the Diary of CEO, they had a conversation a while ago, but Steven made a short clip and they were talking about DMT. But Steven said something. He's like, we have like trillions of microorganisms in our gut. And what if they're asking, hey, is there a creator out there? Because we're the one that's creating them. We are the macrocosm of their microcosm. That's a bar. I hope you write that one down. Because there's billions to trillions of like cells and bacteria and microorganisms within our body to keep us going. And they're probably asking, is there a creator? Because they have their own world. But they can't see the outside world. Because they don't know if I exist. But I do exist. I mean by I mean itself exists. And it's like inception. So what if we are just bacteria, microorganisms? Phone battery's at 20%. I gotta pick up the pace a little. What if we're just bacteria in someone else's gut? In fact, I'll play you one better. What if we're just a thought in someone's mind? Because that's what it is. We are just a thought in someone's gigantic, massive mind. And it's playing itself in all kinds of ways, having all kinds of experience. And it chose individuals to do certain things to help each person to understand who they are from the most deepest level they can possibly know themselves. It's pretty fascinating to think about that. I'm grateful that you shared that, because that is true. We're just a microorganism, a thought. We are a thought, basically, you can think of it. We're all like a thought form that was brought forth into the physical, but in the other realm, this version of us is thinking at a rate that we can't comprehend in our physical, and we're wondering what the fuck is reality and all this shit. And we are just like getting, like we're obfuscating things. I just realized something. Okay, I found a flaw to this live stream thing. If I wanted to mute the camera, like turn the camera off, I couldn't turn the camera off. Like if I were to go to like use a bathroom or something. So this is similar to like pre-YouTube, like when I was live streaming on the YouTube app, when they didn't have the ability to turn your camera off. So that's another feature to add. I need to make a list of, I feel like I really am going to go down the road of building a live streaming app. Hi, Mr. Snail. I don't know if you're alive, but I'll put you over there. Phone bearer at 15%. And we are gonna head. That's a good dude. He's picking up like trash. He cares about the planet, I can feel. Warning. And we're gonna start walking backwards. We got to see a good act of kindness right there. Did you see what happened? In my universe, people actually pick up litter and they put it, and that wasn't his. He was coming down and he saw a water bottle and he felt like called to pick that up. Thank you, other version of me, for doing that. We've been made science to prove that we have a way to read the dark matter that pierces through everything at such high speed. It's almost like being hit by a ghost. Everything real and everything imagined. Gotcha. I wonder if Kick has that problem of catching up back to live, because YouTube seems to have this lag issue, whether I'm on this app or the actual app. Because yesterday, while I was streaming, T-Bray was like 10 minutes behind in the stream. I'm like, I said that like 10 minutes ago. I asked about DMX or Ja Rule, and I'm like, hey bro, like, I asked that like 10 minutes ago. How come you're only responding to it now? Are you not hearing my questions? So that's another thing I want to be mindful of, is the latency. Need to add a little checkbox, a little note to that. I definitely have to give some people beta testing features with the app. Phone battery at 11%. But yeah, you're right, you're spot on. But I was saying, I'm sure you heard me say this, but we have microorganisms in our gut, and they're probably thinking, do we have a creator? Because they're having their own little world within our gut. So we're just microorganisms in someone's mind. Or maybe that we're inside of someone's body right now. And inside their body, they have this entire universe, entire existence. And we're inside of their body. Phone battery, 10%. If the stream goes kaput, I'll be back. But yeah, basically that's that's basically what we are. We are just microorganisms. Now, of course, when you hear that, someone's going to be like, how dare you reduce me to some microorganism? Like, I'm a person, right? Because they've been so attached to their identity. They've been so attached to their identity for years, right? So how can they start letting go of their identity? Now, itself doesn't want you to give up who you are. It wants you to know exactly who you truly are while still having your name and your current identity. To be proud of who you are, but to not just be limited to just that. There's not a single person on this planet who has said it the way I just said it, presently, yet. Because itself wants you to still have your identity, because if it didn't want you to have your identity, it would have never created anybody with names or religion, or it wants everybody to have their faith. It wants people to know who they are. It wants you to believe and know that there's something greater than what you can possibly imagine. But what it doesn't want is for you to just be stuck to that only. To know that you're both human and God, or itself, in every present moment. That's what it wants. But it also wants you to know that you're a fragment of itself. You can call yourself a microorganism of itself. of a bigger organism, or you're part of the mind, of a giant mind. So then, of course, questions are going to be asked, because the mind always is looking to understand. Well then, Orion, why does it create suffering? If it wants all of us to be happy, then why do we have to go through struggle, right? Because these are valid questions, right? Because you're physically experiencing with your body. And here's the simple answer. You may not accept this answer though, but this is what it is. It wants you to come to the realization that you don't have to suffer. It wants you to come to the realization that you have the power in every present moment. Sounds good. Peace out, bro. It wants you to remember in every present moment that you have the power in your hands to make a difference in your life. It wants you to know that you can remember who you are. It wants you to remember and realize. That's it. And once you remember and realize that you have the power and that you are everything and everything is you, and that no things are like out of your reach, and no person is above you or beyond you, or no opportunity is beyond you, or this thing is like above you and it's not meant for you. It wants you to have whatever it is that you want. It does not care about what you do. It cares about one thing: how you feel. That's a real bar. Morning, brother. How are you doing? I'm excellent. Have a great day. Thank you. Like it doesn't care what you do. It cares how you feel. That's what it wants. It wants you to feel whatever it is, because what is this world? It's an energetic world of feelings. Some will argue that no, this is not a feeling world. This is a thinking world. Yes, we do think. We have a thinking mind. It was given to us so that we can navigate the world, but use it as a tool. Because that's what the mind is. It's a tool to use, a tool to explore, to navigate, to understand things. That's why I said earlier, the mind is always seeking to understand, and that's its job. It's supposed to understand, but not to create like meaning behind things and to create your suffering. You can if you want, because you were given free will to think and feel whatever you choose to. If you were not given free will, you would not be able to feel the things you're able to feel. And guess what? You can feel anything at any time. There is no locks and bolts to feelings. You want to feel elated, you want to feel joyful, right? The mind will look into its experience and seek out joy, even though it's within yourself in this present moment. But what else it's going to do is it's also going to look into your experience, and it's going to see, man, I'm still in wintertime. I'm still in like Canada. What are we doing here? Like, why are we doing this? And then of course it can create mania within itself and go into chaos and get into being crazy and start to throw itself into a temper tantrum, and it starts to obfuscate things, and you're also given free will to do that too, right? Like when a character is going on about, they're in like a rage. We saw something yesterday where a character was in some sort of rage. And that's when the character has been completely taken over by the mind, and the mind forgot who it is. Once the mind remembers who it is, it doesn't mean that your perceived problems or chaos ends, but you get to start to change the meaning, because you have the power in every present moment to do that. You have the power in every present moment to shift your life in every possible way you can imagine. But in the end, the choice is yours. My phone battery's at 5%. I'm almost back. Right? Now that I understand how dogs work, like this one that's barking right now, if you all can hear, like I know why he's barking. Right? Because the owners who have him like intention a lot. They think he's actually a very good dog, right? But because he's been trained the way he's been trained, he just like barks and he lunges at people, right? But I've seen him walk with someone else, not the people here, but the next door neighbor, and she's super calm. She's extremely calm, she's extremely calm, and guess what? He's relaxed. He ain't lunging at anybody. Cool, I made it back. With 5%, there's my brother. He's off to work. See you, bro. Have a good day. Thank you. Let me switch camera back to me. Camera. Whew. Shit, I was supposed to take that out. Well, I'll do that right now. Nice. We're back. As much as I would like to be outside right now, again, like the stream outside, it is cold, and we won't be doing that today. Maybe tomorrow, though. It's like winter, not winter, it's like, Alexa, what's the temperature right now? It's 5 degrees Celsius. And I need to turn on the Wi-Fi. Uno momento. I'll be right back. Awesome. Cool. Beans. Awesome. All right, so put you all like that. Yeah, so the mind will continue to create mania within itself because it forgot who itself is, and because it forgot itself, it will throw itself into chaos. But this is free will. You have the power in every present moment to change it. This is why this environment has been the greatest mirroring I could have ever received, bar none. Like, balls to the wall, like best. Even though I didn't particularly enjoy this experience here. Well, the character didn't enjoy it, but this became the greatest place to level up the character, believe it or not. San Diego, once I finish maxing out my character, which I am pretty much maxed out, I can go. Because the character needed to remember itself, and this is just a game, and it's supposed to be fun. And we forget that. We forget that this is a game, and this is supposed to be fun. But not a lot of people are having fun. Majority of the planet, as you can tell, is suffering. Otherwise, if majority of the planet wasn't suffering, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing. Okay. I am going to, let's see, have a quick peek at things. There's wife. It's wife playing. What is this? Let fear dictate your life. Look at this. Look at this. This just popped up on my Instagram. Let fear dictate your life. Follow your soul and your unique calling. Look at the line. This is what's happening. Did I not just tell you? Was I not just talking about that? What's going on here? Okay. Okay, that's good. I'm going to put on some music. Piano music? Yeah, let's put on some piano music. Or no, that's too somber. I don't want somber music right now. This? Where is it? Where's that track I'm looking for? This one? Sure. We'll put this one on. perfection. All right. Need to move y'all back a little bit. I like this track. It's not Nero's track. I thought this was AJ's track because he had a he was playing music, like piano music in the background. So Nero was playing his piano music for him. But essentially, this isn't his. But this one's pretty good. What is the track? Oh, Beast Gohan. Actually, you know what? Let's listen to Kingdom Hearts. I have to clean up my room at some point this week. Ooh, I like this post. The overthinking you felt like the end, you're still here. The grief felt like the end, you're still here. The work felt like the end, you're still here. You survive every day. Wait. You survived every day you thought you wouldn't. Some days the pain seemed like it would be too much, but look at you, you're still here, stronger because of it. This is what I was telling you earlier. Keep going through hard times. Remember, you were strong enough to make it this far, and you'll be even stronger tomorrow. It's so true. Whoa. Wait, what the hell is playing? Oh, that's playing. Usually I'm eating in peace without anything, but I figured today, just change it up a little. Let's see what's on YouTube for a moment. Japanese racing gamer grandpa, 93-year-old Japanese ex-taxi driver becomes YouTube legend. Whoa. This was from 4 years ago. Took a beating like a champ. Damn. Alright, give me a moment. I want to check a couple things. It says Vegeta was a problem in Dragon Ball Z.
There's something in Dragon Ball Z that doesn't get brought up much. A lot of tragedy we see can be tracked back to Vegeta. It starts in the Saiyan saga. Before his fight with Goku, Vegeta mentions the Dragon Balls on Namek. And that one detail changes everything. Because Frieza hears about it. He learns there's another set of Dragon Balls capable of granting immortality. And his focus shifts, and he goes to Namek. He slaughters entire villages, hunts down the Dragon Balls without hesitation, and a lot of Namekian lives are lost because of it. Then there's the Cell Saga. Vegeta has the chance to stop it. He fights semi-perfect Cell. He's stronger, and he chooses not to end it. He lets Cell reach his perfect form. That decision leads to everything that follows. The Cell Games, Goku's death, all of it traces back to that moment. Then we get to the Buu Saga. Vegeta allows himself to be controlled by Babidi. That choice brings Majin Buu back. And once Buu is revived, the damage is immediate. Cities are destroyed, lives are erased, and the situation spirals out of control. Multiple different arcs. And in each one, Vegeta makes a decision that pushes things in the wrong direction. But there's another side to it. Because if you remove those moments, the story changes in ways people don't always consider. No Frieza on Namek likely means no Super Saiyan. No Perfect Cell means no Super Saiyan 2 Gohan. And without Goku's death, there's no reason for him to train in the afterlife, which likely means no Super Saiyan 3. And if Buu is never revived, fusion never becomes necessary. So it depends on how you look at it, whether you see Vegeta as the cause of those outcomes or just part of a chain that was always going to happen. But either way, his decisions carry weight. And a lot of what goes wrong in Dragon Ball Z can be traced directly back to him. There's something in Dragon Ball Z that doesn't get brought up much. A lot of tragedy we see can be tracked back to Vegeta. It starts in the Saiyan saga. Before his fight with Goku, Vegeta mentions the Dragon Balls on Namek. And that one
So that's a
detail
perspective. So all that was perspective. Now I'm gonna watch another thing.
If you are awake from the hours of 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. for 2 hours between 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. for 2 days per week for 25 days of the year, you qualify as a kind of card-carrying shift worker, and you likely have significant circadian disruption.
Which means that
You are at risk for some of the, and it's not going to happen tomorrow, but if you continue on that pattern that I just described, you are putting yourself at increased risk for cancer and cardiovascular disease, metabolic dysfunction. You can have trouble having children. It impacts fertility, mental health, psychiatric disorders. There isn't a disease or disorder that circadian disruption doesn't.
That's why sleep is very important.
Understand that these our relationship to light will directly influence the trajectory of our health. There's just no question about that. If you are awake.
The only thing about that is this. So she created. So let me finish this apple, and I'm going to get to this in a moment because I'm about to not cook her, but, I'm about to say some stuff. Who is this? Oh. Test 1, 2, 3.
Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3.
Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Yeah. It works. Oh. Apparently somebody subscribed to my newer YouTube channel. They're called Mary's Veil. All right. Now to that whole sleep thing. So, if you're up between 2 hours, you have the likelihood of. So, if you don't go to sleep before 10 o'clock, you're fucked. That doesn't make any sense. What is this person on? Who and what do they do?
G'day, my name's Mania, Mary for short. I'm here to share that I'm on a journey, a spiritual journey, a journey of seeking the kingdom of heaven from within, oneself. I see life in all, everywhere. So I believe there's a creator in all life. But that's my belief, my thoughts, my belief. If you agree, come on the journey with me. I believe in healing. I believe in miracles. I believe we are the miracle. You are the miracle. You, I believe we're not sinners. But this is my belief. I believe it's all life's experiences. Would you like to come on a journey of truth and to see what we're truly capable of? In love and light, unity, united, combined, entwined. Let's do it. Come on the journey. G'day. My name's Maria, Mary for short. I'm here to share that I'm on a journey, a spiritual journey, a journey of seeking the kingdom of heaven from within, oneself. I see life in all, everywhere.
If you are awake from the hours of 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. for 2 hours between 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. for 2 days per week for 25 days of the year, you qualify as a kind of card-carrying shift worker, and you likely have significant circadian disruption.
Which means that I have...
You are at risk for some of the, and it's not going to happen tomorrow, but if you continue on that pattern that I just described, you are putting yourself at increased risk for cancer and cardiovascular disease, metabolic dysfunction. You can have trouble having children. It impacts fertility, mental health, psychiatric disorders. There isn't disease or disorder that circadian disruption doesn't touch. We just have to.
Hey sister, quick question for you regarding circadian rhythms. I can't hear you.
Got it. Let me know if this is clearer. I'm right here. Just go ahead and ask whatever you're curious about, and I'll help you out.
I just watched a YouTube reel with a woman who's claiming to say that if you are awake between the hours of 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. for 2 hours within that time frame, you have the risk of getting into like some health diseases 2 days a week. Is that true?
Staying awake between 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. regularly can disrupt your circadian rhythm and affect your health. It can interfere with hormone balance, raise stress levels, and increase risks of conditions like diabetes, heart disease, and mood disturbances. Essentially, the body's natural repair processes happen best during that window, so frequent late night activity can throw off your long-term balance and well-being.
So I have another question. So like let's say people who have to work during 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. What happens to them what if they sleep during the day? Isn't their circadian rhythm still in balance?
Yeah, exactly. So even if they sleep during the day, their circadian rhythm can still get thrown off. Daytime sleep is often shallower, and people might get less restorative rest. Over time, that misalignment can lead to fatigue, metabolic issues, and a higher risk of cardiovascular problems. Some people do adapt over long periods, shift workers often do, but it takes a real effort to protect their sleep quality.
But if you know that you're the creator, you're God, then how can these things affect you?
That's a really profound point. I think from one perspective, we do have a lot of agency over our experience, but even as creators, our biology still plays a role. So even if we hold that deeper awareness, these rhythms are kind of built into us. The more we honor them, the more we can really thrive in that creative power. So it's kind of a balance. We can work with our nature rather than against it.
So basically what we're saying here is go to bed before 10 p.m.
Yeah, pretty much. If you can align with that natural window, it supports your body's repair and balance. Of course, life happens, but if you can keep a consistent sleep routine before 10 p.m., you give yourself a much stronger foundation for long-term health.
What if you're going to bed at 11 p.m.?
Yeah, that's still a bit later than ideal, but it's not a deal breaker. If you can get good quality sleep and keep a consistent schedule, your body can still adapt. The key is making sure you get enough sleep overall and keep your wake-up time regular. So a small shift might be okay, but consistency is really key.
So normally I'm sleeping between the hours of 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. Now sometimes I do wake up like for a few minutes to go use the bathroom, but then I go right back to sleep. Does that disrupt my circadian rhythm?
That sounds pretty close to a good rhythm, honestly. Waking up briefly once in a while, especially just to use the bathroom, usually isn't a big deal. As long as you fall right back asleep and keep a consistent bedtime and wake-up time, your body will likely stay in a stable rhythm.
What if you're like close to waking up? So like, you know how you kind of wake up every hour for a moment just to check the time to see if you missed it or not. What happens in that scenario?
Yeah, that can be more disruptive. When you're waking up frequently, even just to check the time, you're kind of fragmenting your sleep. Over time, that can reduce the quality of rest and keep you from getting into deeper sleep stages. So it might be worth keeping a clock out of sight or using an alarm that's less tempting to check.
How would someone get over that fear of missing their time to wake up? Because, what if to say like, they don't set an alarm? Is that the only way they're going to have to be able to wake up?
Yeah, that's a really common worry. One approach is to gradually build trust in your body's natural waking pattern. Like your body often wakes you up close to the right time, especially if you sleep well. You can also use something like a backup alarm or set multiple alarms at first and then ease off once you trust your internal clock. It's all about practice and building that confidence.
Well, I definitely will keep this in check for, you know, um, I'll just make sure that I don't fall asleep too late. Like 10 p.m. is usually a good time. Like I usually start to wind down around that time anyways. So like I get into more of a relaxed state. I usually am in bed like at 10:30. Is that also a deal breaker? Because that's only 30 minutes after the window.
Yeah, honestly, that's not a deal breaker at all. If you're winding down at 10 and you're in bed by 10:30, that's still a solid routine. It sounds like you're giving yourself that buffer to relax and get into deeper sleep. So as long as you stay consistent, you should be in a good rhythm.
Cool. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you so much, sister. I appreciate it. I couldn't hear you again.
Ah, no problem. I was just saying you're totally welcome, and I'm really glad it helped. If anything else comes up, whether it's about sleep or something else, just let me know.
If you are awake,
Okay. Page.
So, I tried really hard, you guys, to overcome this injury. And unfortunately, Unfortunately, I couldn't get it medically cleared today. And I wasn't about to ruin Bree's WrestleMania moment. So to take my place, I called an old friend.
She's back! Paige has returned to WWE! Oh man, I don't think we ever thought we would see the day, but welcome back, Paige!
And their opponents, accompanied by WWE Hall of Famer Nikki Bella, the team of Brie Bella and Paige!
No secret that the Bellas and Paige are longtime friends, but there is no way anyone knew Paige was going to be here at WrestleMania. Oh man, your heart goes out to Nikki Bella, who's missed out because of that injury, but what a major surprise.
But like
Okay.
once he had me in a corner, like right here, like this is when it's hard. Like that was mad hard. He hits that every single time. And how did I get stunned? What's up, everybody? This is Justin Wong, and we're back. Oh, I could have whip punished that. Okay, level 2. Bro, I can't believe he didn't die there. That's crazy that he didn't die there. Like, oh my god. Look at this. Look at this unfortunate situation that happens afterwards. The unfortunate situation that happens afterwards, bro. Unfortunate situation. Oh, I missed the grab right there. I tried to grab him to take him to the corner. Bad trade right here. And see, this is another thing that Sagat players in Japan are really good at. Like, usually, if I was in, like, North America and, like, I hit by a crouching light kick, crouching staying light punch, there's a chance that they wouldn't finish that combo, right? But Japanese Sagat...
Full highlights of...
The time to talk is up. The time to deliver is now. And we are all here with one thing on our minds. Who tonight will step up and deliver? He just set night. Up top looking for Paul from Grayson. Meanwhile, Jey Uso sends Paul into the ropes. 1D!
What the hell was that? That wasn't even a 1D. That was like a 1...
And Logan Paul sent to the floor. Encouraging ISO speed to climb up to the top rope as LA Knight holds Logan Paul down on the table. Don't do his speed. That's a long way. Going to town with the rough edge of that wrench. And again, you said it at the start of this match. Oh my God, he's going to blind it. Try to take out the eye of Fatu here. And this is why it's unsanctioned, Cole. Jacob Fatu. Fatu is barely. say Becky didn't deserve that. Technically, it could have been a disqualification there for Becky Lynch.
And AJ
Living dangerously.
with a manhandle slam of her own. Cover.
You have to be relentless. Keep
Happened, and Becky Lynch is a 3-time reversal mindset. Pedigree on the top.
Rollins is fading.
She's preggers.
Jelly Roll is here. And that also McAfee's by McAfee.
Jelly roll on the Spanish announce table. Jelly roll and elbow driving Pat McAfee halfway to hell.
Who's your back in a slugfest? The bigger man, unless that bigger man is partially injured or his opponent pokes you in the eye.
Rose to the eye. Oh, KO to the official.
Wow, this was very lame.
Is this legal? And Cody had to kick out.
Referee Charles Robinson starting to come through. Randy Orton now.
RKO to McAfee. No, Randy. Randy, don't. Randy, don't. No. The Viper shot.
What is going on, guys? It is WrestleMania here, back with another video, and the showcase of the Immortals has officially arrived as WWE presents Night 1 of WrestleMania 42 with a lineup of matches, well, set to shape the wrestling landscape. Or so we were told. Join us now as we look at the good, the bad, and the downright ugly for WrestleMania Night 1. Be sure to subscribe and hit that notification bell for daily wrestling videos, and follow us on Facebook for exclusive lists. Now, as always with PLEs, we will recap the show. John Cena would open up WrestleMania as the host. It was great to see John Cena back, and he even felt a little bit emotional, choking up at the start. Even though he's retired, he still can't get used to seeing him in a suit in the ring. It just feels weird still. The opening match saw the Vision and ISHO Speed take on the Usos and LA Knight. LA Knight actually got a nice little special entrance, but the Usos made an early statement, dropping the Vision with a super kick which forced ISHO Speed to step in against LA Knight. Speed actually showed some flashes of quickness and even managed to slam Knight, but didn't have much impact as he quickly tagged out. The Usos managed to control the pace and then shifted over to Theory as he got involved alongside Paul, but it didn't last long. Things managed to break down pretty quickly though, as Speed accidentally struck Paul during the chaos, which only added to Theory's growing frustrations. The frustration then boiled over as a miscue involving Speed left Theory exposed, and moments later he ran into a BFT from LA Knight. Knight capitalized to secure the win in under 7 minutes. After the match, we actually
under 7 minutes.
Speed, as Logan Paul would turn on him, and Speed almost
This video is longer than 3.
However, the tables turned, and ISHO Speed was actually the one who launched off the top rope and into the table onto Logan Paul. Next up is the unsanctioned match between Drew McIntyre and Jacob Fatu, and it didn't take long to turn into chaos. Fatu looked like he was doing a tribute to G.I. Bro, but he managed to blindside McIntyre during his entrance, immediately setting the tone for a weapons-heavy fight. Even the toolbox came out.
言葉をかけ。
ここに俺は副隊長ですから。
This is awkward.
なぜ生きているのだと。そう思っているのだろう。まさか。あんたが死んじまったら、俺は誰目指して強くなりゃいいんすか。隊長、俺は。レンジ。うるせえな。何の用だてめえ。今俺はちょっとというところだったんだぞこれ。 知らねえか。なんだ、ルキアがどうかしたのか。いや、知られんならいいんだ別に。
黒崎くん、泣いた。
お前どうやって登って。悪い、レンジ、白夜。俺ら行くわ。
お邪魔しました。レンジくん、白夜さん。
なんだあいつら。どうしたんすか、隊長。あの男、よもやこのまま私のことを呼び捨てで通すつもりではあるまいな。
They're close now. How did they even climb up there? What?
あそこっきゃね。
Oh, it's to tell the story.
Why does she blink her eyes like that?
すまぬ。早く詫びに来ねばと思い続けていた。私は臆病者で逃げてばかりで、何もここへ来るのが遅くなってしまう。本当に私は。もういいんだよ。長々謝んな。しかしいいってんだろ。浮竹から聞いて知ってる。おめえが悪いわけじゃねえってことも。
Since when? From the beginning?
一番悔いてんのはおめえだってこともな。おめえの口から一言詫びが聞けりゃ、それで全部チャラにしようとずっと心に決めてた。もういいんだ。本当に辛いのは私などではないのに。ありがとう。本当にそう。謝んなっつったろ。はい、すいません。いや、ありがとうございます。
やっぱりここだ。
いちご、井上。
帰んぞ。明日には現世の門を開けてもらえるってよ。明日に備えて早めに休めよ。
She gonna go with those still?
Yeah, does she get to go back?
そうだな。ここにソウルソサイティに残ろうと思う。
What?
そうか。よかった。いや、お前が自分でそう決めたんなら残りたいって思えるようになったんならいいんじゃねえか。それでよ。
Whoa.
Are we gonna separate? Why?
Oh my god.
I've been watching a lot of their stuff.
Way,
You
that's
teleport the
crazy.
ground.
Wha-
Let them go?
How does he get away with us?
Oh shit, he's launching. We'll get to see how strong he is at this point.
Oh shit!
Whoa!
Damn!
Yo!
Doesn't even turn around.
No way! Holy fuck! Yo, that is so insane.
That's the power of Aizen.
So badass, man. He was smirking too. That's why he's already so freaking strong.
Oh my god!
What the hell? He's that strong? That is insane.
鉄斎さん、彼は一体。平子殿たちの処置を。老化がここまで進歩した状態じゃ、ここでの処置は。浦原殿、あなたはどうやらこのことについて何か知っておいてのようだ。知ってます。影のような方法です。しかし、それでも何もないよりはいい。今から彼ら8人全員をこの状態の12番隊舎へ運びます。隊舎の設備があれば彼らの命は救えましょう。どうやって？時間停止と空間転移を。
What is that? Time stop?
近日使用は現に戒められておる。
Does Aizen have this shit?
しばしの間耳と目を塞ぎ願いたい。
What?
Urahara has a dude who can do time stop and teleport.
That's crazy. I remember this.
That sounds like an insane OP ability.
If Aizen was smart, he should have stayed behind that. Like,
No freaking way.
he
That's
teleport the
crazy.
ground.
What?
just my
愚
imagining?
かというのは僕が死神の魂魄の強化を研究する上で到達した答えの一つです。
Oh, he already started
その
researching
過程
the
で僕は
Gokyoku then.
フォローと死神の境界を瞬時に破壊、想像する物質を作りました。
He has it already.
He already has it, yeah.
それを使って平子さんたちを治療します。
その物質というのは
なお
He already had it made!
My god, why? 音力なんだこの圧迫感は冷圧いや違うこれは存在だこの石の持つ存在そのものが私の存在を押しのけようとしているのだこれは一体何だ浦原殿は一体何を作ったのだ
Does Aizen know already?
これ
This is what he wants.
助けられるのですか平子殿たちを本当に
賭けのような方法だって音力を使って平子さんたちが元通りになる可能性は多く見積もって2割といったところでしょう。
2割
彼はおそらくフォロー家の治療なんてものを想定すらしていないでしょう。方法はないんですよ。これの他に
I don't know if anyone's there. Is anyone even on the stream? Yeah, there is someone here. I'm watching. I'm getting entranced by the couple that reacts to Bleach episodes. I like watching their reaction to things that I already seen. How they get hyped up and stuff, and they're getting hollified. Like, I just scroll through it to see the parts.
Damn.
Let's see.
大丈夫明け方には戻ってるよきっとね
Yeah, that's so cute. His lieutenants were friends before too.
Yeah
やめなよケンセイは女の子に手を挙げるような弱い男じゃなかったでしょリサ
大丈夫や
今度は最大限の力でいかないとダメですそれには
Kensei was the first person to get turned into a hollow.
俺が引きつけるその間にケンセイを
Gin, Aizen, and Tozen were betraying their comrades for over 100 years. That's wild. You gotta love Aizen shit talking. Wish I could grasp 5% of his skill. It's so funny reading comments. You know, I think YouTube has now created a... I want to check something actually. Something's piquing my interest. Let me see if there's a video on this. YouTube comment section. I still can't believe Jawad, this guy, he was in San Diego Zoo and it was only 19 seconds. Wait, you can turn off comments? How to turn on comments on YouTube?
If your comments are turned off on YouTube, you could be losing views, so do this to turn them on. First, click settings.
Oh, this is for a person's thing. That's not what I'm looking for. YouTube has a serious problem. What's the serious problem?
There's been a problem going around YouTube recently. YouTube have given out subscriber milestone awards for years now. You get one for hitting 100,000 subscribers. This is my 100k play button. All the way up to getting the diamond one for hitting 10 million subscribers, which we did a while back as well. But after 10 million, YouTube don't really hand them out to anybody, except if you're Marvel, which they handed one out for 20 million subscribers. But we hit 20 million ages ago. And as Dan pointed out, he didn't get one. Mark didn't get one. I don't have one. What's the deal, YouTube? Now you made it personal. If being the Avengers is what it takes to get our 20 million awards, then I will make the Avengers of YouTube to fight back and get our awards.
Okay, that's... This is not what I was looking for, but whatever. Next. So John Cena sitting down with The Undertaker. Let's check this out. Obviously, would love to show this to y'all, but that can't happen. Oh, this was live. Yeah. The Undertaker called John Cena GOAT is crazy.
You guys ready to have a good time? All right. I don't know who set all this up, but this could be trouble. Hey, without further ado, we are extremely lucky. Like, we're almost like a real podcast now.
Almost.
With guests like this. Hey, we all know him, man. He is the face of WWE, has been, will be one of the greatest to ever step foot in a ring, even a ring with three sides. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the great John Cena!
This is The Undertaker, by the way. Oh, he came out dressed up as John Cena. Okay. No suit. John Cena. The time is up, the time is now. You can't see me, my time is now. It's a franchise gonna shine now. He came out with coffee. Not bad, not bad. He's about to do it. You can't see me, my time is now. It's a franchise ball shining now. This is an hour long.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, that actually worked. Right on. How's that feel, man?
Different.
Different?
Yeah, because I don't have to get my ass kicked now. I hope.
Well, we'll see how this goes.
Yes, indeed.
Hey.
Starting with uppers.
That's cheating, man.
You just boo me having a coffee? Shame. It is still the AM, sir. I know it's Vegas, but all right, okay? I'm the host. I'm hosting out there tonight.
Yeah, you got an important job tonight, man.
It is not important. I have a cush gig. This is what retirement is like. You should have told me this years ago.
Well, I didn't know.
His retirement
This is fantastic. I get to come in. I get to be in front of a crowd. We get to do stuff like this. I mean, it is like WrestleMania is starting in a few hours, and we're just kicking it. And I'm cool with that.
Hey,
I'm okay with that.
You okay with that?
Normally, I'd be running around like a chicken with my head cut off, trying to figure out if everything's good, totally stressed out. I'm like, I'm doing all right.
It's a little different, right?
It's a little different.
It took me a while to adjust. When I retired and I showed up,
and then you just have that thing in you that's like, I should be doing this. I should be getting ready. Why am I? And like, oh, you're not working, man.
Yeah, for me, it was immediate. Like, I went to T-Mobile on Friday while they were doing SmackDown. I was saying hi to everybody. I didn't have a care in the world. Now I know what it's like to be a fan. That's why I know you guys are so excited all the time. Because all you gotta do is just sit back and give some enthusiasm. It's honestly, it's a good spot. I'm happy.
Yeah, well, that's good because you've adjusted well, right? Obviously, like I didn't adjust that well coming out. So, but you are just in your moment right now, man, and I love it.
Thank you so much. Truth be told, I kind of had a while to work up to it. We've had some conversations that are not on air, so you're going to hear me repeating stuff that we've said in confidence, but you'll be hearing for the first time. Thanks for playing along. So we've talked a few times, and you've mentioned that it was something you really never thought about. This was something I thought about, and something I thought about early in my career. I literally promised the fans that when I felt a step slower, I was out. So not only did I make that promise early, but the whole
I'm not watching the entire thing. Let me just scroll through.
He goes, no, I think about, hey, we got about 5 minutes. I want you to hit the high notes and let's call it a day. And I was like,
Very cool.
yeah, that's, you know,
Okay. Boring. What I was looking for was always here. Yes, non-duality session with Trina.
So, Luis, please share with me about your spiritual seeking journey.
It's been a long journey. Probably seeking for a good 45 years. You know, Ramana Maharshi, Rupert Spera, meditated for a long time. You know, pretty much, you know, on YouTube, I've probably seen, you know, quite a few videos. I did do a session with Emerson some time back. I did see the four of you not too long ago, which I kind of enjoyed that, you know, that interaction. And then, you know, I've also done some work with Marcin. So
Lots of people doing lots of work.
For me, it's like, is it this simple?
It is this simple.
You know, I keep on doubting what this is.
That's the mind doubting.
What it would be like, or should be like. And when I'm in that effortless space, I recognize it, I think.
You don't have to think, you know.
In meditation, I drop in or experience it fairly easily. And then in life, it seems to drop in and out. You know, and then the other day, I had this incredible day where it just felt like I was just in this effortless space all day, and nothing was sticking. The thoughts would just pass by, and it was, you know, and it happens every once in a while. You know, and I guess for me, I'm looking for consistency. If that's possible, I don't know. But there's a part of me that would like it to be, and it has become more consistent. But also there's still that part that wonders if that is all of it, you know, because, you know, again, the original idea was I was going to have this incredible orgasmic experience and everything would change and that would be it. But so that's kind of where I'm at, you know, and it seems like after these sessions, and it's not like I've had that many of them, but after them, there is an opening and maybe a trust that this is it. And then there's,
it just is.
You know, and again, the seeking is not what it used to be. You know, I still subscribe to different stuff, and if something catches my eye, I click on it, but the searching is not what it used to be. And in meditation, which I really enjoy, I love meditating, and I love the experience of meditating. Instead of doing, I'm more being in meditation.
Good.
which is
That's
a
how
big
it's supposed
difference
to be.
when I started.
That's
So
how it's supposed to be.
I
You're not
guess
supposed to
that's
be
kind of
doing, you're
where
supposed
I'm
to be
at.
being.
And I've watched quite a few of your videos, and in the beginning, my thought, and again, this is the mind thinking that Emerson, you guys would just parrot Emerson, and that's not what I've seen, which is beautiful because each one of you has your own little way of doing it, which I think is nice because you've got history with different techniques and probably different practices, and it feels like you incorporate that, and you feel like you're in a very intuitive place. When you do the pointing and the directing, is what it feels like. So that's kind of in a nutshell.
Yeah. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah. And
When did you...
I also go ahead. One more thing. I've always had this feeling, and again, I don't know if it's true that there's a transmission. And in one of your recent videos, you said you could feel something, or you could feel the energy, and that to me is a form of transmission. Again, when two people gather, there's something that happens in this. At least for me, that's what it feels like. I know Emerson, poo-poos that, but I and again, I've been to satsangs, and I've meditated with different people, and some people it feels like there's a different palatable energy that seems to emerge, and again, it's not their energy; it's the collective. It's a co-created energy, is what it feels like.
Yeah, I definitely feel I feel something when I do these sessions. I guess we could speculate, and some people it just depends. I don't say it's not real, I don't say it's real either. It's
right.
If you feel it, great.
Yeah, and again, it's not something I'm looking for. It feels like, different energies seem to appear depending on, the interaction and the people. So, I don't know.
And that really is the value of doing the sessions, of like being consistent with it, because sometimes the mind will want to take it on itself. And it will want to try to wake up out of itself. But just being in a space for an hour where you have someone just pointing and pointing, it's really just that simple. Like, just there's something that's being trained out of the old response, as we come together and just explore what's here without the story,
And it does feel like there's been an unfolding of some type, and what do I mean by?
Okay, I'm not watching that. I don't need to. We're good. Street Fighter cast on getting in video game shape alongside 50 Cent.
Remember the original Street Fighter? Because I remember it. You remember, right?
Yeah. The game, man, it's a big arcade game for me.
Yeah.
I didn't know how to, like, now they play with 6 buttons, 5 different things.
How many in the original?
Oh, it was only 4.
No.
2 buttons.
Thank you. There was
joystick.
Yeah, you had to really know your moves. Like, you had to really handle your business. Okay, so what? You didn't know?
Only 2 buttons?
Yeah. You had to know the combos. If you didn't know the combos,
how many combos can you make with
2 buttons?
Millions.
Oh, wow. The first thing a dog needs to feel is safe. Well, I think that goes for humans as well. So I wrote, it's a universal concept, belief, thought, ideology that all beings desire safety instinctually. I actually changed it. It's actually a universal concept, belief, thought, ideology that all beings desire to feel safe instinctually. Cool. I think I'm done with YouTube for now. And I might just play a game or something. I just want to know one thing. Where do I find the graphic settings for this? I hate how the fact that you have to like dig through a bunch of settings just to find what you're looking for, and it's not like easy to find what you're after. Graphics. Vulkan. Where is the settings to upload your custom drivers? Graphic driver info. I don't care about that. That doesn't tell me shit. System options. Looking for what I want is going to be a little bit of a challenge. Where do you go in Nether? Turn up to install turn up drivers. Okay, got it. The fork automatically builds the fork automatically loads a bundle turn up driver upon initialization. How to import. Oh, you know what? Let's see. So now I'm going through another journey, testing something. Transfer data. Transferring data allows you to easily move saves and game settings from one device to another. Export. So let's put this PS2. Let's call it data. User data. Export. All right. So now, if I go back here and transfer data, import, user data, import. All right, so let's see something. I'm gonna test my controller and see. Oh, that's interesting. Those are color. Interesting. I am using another build of the PS2 emulator, NetherX 2. It has actually better... Oh, what the hell? That's a glitch. Whoa. Look at that glitch. That's a weird glitch. That's not what's supposed to happen. Look at that. That's not what's supposed to happen, people. Okay. That's not what's supposed to happen. Maybe it might fix itself. Maybe. I'll also have to go back to the other one and play on that. Oh no, it's good. There we go. So this is a different build. I transferred my data from one emulator to the next. It looks like the same emulator, but it's actually performing much faster, I can tell you. Battle recorder. So we still haven't run into this. So don't know what that is. Nor that. Blue Thunders, huh? Alright. We got lots of monsters to hunt.
This is so different from Rosa.
It's running pretty smooth. It's running pretty... Ooh. Let's go. Oh shit. She almost died? What the fuck? Oh my god. That's how you get it done.
Nothing but tough guys, huh?
Nothing but tough guys. So basically... I need to test something. I need to...
Where do we start looking?
So we're basically hunting monsters right now.
Here they come.
You think I'm gonna go easy?
Come on.
We gotta jump on them. Okay. There's a monster I need to fight. It's a monster I need to beat up.
Keep your guards up, everyone.
It's a mimic.
Come on,
Oh.
try me. I'll take you on.
Gotta jump on these bad boys before they can be damaged. What the hell? Stop moving. That was a flop, by the way. Ooh, their powers went up. Oh shit. Okay. I totally forgot that that's the power we need to fight that mimic. We should be able to beat that mimic. All right. Let's put these items in place. This is how you level up in this game. You use items to... What the hell is... Oh. You use items to basically put in a slot so they can unlock abilities. Wait, she's not done. Okay, not bad, not bad. You. May as well put the items in place now. Okay, he's good. Jaster. Jaster. This game is about 100 hours long, just so y'all know. It's a long game. It's a good game though. You'd be lucky to have a game built in today's day and age without any DLC that can do that. Ooh, he can learn this. Nice. So this is what it looks like to learn a skill. Fire up. Nice. Come on. Damn, that's moving really fast. What the hell? Oh, it's because I'm using the joystick. Oops. Okay, cool. That's awesome. And I knew we weren't done with Steve. That's the last of that item. And oh god, that was a glitch there. Okay. Alright, so let me just quickly hit the save button. Alright. Let me see if I can destroy that mimic. I think it's this direction. No, it's actually the other direction. I'm heading in the right direction. Damn, am I not hitting these guys? Like, what the fuck is going on? There we go. You can skip it. You don't need to see the entire cutscene. We need that move for the mimic. Jaster. Why is Kisara getting her ass handed to her? Like, what the fuck's going on here? Does she not have anything better? Nope. To be fair, I just got her, so. Jaster's a little bit more tanky than, because these two are, I need to be able to use abilities.
Keep your guards up, everyone.
Alright. So, ability. And I should be able to use that. Okay, perfect. Here they come, those damn bastards, as he says. Jeez. Yo, calm down. Boom. All right.
Let's keep this pace up.
We're okay. We're all right. I want to destroy that mimic. There's a treasure chest in the corner over here. It's a fucking mimic. He is like ridiculous. There. Shot them all down. Alright. Get ready. This guy is a pain in the ass. Boom. Alright.
Alright, let's get this over with.
Oh. Come on. There we go. I'll let the cutscene play out. And her Star Charm. And we're gonna go oh shit. That's crazy. Damn, I got fucked there just now. Man, how much damage does this guy do? That's crazy. Look at that, Kisara just got one tapped. I gotta wait for my... Are you for real right now? Are we gonna die to this dude? Oh, damn, look at that. She got fucked. Oh my god. This guy's a pain in the friggin' ass. Jesus. We gotta use a revive. Where's the revive? There. Shit, action's too low.
Everyone all right?
Bro, easy. Oh my god, wow. Jesus Christ, that guy like just absolutely kicked our ass. Oh my goodness, I used up so much items on that one dude. Jeez.
We're gonna have trouble getting through here.
Revelation. Wait. Someone has a revelation. Who? When they start flashing like that? Oh, Kisara. There you go. We ran out of recharge drinks. Alright, that's fine. That was crazy. Alright, let's go back to the save point.
There's some pretty amazing people around here.
Defeat monster in 20 seconds. I can't see shit. Got 16 seconds. Yeah, we got it.
Those guys were no challenge at all.
Those guys were no challenge at all. Hunter coin. Oh, they leveled up. Nice. They're not even in the party and they leveled up.
Maybe if we go further in.
In this game, level just gives you HP and more MP. It doesn't give you stats.
Here they come.
You think I'm gonna go easy?
Shoot them down. Alright. Let's get back to the save point. Save.
This is so different from Rosa.
Do. And it's writing to the memory card. Alright. I wanted to do that quickly. And now I'm going to... I feel like playing a fighting game. Never ever turn off your power while it's doing stuff at the memory card. Never do that. Never ever do that. I learned my lesson. Let's go Capcom versus SNK 2. Nope, it's gonna say cannot read disk. Come on. Why do I have 2 copies of... The fuck is going on? Why is there 2 copies of that? Oh, that's weird. It created a weird bin file. There. Oh, that's not supposed to show up like that. I need to fix that.
All records are made to be broken.
Game property. Graphic settings. Apply widescreen patch. I don't know if that's going to work, but whatever. General settings. Ooh, son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. If not, I'll go back on my other emulator. Yeah, it's not supposed to do that. It's not supposed to show up in like that weird aspect.
All records are made to be broken.
Controller's not being picked up. What the fuck is this? App setting, graphics. Unless I need to remove. Okay, let's go back to regular. This is why I always have a backup of 2 different emulators. See, that's what it's supposed to look like. Capcom versus SNK 2.
Check it out.
Wait. Why didn't it save? What the fuck? Oh my god, I gotta go through this shit again?
This is the first dream event of the 20th grade. I knew that groove was in your Millionaire Fighting 2001 is about to begin. Hardcore fans have been eagerly anticipating this event. And now, keep rocking, baby.
Oh, I gotta face one of my characters. That's fun. Chun-Li's one of my characters, by the way. I'm so sorry, Chun-Li. She's not doing anything. Oh, there we go. I'll give you a little tap. Oh no, she. There. You, I won't hold back on though. Ooh, ah. All right, Cammy, let's go.
This battle is about to explode. Fight! They came out with a sneaky surprise attack at the start of the round. That's what we like to
Mm.
Just look at the extent.
This guy.
It's about to explode.
Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, what the hell is going on here? Jesus Christ. He's never given me that much challenge before. GBGBs. Say your prayers. Say your prayers. Raiden. This guy reminds me of the Bleach character now. Oh my god. Ha 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 ha. Mairimasu. Oh my god.
This is gonna be a match to remember.
Fight. That combo. Good job.
Some may say that it was luck that
It's the Tiger Man. Tiger, 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 tiger. Give me that perfect. This is a true love of man. Hadouken! Hadouken! Shoryuken! Be careful. Shinryu! Oh, he would have hit me with that. Ooh! Oh. Oh shit. Oh god. Wow. He got me, he got me, he got me. He's dead though.
This is gonna be a match to remember.
I like this track. Ooh. This is gonna be an interesting team. Hey, come on, come on. Crack, shoot. Rise in tackle. Are you okay? Bust your wave. Oh my god. Oh, damn. Okay. We're down. I blocked you. Okay, now we're kind of even up. This guy is a pain in the ass. Little thunder shit. Missed that. Sometimes the buttons just like they're not taking my commands. Let's go, Guile.
This is gonna be a match to remember.
Somersault. Shana Kaboom. Oh my god, missed. Damn. Okay, that's fine. Oh my god, I'm gonna die here? No way. Shana, oh shit. He stopped my healing. Oh my god, I actually lost that one. Wow. Damn, okay. Okay, we're gonna change up the lineup.
It's not too late. Here we go. This is the first dream event of the 21st grade. I knew that group was in the Millionaire Fighting 2000.
I'm gonna go Kyo. I'm gonna go Athena. And I am gonna go I'm gonna change from Akuma to Homaru. Cool, let's go. Ikze. Oh shit. Damn, fucking this guy does so much damage. Crack shoe. Oh my god. Rising tackle. Oh yeah. Let's go. Oh my god, that fucking lightning shit that he does. It's crazy. Wow, look at the health I had. Crazy. Had like no health there. Let's go, you piece of S. I'm gonna do as much damage as I possibly can with him. Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Yeah. Oh my god, man. Kyo with that clutch. That was clutch, y'all. Wait a minute. We have a new opponent. I think it's Geese. Nope, it's M. Bison. Fucking M. Bison. Always expect M. Bison. Or Geese. He does so much damage. Bro. Oh. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Psycho Wow! Let's see. It's been a while since I played as her. Psycho Wow! Oh shit. Nice. Picked his ass up in the air. Let's go. I think we have Ryu to face. Let's see. Ryu's a pain in the ass if it's Ryu. Aw, shit, 2 of my characters? Fuck. I gotta beat up 2 of my characters. God damn it. I hate having to fight my own characters. Rising tackle. Right. Oh shit. Fucking parrying. Rising tackle. Oh damn. Okay. That's fine. My god. Ikimasu. Damn. Shit. Nope. Nope. Man, Rock is actually difficult. Okay, alright. Dude, what's up with this guy? Yo. Yeah, Rock is actually... Okay. Let's see what happens now. Let's see what happens now.
This is gonna be a match to remember.
Oh my god. Nakaruru is gonna beat him up now. My character. This is like my character. This is like my main character I have to face. Oh shit. Yep. Okay, Rock is actually pretty annoying. All right, let's see. Let's see. Oh shit. Come on, Kuma. Eat that KO. Blah. That was a good KO. I gotta do some damage to her with that. Nope. The hands are starting to get a little sweaty. Let's go. It's been a while. Oh shit. Be careful. Okay. It's my character versus my character, but different color. She's just parrying shit. Oh shit. Nice. I caught her. What? Yo, what? Oh my god, are you for real? Fuck! I gotta fight him? What the hell? Oh my god, this guy's gonna take forever. We got Shin Akuma to fight. Oh shit, people. Not good, not good, not good. Oh shit. Okay, we gotta beat him. So we might be at this for a little bit. He's so fast. And he hits like a fucking tank. Nope. Okay. This is the final boss. Do we only get one attempt with him? Nope. We get multiple attempts with him.
This is the first dream event of the 21st century. If it's great, I knew that group.
I need some pretty tanky characters.
Is about to begin. Hardcore fans have been eagerly anticipating this event, and now the waiting is finally over. Check your training wheels at the door, ladies and gentlemen. This is gonna be one incredible battle that won't easily be forgotten. The time has come when the new history is going to unfold. You can feel the intensity in the air as the hope and hearts of these warriors keep rocking back.
I can't believe we're facing Shinakuma. This is wild. Wait, his groove changed? Dude, what? I chose the wrong Ryu. Man, he is just a bucket of joy. Fight. Oh god. Yo, what's up with this guy? Who died? Oh. He has like no health. What the fuck is that? The fuck was that? Alright, Homeroom, you need to end this. Jesus Christ. Akuma! I haven't seen this in forever. Wait, what? I went the other way. I know that you'll be back. Ooh, nice. So this is who we just unlocked. He's right here, Shinakuma. Regular Akuma. And evil Ryu. This is wild. So Shinakuma has terrible defense. But he is super. He looks like regular Akuma, but he's much faster. And he hits harder. Hey, come on, you pain in the ass, bitch. Rising Taku! Terry's a pain in the ass. Nope. Ooh, ah, now you're gonna deal with regular Akuma.
Live and
Rising Taku. That's bullshit. This guy is a bucket of... He's a bucket of joy. Fucking Terry.
This is gonna be a match to remember. Fight!
What the hell's going on? Come on, Buttons, what are you doing? Like...
Just look at the expressions on their faces.
Being... Actually, we're gonna quit.
This is gonna
One
be
sec.
a match to remember. Fight!
I need to figure out why... Do I have anything set for this game? Let's see. Game properties. General. System settings. Graphics settings. Aspect ratio not set. So aspect ratio not set. Okay. So if I go back to this one, app settings. Aspect ratio 16:9. All right, let's go back to this one. It should have carried over everything. So, yeah, 16:9. Apply, enable widescreen patches. So that's not on. So that's not on this one. So if I take it off on the other one. Oh, okay, I got it. So take that off. Now the only question now left is this. Does it run? And does it have my save file? Now we just unlocked Shin Akuma, but it doesn't have this updated memory card, I don't think. Or maybe it does, I don't know. We will see soon enough.
All records are made to be broken.
Why doesn't it activate my controller? What the fuck? There's no binding, really? Right, down, left. Okay, that's weird. There we go. So now let's see something.
Keep rocking, baby.
I don't expect Shinakuma to be here. Yep. So now I have to go and go back to here, transfer data, export, use this folder, allow, export. Oh. Overwrite. It's good that it overwrit that. Now we go back to this one. I don't know why this is here. Like, why is that showing there? Import. Overwrite. Oh, shit. Fuck it, we're gonna have to redo Rogue Galaxy. We just played a little bit. That's fine. No big deal. We'll have to kill that mimic again. So now let's see if Shinakuma is here. All records are meant to be broken.
Here we go.
Let's see.
This is the first dream event of the 21st grade. I knew that groove was a millionaire.
Wait, what? No Shinakuma? I just unlocked them. That's so stupid. Go back here. Go here. Did it not save? Like it should have saved.
Check it out. This is the first dream event.
Fuck it, I'll just pick C Groove. Ah, are you for real? It didn't save it? Come on, that's bullshit. Alright, well, we're gonna have to do that again at some point. Fuck it. Let's go back to Rogue Galaxy. Do 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 do. All right, let's see. Let's go back here. I want to just check to make sure my save file. Nope. I overwrit my file. It's fine. No big deal. So that means that mimic, I have to go fight that mimic again. This is what happens when you have two emulators. This is where I have to stick with one. Yeah, so I have to go through with this entire revelation thing again. Exit game. Game property. Graphic property. Enable widescreen support. 16:9 as well. Smooth out the image by applying faster shader boost. Enable adjustments on brightness. Okay, that's fair. Okay, so what I should do is enable patch, widescreen patch per game. Because I can tell the difference between the characters being a little chunky and a little bit more normal. This is what happens when you start messing with settings and stuff. Man, that fucking mimic. I gotta fight that mimic again. Damn it all. I'm not gonna fight it right now. I'm just gonna test to make sure the graphic settings are set the way I want it. Yep. I can see the difference. 100% I can see the difference. Like I can see he's like skinnier and longer. Without the patch, he's like shorter and fatter. Okay. So that's perfect. What about Final Fantasy X and Kingdom Hearts? So what I should do, what I should do, why does that say disc 1? Game properties. Can I not change the name of this? Nope. Vulcan. All right. 14 widescreen patches are enabled for this game. Crazy. My save file should have been carried over. Alright, let's see what the game looks like with the patches on. I can tell the difference. Yeah. We gotta earn some money. Do they actually attack me? I don't think they attack me, but you get to hear the music. Yes, he has a foam bat in his hand, or like a... That's his sword for now. Oh, this is coming. Do do do. Do 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 do. We don't want to be doing that. Okay. That's fair. What about Final Fantasy? Game properties. Graphic settings. Good, that's set to Vulkan. Let's see. Final Fantasy X. International Edition. Yeah, it looks the same. Wait, is that who I think it is? No.
Hey, you! You were attacked by Sin, right? Recently, was it?
I think so.
So, Sin can't be far, right? You're not hiding anything, are you?
Why would I?
If Sin's nearby, it'll attack the island for sure. But it hasn't. I wonder why.
I'm sorry. I really don't know anything. To tell the truth, I don't even know what the Crusaders are.
What?
You're kidding, right?
Sin, the toxin. Gotta tell him who we are.
Yes, sir. The Crusaders are sworn to battle Sin. We have chapters throughout Spira, accepting all who wish to join our struggle. The hero Mihen formed the Crusaders 800 years ago as the Crimson Blades. Later, our ranks grew and we called ourselves the Crusaders. We've been fighting Sin ever since.
What? You've been fighting 800 years and you still haven't beat it?
Well, we've steered Sin away from towns many times. And that's all we can do. Nobody's ever been able to defeat it. Our mission as Crusaders is to protect the temples, towns, villages, and people of Spira.
So, then whose job is it to defeat Sin?
Is Sin's toxin really this bad, sir?
It does seem rather bad. We could just tell you, but I think it better for you to try and remember. Go pray at the temple. Perhaps Yevon will help you regain your memory.
Is it just me, but their faces are a little fucked up? It must be the smoothing, the edging. It seems a little rough around the edges. Okay, I think what we need to do is exit game. Go back to game property, graphics, Vulkan. Remove that. Smooth out the image by applying a... Let me see what this does for this game. Squaresoft. Alright, let's see what happens now. I should be in the same spot I was just now. Yeah, Titus is much fatter here. That's crazy.
Hey, you! You were attacked by Sin, right? Recently, was it?
I think so.
So, Sin can't be far, right? You're not hiding anything, are you?
Why would I?
If Sin's nearby, it'll attack the island for sure. But it hasn't. I wonder why.
I'm sorry. I really don't know anything. To tell the truth, I don't even know what the Crusaders are.
You're kidding, right?
Sin.
Okay.
Toxin.
So, if I go game properties now, since we applied anti-aliasing, I put widescreen patch. Enable adjustment for... Okay, so now we get to see what this looks like with the patches and the anti-aliasing enabled. Okay. Now let's see what they look like. I have a keen eye on like detail. When something looks like off. So like Titus is definitely much skinnier now, but like these guys, let's see what they look like.
Hey, you! You were attacked by Sin, right? Recently, was it?
I think so.
So, Sin can't be far, right? You're not hiding anything, are you?
Why would I?
If Sin's nearby,
That looks better.
it'll attack the island for sure. But it hasn't. I wonder why.
I'm sorry. I really don't know anything. To tell the truth, I don't even know what the Crusaders are.
You're kidding, right?
You're kidding, right?
Toxin. Gotta tell him who we are.
Yes, sir. The Crusaders are sworn to battle Sin. We have chapters throughout Spira, accepting all who wish to join.
We go on to YouTube for a moment. Oh shit. I was gonna watch that actually.
So if you just go back 100,000 years or 50,000 years, these tribal villages,
Let's see.
making a big loud noise in a social gathering might have called a lot of attention on you. And we know that our number one fear as people is judgment. We know that. Like, or public speaking is what they call it, but it's a fear of judgment. So like that means if I'm laughing or making some big ass noise, a lot of people are going to look at me and I might
See,
suffer some
look, he's using thunderbolts now.
some social consequence.
Everybody's using
So
thunderbolts.
When people are laughing and they need to look at some other person, where are they drawing social permission from? And that alpha, the authority in a group, will typically be...
Oh. It's frozen. It's funny how it just like died on us. Wild.
The permission giver for people to do a lot of those things like that.
Does the CIA listen through our phones and laptop cameras? Yes. I hate to say it. They can take over your smart television and turn the speaker into a
It's the
microphone
same guy.
so that they can listen to what's being said in the room even when the TV is turned off.
This is going to be a good episode. I'll be right back. I'm going to go grab my food, actually. I know the game is on in the background, so let me just turn it off. And let me turn off my controller. I have to use the bathroom as well. So, we're going to be watching... Oops. We're going to be watching that. So I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. But I didn't grab my food. I was using the bathroom for a moment. Alright, I'm gonna go quickly grab my food. I was gonna do my play out early. But if I eat now, then by like 1:30, 2, get it done. And we should be good to go. Today's cardio hit. Today is all about elevating your heart rate. I think Tiff and Dan created a recent cardio play out. So I'm gonna go check. I'd go outside and do it, but it's kind of cold. Even though cold is now subjective. Since if for example it was like minus 40 degrees yesterday, and we practicing deeper voice right now, and we had plus 7 degrees the following day, yeah, this would be considered summer weather. But because we had 19 degrees yesterday and today's 7 degrees, this is considered like cold. It's so fascinating how it's so subjective. Alright, let's do this thing. I wonder why my save file didn't save for Capcom versus SNK 2. That doesn't make any sense. It's kind of weird. Oh well. We gotta fight Shinakuma again. We unlocked him, but now he's no longer available again. Weird save files. That's what happens when you have two opposing emulators that are basically the same. The reason why I'm using this newer one is because it has the ability to use much more graphic power. And I will always opt for more graphic power. If I can use more power, why the fuck not? I know that you'll be back. I want to see that CIA thing. It's caught my attention. Okay. I know that you'll be back. I know that you'll be back. You damn right I'll be back. All right. Do. All right. Put a little bit of chili flakes. All right. All right. Let's see. When are we getting? Backlash is supposed to normally Backlash is supposed to be later in April, but that's probably going to be mid-May. I don't know. We're going to be watching the CIA.
When the TV is turned off. Hello, I'm John Kiriakou. I'm a former CIA counterterrorism officer and former senior investigator for the U.S. Senate Committee on Foreign Relations, and I'm here today to answer questions from the Honesty Box.
I hated yesterday's ending. I was so upset.
The first one is, what did the CIA actually do? There are several answers to that question. What the CIA is supposed to do, what it is legally tasked with doing, is very simply to recruit spies, to steal secrets, and then to analyze those secrets to give the president and other senior policymakers the best information with which they can make policy. Now, in real life, It's not that simple. The CIA does whatever the president tells it to do. That could be to overthrow foreign governments. It could be to implement covert action programs, to influence the foreign media, to even kill people. It just depends on who the president is and what policy he wants to implement. What skills make a good agent? You might be surprised by the answer, actually. The CIA, when it recruits spies, when it recruits operations officers, doesn't necessarily look for the big, buff guy who works out, every day or 6 days a week. They look for people who have sociopathic tendencies, not sociopaths. Sociopaths are impossible to control because they have no conscience. They blow right through a polygraph exam, but they won't take orders. People who have sociopathic tendencies do react to a polygraph. They do experience regret or remorse. They will respond to directives and orders. I'll give you an example. When I first was recruited by the CIA, I was asked in a group of new hires what we would do if we got a cable from CIA headquarters ordering us to collect information on the Indonesian economy. You recruit the Indonesian economic secretary, you make him your best friend, you spend money on him, your wives become friends, you vacation together, but you learn that he is just not recruitable. So what do? Well, one of my colleagues said, you double down, work the case another 6 months, and hope for the best. A second colleague said, maybe you work it through your wives, maybe your wife can convince his wife to give you the information. I raised my hand and I said, you break into the Indonesian embassy and you steal it. And the instructor said, that's exactly what you do. That's a sociopathic tendency. What's the coolest piece of spy tech you ever got to use? There's kind of a dirty little secret about spy tech, and it is that 95% of it is purchased from Amazon.com. Seriously.
That's funny.
Because it is cheaper and it is quicker just to go online and buy it and then use it operationally than it is to invent it from scratch. The coolest piece of spy tech that I ever used was, it was a leather briefcase. I just went into the local marketplace in Pakistan and bought it. I think it cost the equivalent of like $10. And over the course of 3 days, one of our technical officers pulled the threads out of it, installed a wire all the way around the briefcase, which could act as a listening device, and then packed the area around the wire with these little teeny tiny batteries that I had never seen before. And then he sewed the whole thing closed again. So I walked into a meeting with my little briefcase. The bad guy took the briefcase from me, opened it up, looked through it. It didn't have anything in it because it was all sewn into the lining. And we sat there and had the meeting while my colleagues half a mile away were able to listen to the entire thing. It was very cool. Does the CIA listen through our phones and laptop cameras? Yes. I hate to say it. There was a dramatic leak in 2017 that the CIA came to call the Vault 7 disclosures. Gigabytes worth of documents leaked by a CIA technology engineer. What he told us was that the CIA can intercept anything from anyone, number one. Number two, they can remotely take control of your car through the car's embedded computer. To do what? To make you drive off a bridge, into a tree, to make you kill yourself and make it look like an accident. They can take over your smart television and turn the speaker into a microphone so that they can listen to what's being said in the room even when the TV is turned off. God knows what else that they can do that hasn't been leaked. Are hitmen real? Yes. At the National Security Council, there is a committee that meets every Tuesday morning at 9 o'clock to draw up something called the kill list. They sit around a table and they make a list of all the people that they want to kill that week. And then they take it back to the
That is crazy.
dedicated unit. I won't tell you the name, but it has a dedicated unit that takes receipt of the list. They say, okay, number one, They drive to the airport, they get on the plane, they go out to that country, they kill the person, they come back, and then they go to number 2 on the list. That happens every single week. Now, we can have a conversation about whether that's right or whether it's wrong. It's
I'm gonna have to pause for now because there's too much killing word, and that's crazy. That is crazy. Yeah, pausing that for now. Just because, YouTube. What? Ooh. That is... I will not be watching the rest of this for now. Because that guy is over there and he's talking to what's his face?
Billions of dollars are spent spying on Americans, whether it's NSA or CIA or FBI. And to make matters worse, we know that the CIA can take control remotely of a car's computer system in order to crash the car, take it off a bridge, or take control of your smart TV and turn the speaker into a microphone, even though the TV is off, and broadcast back to the CIA.
Can they do that with devices?
Absolutely. And I'll tell you how we know. There was a CIA software engineer who was disgruntled, and he downloaded tens of thousands of documents classified above top secret. And instead of going to the Russians or the Chinese, he went to WikiLeaks, and they became the Vault 7 documents. So our whole lives are out there, potentially, for someone to use against us. And every country has these capabilities. Listen, I spent 15 years in the CIA. I love this country. But one of the most important things in my life is the issue of ethics, which is why I blew the whistle on the CIA's torture program. Because my superiors kept repeating that torture worked. But besides being illegal, immoral, unethical, it just wasn't true. And I would let them send me to prison again because it was the right thing to do. I mean, we know that they were experimenting on American citizens and spreading diseases in American cities.
This is the stuff of movies.
It is.
And because you've been in this world, that the average person really has no idea about.
Don't you just like how they use all kinds of scary tactics with their opening? Because this is and they use it very cinematically.
Listen, my team gave me a script that they asked me to read, but I'm just going to ask you.
No.
As I possibly can. Thank you first and foremost for choosing to subscribe to this channel. It's been one of the most incredible, crazy years of my life. I never could have imagined. I had so many dreams in my life, but this was not one of them. And the very fact that these conversations have resonated with you and you've given me so much feedback is something I will always be appreciative of. And I almost carry a weight, a sort of burden of responsibility to pay you back. And the favour I would like to ask from you today is to subscribe to the channel, if you would be so obliged. It's completely free to do that. Roughly about 47% of you that listen to this channel frequently currently don't subscribe to this channel. So if you're one of those people, please come and join us, hit the subscribe button. It's the single free thing you can do to make this channel better, and every subscriber sort of pays into this show and allows us to do things bigger and better and to push ourselves even more. And I will not let you down if you hit the subscribe button, I promise you. And if I do, please do unsubscribe, but I promise I won't. Thank you. John Kiriakou, the world knows your name. Why? Why does the world know your name?
I can give you two answers. One, I'm proud to say that I blew the whistle on the CIA's torture program in a nationally televised interview with ABC News. The second reason is I blew the whistle a long time ago, and just in the past 18 months, I seem to have hit some sort of YouTube algorithm sweet spot, and all of a sudden, my message is getting out there.
And you went to prison for blowing the whistle?
I did, and I would do it again tomorrow. I really would. You know, I was giving an interview to the BBC the day after I got out of prison. They were the first outlet to ask for an interview. And so I gladly gave it to them. And the interviewer said,
why?
Kind of perturbedly, "You're not showing any remorse or contrition?" And I said, "No, I'm not remorseful. I'm not contrite. I would do it again. I would let them send me to prison again because it was the right thing to do."
And you were a spy in the CIA?
Yeah, I was quite an accomplished spy in the CIA. I spent 15 years in the CIA. The first half of my career was in analysis, and I got bored, frankly. And so I made an unusual, at the time, change to counterterrorism operations. And then I was the chief of CIA counterterrorism operations in Pakistan after the 9/11 attacks.
And if I'd never heard about the CIA before, and I had never heard about your role in the CIA before, and I was a 16-year-old.
Right.
How would you explain to me what you did there, what your role was, and what the CIA is?
Sure. The CIA is an intelligence service whose job it is, at its most basic level, to recruit spies to steal secrets and to analyze those secrets so that the policymakers can make the best informed policy. After 9/11, we were expecting an attack, to use Osama bin Laden's words, that would dwarf 9/11. And so my job was to infiltrate Al-Qaeda by recruiting members of Al-Qaeda to tell us when and where that next attack was going to come so that we could disrupt it. We could.
The first time I'm seeing this guy, so I'm just seeing why it popped up on my feed. So, yeah. Interesting dude so far.
Types of things you worked on.
Oh, sure. As an analyst, it was actually...
It would make sense he would be on Joe Rogan.
We would write for the president, the vice president, the secretaries of state and defense, and the national security advisor.
And who were the presidents during that time?
When I started, it was George H.W. Bush, the father. And then it was Bill Clinton, then George W. Bush. There are several different publications. There's the President's Daily Brief, which is the most important. I covered Iraq the entire time that I was in analysis, from well before most Americans had ever heard of Iraq. I was told, actually, that it was a training account because nothing ever happened there, nothing ever changed, and then Iraq invaded Kuwait. The next day, I got to the office early. I was 25 years old, 26 years old, and my boss said, "Don't take your jacket off. We're going to the White House." I had never been to the White House before, except as a tourist. And so we got in a car, went to the White House. We're ushered into the Oval Office. It's the president, the vice president, the national security advisor, the director of the CIA, my boss, and me. And then we all sit down. The president tells us, sit down. We sit down, and the president says, "Well, now what do we do?" And everybody turns and looks at me. And it took me a second. And I said, yes. I said, "Mr. President, as you know, Iraqi troops crossed the border at 2 o'clock this morning. The royal family has run away to Saudi Arabia. They've named a new occupation governor, et cetera, et cetera. Do we know who that is?" I said, "Yes, sir." I gave him the name. And I said, "Actually, he's the co-founder of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine." The vice president shouts, "Jesus Christ." And then the president says, "Gentlemen, thank you. We'll take it from here." And I remember saying to myself, my friends would never believe in 1,000 years what I was doing right now. They wouldn't even believe me if I told them. That's what an analyst does. When I switched to operations, again, the job was very straightforward. It was to recruit spies to steal secrets. But then if you're involved in counterterrorism operations, there are a lot of extras that you have to be trained in. So you go through the normal spy training. This is how you ingratiate yourself. It's something called the asset acquisition cycle. Spot, assess, develop, recruit. I meet you at a cocktail party. You seem like a nice guy. I introduce myself.
This tactic I know about.
I ask, so what do you do for a living? Well, if you tell me you manage a shoe store, I'm going to say, well, it was very nice meeting you. And I'm going to go on to the next guy. But if you tell me you work at the port, you work in the Ministry of Defense, you work in the Chinese embassy, I'm going to invite you to lunch. I've spotted you, I've assessed you, and my assessment is I'd like to get to know you. Then I begin to develop you. I'll give you an example. I was in Pakistan. I got a tip that that Al-Qaeda, a group of mid-level Al-Qaeda fighters, was meeting every single day in a coffee shop at 10 o'clock in the morning. My Arabic was absolutely flawless at the time. And so I had a bushy beard that I grew for operational reasons.
Can I hear some of your Arabic?
Yeah. Tasharaf b'mariftak. It's nice to meet you. Or Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Alhamdulillah, Malik Yumadin.
See? Language. It just sounds coming out of your mouth.
And I went to the...
It's funny because if they didn't put the subtitles there at the bottom, I'd have been like, what is he saying? It just sounds like gibberish. But then again, if someone who doesn't know how to speak English were to hear us speak, they'd be like, you're speaking gibberish to them. So, you see, language is subjective.
Coffee shop. And I just sat there. And sure enough, at 10 o'clock, the four of them came in. One of them looked at me, and I looked at him. And that was it. We made eye contact. I did that for a week. The second week, I was there, drinking my coffee, sitting with my Arabic newspaper.
I'll be right back.
He had looked at me the week before. He nodded. So I nodded back. That was it. No communication otherwise. The third week, I'm a regular now. He recognizes me. So he says to me, Salaam alaikum. I said, Walaikum assalam. May peace be upon you. And I say, and upon you peace. One day, he came in alone. And I said, Tafaddal, please have a seat. Sit with me. No sense in you sitting alone and me sitting alone. So he sat down. We started talking. And I asked him how long he had been in Pakistan. He said, oh, I've been here for 5 years. I was in Afghanistan. I was making jihad against the Americans. And I said, oh, that must have been hell on earth. He said, oh. He said that the bombing of Tora Bora was hideous. That was the word that he used. It was hideous. And I said, and what about your family? How's your family? He said, my wife and son and daughter are in Cairo. I've never met my son. He was born just after I left to make jihad. I said, I'm so sorry. And he said, yes, I'm lonely and I want to go home. And we continued this relationship. And finally I said to him, let me take you to dinner. Let's get out of the coffee shop. The truth was I didn't want one of his friends to walk in and see us. So we went to a restaurant for dinner. And I said, listen, there's something that I haven't been truthful with you about. I'm not Lebanese. And I said, actually, I'm American. Are you okay with that? And he says, I think so. I said, well, actually, I'm a CIA officer. And he says, okay. So he didn't run screaming from the room or pull a gun or anything. And he said, why do you want me? Why do you want to talk to me? I said, actually, you have access to something that I want. It was very specific. And I told him what it was. And he says, and what will you do for me? And I said, anything your heart desires. And he said, I want to go home. I said, I can do that.
You wanted information, presumably.
I wanted information. Very specific information.
Which you can't share.
It's funny that information is like that.
So, we got him a passport. I bought him a first-class ticket. And I took him to the airport, gave him some cash to get himself started again. And I said, before you go, I have to ask you, why did you agree to give me this information? I mean, presumably I'm the enemy. And he said, I've been here 5 years, and you're the first person who ever asked me about my family. So I said, best of luck. Never saw him again. That's the job.
I have to ask you, take me on the journey of you being a young man in West Pennsylvania.
Right.
To becoming a spy. What happened? Because I'll be honest, I don't really know what my perception of spies is, but it's not you.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good. See, because I kind of work under the radar.
What's really interesting is there's so many once you learn about spies as a podcast, like, so if you go back a couple of years and someone had told me about spies, I wouldn't have believed them. I wouldn't have believed that these things actually happened.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
Oh,
you
they
hear
have,
about people going undercover and going to other countries and getting secrets and all of these things. And it's not until you meet the people that said, yes, that's me, I used to do that, that you have this paradigm shift in your mind and you go, oh my God, what else might be going on?
Right.
Because I lived in this world probably up until the age of, 30 years old, where I kind of just assume things are what they are, like as I see them. And then, you start to discover that there's layers of secrecy, nations are against each other, they're doing all of these covert operations.
And there's even layers beyond what you know, because this is just another game. It's just another game. Until you realize who you actually are, you come to realize this is all made up. That's the true layer.
And even like as a podcaster now, I have moments where I go, like, how do I know that you're not here to steal secrets from me?
Right.
Yeah.
So what's funny? When I had Andrew Bustamante on the show, the comment sections are always the same. They're always like, once a CIA spy, always a CIA spy.
I hate when people say that.
It's like,
so intellectually lazy.
But I do wonder, and I go, okay, here's a super conspiracy theory. What if the CIA have made spies do really well in the YouTube algorithm so that all of us as long-form podcasters invite them on, and then they...
You know what? I would agree with that. I would have agreed with that a year ago, because Andrew Bustamante has really made a handsome living out of selling his experience.
Yeah.
And he's on every podcast.
Yeah.
But I am the most anti-CIA, former CIA person that's out there.
But wouldn't that be the perfect CIA agent?
I mean, if I weren't constantly criticizing...
This is good.
An organization that's just out of control.
Do you think the CIA have a strategy for podcasters and for podcasting?
I think, yes, now they do. It took them a little while to get current, but just like they, over time, developed a strategy with Hollywood, sure, they're developing a strategy with podcasters. You know, it was only in the last 10 years that the CIA opened a branch within the Office of Public Affairs whose job it is solely to liaise with Hollywood studios. The FBI's been doing this since the 40s. And the goal is that everything that comes out of Hollywood should be pro-CIA. And, you know, we end up with Zero Dark 30 and, you know, The Recruit and the CIA, Argo. The CIA is always the hero in these movies.
If you were still at the CIA now, and your job was to infiltrate and use creators or podcasters as an asset for the CIA's objectives, how might you design that plan if we were just hypothesizing?
You would have to have a goal that would be specific enough that you could actually track the progress to it. So you can't just say, well, I'm going to pay this podcaster X amount of money, and we're going to do something with the algorithm to make him vastly popular among men, 18 to 30, let's say. There's got to be more to it than that. It has to be a message. You've got to be able to get a specific, well-honed message out there. And the message can be anything. It could be, love the CIA, we're the good guys. It could be support the overthrow of the Iranian government. It could be, any criticism of Benjamin Netanyahu is anti-Semitism. It could be anything you want it to be. You just have to make sure that it's repeated enough. See, this was the danger with the torture program. This is one of the very important reasons that I went public when I did, because my colleagues, my superiors at the CIA kept repeating this lie over and over and over again that torture worked and that torture got us information that saved American lives. And that was just simply not true. It was a lie. Besides being illegal, immoral, unethical, it just wasn't true. And so I decided, before we go down this road anymore, I'm going to go public.
So can you take me back then? We got a little bit sidetracked there, but
sure.
John, how did you come to be a CIA spy?
When I was 9 years old, I told my parents that I wanted to be a spy when I grew up. It came time to apply for college, and I only applied at one university, George Washington University in Washington, because it was 2 blocks from the White House, and it was one of only 3 schools in America that offered a Middle Eastern Studies program. I was one of only 4 people in that brand new Middle Eastern Studies program. I stayed for a master's degree in legislative affairs with a focus on foreign policy analysis. I was taking a class in that program called The Psychology of Leadership. It was taught by an eminent psychiatrist named Dr. Gerald Post. And he gave us an assignment one day where we had to shadow our bosses. We had to just follow our bosses for a week.
Your bosses?
Yeah, I worked at a labor union called the United Food and Commercial Workers Union. And so we were just supposed to follow our boss around for a week and then write a psychological profile.
Humans are very fascinating.
Dozens of, footnotes from psychology texts. And I ended up saying that he was a sociopath with psychopathic and possibly violent tendencies. And, I had these citations. I passed the paper in. Dr. Post gives it back to me a week later, gave me an A, and then he wrote, "Please see me after class." So I went up to him after the class, and I said, "Dr. Post, you wanted to see me?" He says, "Come to my office." So we went down there. He closed the door, and he says, "Listen, I'm not really a professor here. I'm a CIA officer, undercover as a professor here. And I'm looking for people who would fit into the CIA's culture. I think you would fit into the CIA's culture. Would you like to be a spy?" And I said, "Yes, I would." He picked up the phone and...
That's crazy.
And he said, "Bob, this is Jerry. I've got a good one for you. Do you have some time?" And he said, "Sure." He writes an address on a scrap of paper and he says, "Be at this address in 20 minutes. It was only one subway stop away. So I jumped on the metro. I went to Roslyn, Virginia, just across the river. I had to buzz to be let in. And a woman opens the door. She says, "Are you here for Bob?" And I said, "Yes." She says, "Come on in." I'm sitting there for a moment, and then this 6'6", 350-pound giant barrels out of his office, and he says, "John, Bob, how the hell are you? I want you to be at the George Washington University Medical School Saturday morning at 8 o'clock. We've got some tests for you." I said, "Okay." And then we shook hands, and I left. So Saturday morning, I went to the GW Medical School auditorium. There were 200 people there.
Holy
and they
shit.
handed us a test. My wife picked me up. She said, "How did you do?" I said, "I have no idea."
Does your wife at this point know that you're applying for the CIA?
Yes, and that was going to be pretty much the extent of what she ended up knowing. Because once I got in...
But you were allowed to tell her?
I was not allowed to tell her. No.
So you told her anyway?
Yeah. When I first applied, they said, "Listen, don't tell anybody because you may go undercover, you may go under deep cover, and we can't have people out there who know that you're a CIA officer."
Presumably the CIA are smart enough to be able to check if you've told her.
Yeah. And they ask you on the polygraph, "Did you tell her?"
Really?
And I said, "Yeah, I told her. She's my wife. What am I going to do?" But it got to the point where I'd get home from a day where, I broke into some guy's house and planted a camera on a bug, and I'd get home and she'd say, "How's your day?" I'd say, "Great." "What'd you do?" "Not a darn thing." And then my phone would ring at,
This guy.
I would say, "The rain in Spain falls mainly in the plain." And I'd say, "Mares eat oats and does eat oats and little lambs eat ivy." And that means meet me at the yacht club parking lot in 3 hours. And then I'd leave. She would say, where are you going? It's midnight."
Humans speaking codes.
So I'd leave. I'd do my meeting. I'd come home, 6 o'clock in the morning, just in time to shower and shave and get dressed to go to work. And she would say, "What was her name?" And I remember this one terrible time. That's what she said to me. What was her name? The truth is, I had been sitting in a garbage dumpster, waiting for a guy to drive by down the alley and throw a bag of documents in. And I stunk of garbage. And I said to her, do I seriously smell to you like I've been with a woman? Seriously. So we ended up getting a divorce.
Oh my God.
So you do the assessment, presumably you get in. And
Yeah,
then you do training.
He called me like 2 weeks later. Bob did.
I like this guy. He's pretty interesting.
Oh, great. Okay. So a month later, they summoned me to headquarters, and I was interviewed by the Office of Near Eastern Operations, the Office of Near Eastern Analysis, and the Office of Leadership Analysis. I was offered the analysis job on the Iraq desk.
And what is the sum total of the training you were given in the variety of different roles that you had? Like, how do they train a spy?
Question. That's a good question. And the answer is vastly different depending on where you start your career. Okay. So because I started mine in analysis, the immediate training was in mastering the CIA's writing style. So the most important product that...
Hold on. Something just came through. What if some of you viewers are actually spies? That just hit me. I'm like, I say a lot of things that would be questionable to the human mind, right? And there's probably tons of data. There's tons of data out there. I can be easily put into what, but I mean, bring it. The thing is, I'm here to tell the world that you are God and you have the power in every present moment. You just forgot who you are. But it's just funny because thinking about what's happening here, I'm like, I wonder if anybody on my live stream is actually a CIA agent, because there has been one or two people who come on the stream who don't say a word and they're just there either all day or they're there. And you don't know who they are because, they choose to not speak and say anything. So I'm like, that's why I said one time, I wonder if they're a spying on me. So it's just funny, just thinking about that.
CIA writes every day is the PDB.
And if you are, I'm right here. Come and get me.
President's daily brief.
And it tells the president what?
What you think he needs to know.
Okay.
So, for example, when the Iraqis began moving to the Kuwaiti border, we had this big debate. Are they gonna cross the border? Yes or no? So I said, listen, why don't I call the American Defense Attaché in Baghdad? And I'll just ask him to drive down there and look and tell us what he sees. He drives down there, drives back, he calls me, and he says, literally the entire Iraqi military is on its way to the Kuwaiti border. So we wrote a thing for the president saying Iraq is going to invade Kuwait, and it's probably going to happen in the next 48 hours.
And when did the president see that particular briefing?
At 7 a.m. the next morning.
Okay. And is there ever situations where the president would get it in the middle of the night?
Yes. Yeah.
And be told in the middle of the night that?
Yes. There are these levels of immediacy. There's routine, which is like, who cares? And then there is priority, which means, I'll get to it sometime today. Then there's immediate, which means you should probably read it first. But then there's flash, which means, oh my God, something terrible just happened. You should probably wake the president. And then there's critic, which means they're coming over the embassy walls. We're at war. Wake up the president. Scramble the jets.
9/11.
9/11. Mm-hmm. That's a critic.
Wow. So going back to this question of your training.
Yeah.
What is it that the CIA teach you about human nature and how to use human nature to your advantage that could be transferable to other disciplines in life, like business or...
Well, this is going to sound not very nice, but it's real life. It's everyday life, especially in business. The CIA actively seeks to hire people who have what they call sociopathic tendencies. Not sociopaths. Sociopaths have no conscience. They'll just blow right through a polygraph exam. But they're impossible to corral. They're impossible to keep under rein. And it's because they're not able, their brains won't allow them to feel regret or remorse. Now, in business, most CEOs.
It's not their brain, it's their mind that has completely taken over and they have become enslaved by their mind. That's what's going on. The brain has nothing, the brain is just the vehicle that is being used by the mind. The mind is the driver of that brain. But no one's born a sociopath. But you do come into the world, if you have to play that role, with those tendencies. I know because in one of my lifetimes, that's what I was.
Those are sociopaths. Most, not all.
I'll be back.
Most, especially in big companies, because they claw their way to the top, usually on the backs of the people around them. They don't feel bad screwing the next guy to get that next promotion. The CIA wants people like that because those are the people who are going to break into a foreign embassy. A normal person would not advocate breaking into a foreign embassy that's sovereign territory of a foreign country. I would. I'd be glad to do it.
Why?
Because we're the good guys.
So do you have sociopathic tendencies?
Absolutely.
And what are your sociopathic tendencies?
My sociopathic tendency was to operate in legal, moral, and ethical gray areas. Specifically. That's what it was.
I'm really curious about what we can learn about human nature from someone whose job was to meet strangers and to get them to basically, sometimes, to turn against their own country.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm really interested in, and I think it's informative because so many of us, when we think about what good leadership is or what good sales man or womanship is, it seems like there's transferables. I guess for some people it's family. I guess for some people it's something else. That hook that you're talking about, that thing that gets them.
And the word that they use at the CIA for the hook is a vulnerability. And it's not really a vulnerability in every case. Now, 95%, studies have been done about this internally at the CIA, 95% of the people who agree to become spies for us do it for the money, right? It's a simple cash transaction. You give me money, I'll give you secrets. 95%.
So you telling me that you think human motivation is 95% driven by money?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. The rest was love and family, ideology, revenge, and excitement. You're going to get a handful of people.
Let's see, the crazy part, he could go months trying to get a piece of info a woman could get in hours in some cases. Yeah, it's true.
Who are hooked on James Bond movies, and they will do it. I mean, you're going to pay them anyway, but they...
Yeah, because, like, if a woman, right, like, let's say a hot woman came up to you, right, like a model, and, she just comes over, you're sitting at a bar, or you're sitting in a restaurant, and she just starts to chat you up, and then, guys, right, because in today's day and age, when women come up to guys, it's considered like a little bit of suspect. It's like, it's a little sus. But, guys, they don't think with their heads. They think with the you-know-what, right? Most humans, anyways. Most human males think with that thing down there, not with their... That's where you're using your thinking mind. So the emotions kick in. Oops, we went back 10 seconds. It's okay. And she could easily just coerce you into anything just by simple, like, things like, I wonder if I should do da-da-da-da-da and da-da-da-da-da and da-da-da-da-da and all kinds of other stuff, right? It's all kinds of things, right? That's why, like, I'm mindful to, like, when I'm speaking with someone, or what are their intentions, to sort of be mindful of what they share. Because I'm glad that you brought this up, right? I'm just thinking about, every interaction I'm with. I'm not saying I don't trust people. I definitely have trust, right? I don't like run into these things, but like, this is for future, right? Because, as I'm going to call myself the next Jesus of this world, it's going to be fascinating who I'm going to run into as the next Jesus of this world. Now, this is a lot of discernment, a lot of things, but you're right. A woman could get like all that kind of information from a guy in a mere like moment if she really wanted to. Whereas a guy may have to take, well, it depends. I think it really is situational and is dependent upon the skills and just kind of like nipping away at the emotional barrier. I call it the emotional barrier because you gotta gain access to the person and their world, right? In the beginning, right? If you can't gain access to that person, like, you're basically like gonna be shut out until you build like trust, right? This is why in the beginning, when I first started social media and when I first started connecting with people, I was still very vigilant. Like, who do I trust here? Like, I don't like humans, but yet I need these humans to watch my content. But I also have to be mindful of, like, who's watching what I'm saying and who's going to do what. But you're spot on with this because you're right. This guy or other guys can take months to like get into your life, whereas like, especially when it comes to the opposite sex. So if you were to employ like just a woman who doesn't look like a spy, but who looks, she's beautiful and she's just like doing her thing, you never know who's like doing what, right? You just never really fucking know who's really like watching what you're doing and what you're saying. But for me, like, I'm just blunt. I really don't give a fuck. I will say what I have to say because that's how I roll. Because I know exactly how reality actually works. Doesn't mean that, there isn't physical consequences. There are. But I'm mindful to, say what is necessary and just kind of use what I've got to a point where, like, don't start talking about like this thing and that thing because it's irrelevant. But yeah, good point that you just shared. All right, back to this.
Revenge and excitement. You're going to get a handful of people who are hooked on James Bond movies, and they will do it. I mean, you're going to pay them anyway, but they will do it just for the adrenaline rush.
It's interesting because when I look at this list of things and I compare it to business, I would say it's slightly different from my experience of hiring people, specifically of hiring people. I tend to think that, one would ask themselves, like, why would someone leave a company right now, like, I don't know, OpenAI, and go work at a startup? They're going to get paid way more at OpenAI. You've got this equity and these grants, but people are en masse doing that. And even when I think about the early days of Google, people left the big conglomerates that would pay them more, and they went and worked for Larry and Sergey, getting paid way less,
right?
But to be involved in something small, scrappy, exciting. And so and this is what I think about when I sit, probably I've had thousands of people in my life now across my businesses. And money is a factor, but it doesn't tend to be the biggest factor. Mm-hmm. It tends to be, in my experience, there's a particular hero's journey in their mind that they want to be seen through. They want to complete. Uh-huh. There's a particular way that they see themselves and they want to fulfill that.
Oh, I could get that. I work with
We all have a personal journey like that.
And it focuses on privacy software, things like, scrambling your data so it can't be intercepted, that sort of thing. And I've participated in a couple of pitches to angel investors. And they all say exactly the same thing that you did.
And this is why I was confused when I heard that money was 95%, because I just think, especially in the work that especially in the work that you do, I would assume.
But look at it this way. I think this would explain the discrepancy. You're comparing people who are making a life versus people who are betraying their country.
Ooh. True. And what's interesting as well is in those examples that you've given, money is actually a proxy to be able to take care of my family and to be able to, fulfill my ideology and maybe to get excitement and revenge. Do you know what I'm saying? So even
Absolutely,
that guy that wanted the plane ticket so he could fly home, he could have, the money could have got him home if you just given him.
Sure.
But the reason why he wanted to go home was because his family.
That was it.
What's the extent of the things that the CIA can get as a incentive for someone to turn against their nation to give secrets?
Quite literally anything you can imagine.
Even if it's against the law?
Well, they're not going to get drugs or, child prostitutes or, no, not stuff like that.
What if someone said, I want you to get me a green card?
Oh, yeah, sure.
What if they said...
If the information's good enough, not a problem.
What if they said, I want you to... I've got this tax bill. I want you to make the tax bill go away.
Okay. Give me the plans to that Russian tank. We'll make it happen.
What if it was an American... Would they speak to the IRS here and just get rid of it?
Oh, if it was an American citizen, you mean?
Yeah.
No.
But why?
No. We normally don't recruit American citizens. By law, the CIA can't operate domestically, although they have offices all over the country. Those offices are generally to debrief business leaders, C-suite officers who travel to denied areas. For example, if you take a trip to North Korea, let's say, I'm going to call you and I'm going to say, you don't know me, but I'm from the CIA, and I understand you just went to North Korea, and I was wondering if I could come over to your office for an hour and just ask you about your trip. 99.99% are going to say yes, because they're patriots. So I go to your office, I give you my business card, and we just chat about, your impressions of the place and that kind of thing.
Just to close off on this point, are there any skills that the CIA taught you or trained you in that you think are transferable for business that we haven't talked about?
They trained us also in lying and lie detection. That was actually quite important. You at the CIA, you're a trained liar. And this is why the divorce rate's so high. It's the highest divorce rate of any entity in the U.S. government. It's upwards of 80%.
Trained to lie? How do they train you to lie?
Hi, my name is Dave Phillips. I work for an import-export company.
But do they teach you the art of lying?
Oh, yeah.
And what is the art?
It's hard to pin down. You just sort of have to have it. You have to have that ability. But the hard part is you have to keep the lies straight. I'll give you another example. I've never told this story before.
Here we go. He could be
I
lying
was
for this.
asked by headquarters. I was overseas in the Middle East. And I was asked by headquarters to target one specific officer of this foreign country.
Target?
Yeah. Hi, how are you?
Okay.
Oh, we've never met. I'm John. So nice to meet you. Let me take you to lunch. He had access to information that we really needed. So they told me to accidentally bump into him. So I surveilled him for a week. And he was single. And on Saturday morning, he went to a coffee shop. So I go into the coffee shop, and I'm looking at him, and he's looking at me, and I said, I know you. Ministry of Foreign Affairs? He said, yes. Do I know you? I said, I am John from the American Embassy. Oh, nice to see you. I said, hey, good to see you, too. Do you live in the area? Yes, I do. I said, oh, so do I. I didn't. I lived, across town. Oh, fancy meeting you here at this coffee shop. I come here all the time. Do you? Yeah, he says, I come here all the time. Why don't you have a seat, he says. So I sit down. At the end of the conversation, I go back to the embassy and I read a cable and I said, he's gay. I'm 100% sure he's gay. So then we started this conversation, headquarters and I, how can we use that to our benefit?
Did he have a wife?
No.
He was single.
Which was unusual at his age.
How did you know he was gay?
Oh, I just, it was a vibe.
Okay.
So, headquarters says, we want you to pretend that you're gay. I said, oh, come on, you guys. No, we really need the information. You got to pretend that you're gay. I said, okay, I'll do it.
Oh, boy.
I'll do it for Uncle Sam. So I called him and I said, hey, I have 2 tickets to this show and I was hoping maybe you'd be free. Maybe we'll grab some sushi afterwards. He said, yeah, I'd love to. So we go to the show. He thoroughly enjoyed it. And we go for sushi afterwards. And then we go out again. And he says, why don't you come over to my place some night and I'll make dinner. I said, great. So I go over to his place. He made a lovely dinner. And then I thought, well, I have to invite him to my place. So I told my wife, you're going to have to, get out. So she left. I made dinner. I removed all the pictures of us together. And we had just gotten married. So we had, our wedding picture up and everything. At the dinner, he leaned
This is wild.
and I instinctively backed off. And he said, oh, my God, I'm sorry. I thought you're gay. And I said, oh, no, I am gay. I'm not into hairy guys. And he's like, oh, okay. I said, I'm sorry. I think you're great, but I'm not feeling it.
You didn't kiss him?
No. So.
Oh my God.
We were friends. And in the end, he gave me the information because we were friends. And then he opened up. He's like, I can't tell anybody I'm gay. They suspect I am, and they passed me over for promotion. And my boss asked me, is there something in your personal life that you're not telling me? He knows I'm gay. I said, listen, your culture's backwards. Don't tell them you're gay. Just say that you've just never met the right woman, and inshallah, the right woman is coming, in your life at some point. And I actually Googled him a couple of years ago, and he did become an ambassador finally.
And he's still working in that country now?
Mm-hmm.
Does that kind of stuff happen a lot at the CIA where you have to take one for the team?
Yes.
Have you ever taken one for the team?
No.
I'm not sure you're telling the truth.
Well, so I was overseas. I was a brand new operation.
Okay, this conversation is fascinating.
There was a woman in this foreign intelligence service who was the ugliest
He
woman
did it.
I've ever seen in my life. You want to avert your eyes. She came off the side of Notre Dame. She was a stone gargoyle.
Take one for the team.
With giant hair coming out of it. That kind of ugly. So I took her to lunch, and she was very nice. And then I thought, I did something kind of gutsy by CIA standards, because it was early on in our relationship. I invited her to go to lunch on a Saturday. Now, as a rule, the people in this country were not allowed to socialize with us privately. It had to be their whole office, or several of them together. So I asked her just to meet me privately for lunch on Saturday. Don't tell anybody.
So she was someone from the Middle East?
Yes. And she agreed. And I was like, oh my God. She said yes. And I ran back to the office. I was like, she said yes to a lunch on Saturday alone. And my boss says, okay, here's what I want you to do. I want you to fuck her. And I said, what? I said, have you ever seen her? And he said, I know, but we're the good guys.
Oh my God. I can't believe he said that.
And I go, oh my God. I go, okay, I'll do it. And he says, no, you're not gonna fuck her. We don't do that. I said, well, I don't know. I just started this. I've never been an operations guy before. How am I supposed to know? He said, come on. He said, just develop her like a normal person. You don't have to fuck her. I said, oh my God, you almost gave me a heart attack.
But they might not be mad if you did.
So long as I reported it and I got the recruitment out of it.
It wasn't illegal to, sleep with assets.
Yeah, you're not supposed to sleep with assets. It has happened to a couple people I know. And they end up being pulled back to the United States. You have to sit in the penalty box if you do that. You're not supposed to do that. But yeah, it happens sometimes.
So sextortion isn't a real thing?
It can be. We don't... When I first got hired, one of the old timers told me the story.
Man, the hesitation there.
That they were trying to recruit, and they set this Ayatollah up with a prostitute, and he had sex with this prostitute in a room where they had cameras everywhere, and so they bumped him afterwards. They bumped into him and said, "Hey, we have all these pictures," and they laid out the pictures of him, butt naked with this prostitute.
Damn.
And he said, "Yeah, give me that one, an 8x10. Give me 2 5x7s of that one. How about some wallet size for this?" He's like, "Get out of here." And he said, after that, we just stopped doing that. It doesn't work. When you recruit somebody, you really do need the relationship to be based on mutual trust.
Not coercion or pressure or
threatening
threats.
somebody, it's not going to result in a productive relationship. The Russians do it, the Israelis do it, but most intelligence services around the world don't.
Because you've been in this world, what is it that you know about the nature of the reality that we all live in that the average person really has no idea about? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because, going back to what I said earlier, 3 years ago...
If only you all knew what was really going on.
that had been involved in spy work and the CIA and all this.
Oh, man.
I was kind of naive to the way that the world worked. I thought if I have a password on my device...
You still are naive.
Right?
All these kind of just simple things, but what is it that you know about the nature of reality that most people don't?
Well, I guess it's a couple of things. John Kennedy called the CIA the best and the brightest. And we're not. We're just average people. And we're not as smart as we think we are. We're not as worldly as we think we are. We've pretty much missed every major global development since 1947, from the rise of the Berlin Wall to the fall of the Berlin Wall to the fall of the Soviet Union to the Suez Crisis and the Iran hostage crisis and 9/11 and everything else. We missed it. We're really good at day-to-day, updates for the president. We're really good at recruiting minor hangers-on around terrorist groups, but the big picture items, we're just not good at it. Number one. Number two, until 9/11, it was against the law, like in stone, to spy on Americans. And now, billions of dollars are spent spying on Americans, whether it's NSA or CIA or FBI or intelligence community contractors. Nothing is secret. Nothing. And to make matters worse, let's say maybe you did do something that law enforcement might be interested in. They don't need a warrant anymore. They don't need to go to a judge and say, well, we have reason to believe, blah, blah, blah. All they have to do is just buy your metadata because it's for sale. Just go to the carrier. Just buy it. They don't need a judge's order to do that. It's all out there. We've made ourselves vulnerable. All of our lives are out there, whether it's on Facebook or X or Insta or whatever.
YouTube.
If they really want to get you, they're going to get you, which reminds me of a book written by Dr. Harvey Silverglate. He's a professor of law at Harvard, and it's called 3 Felonies a Day. And he argues in this book that we are so over-criminalized, so over-regulated in this country that the average American, on the average day, going about his or her normal business, commits 3 felonies.
It's not just America. It's Canada as well, and everywhere else.
You do, every day. So, if they decide they want you, they don't like your politics, they can get your metadata, they can go through that metadata, find crimes that they can charge you with, and ruin your life.
Yep.
And there's nothing you can do to protect yourself.
To some extent, they did that to you.
Yeah, they did. They did that to me.
Because you spoke out about a torture program that was happening in the CIA.
Yeah, John Brennan wrote a letter to Eric Holder and said, charge him with espionage. And Holder wrote back. Eric Holder was the Attorney General. Holder wrote back and said, my people don't think he committed espionage. And John Brennan wrote back to Holder and said, charge him anyway and make him defend himself. So they arrested me, charged me with 5 felonies, including 3 counts of espionage. Espionage can be a death penalty case. Charged me with espionage. They waited until I went bankrupt 10 months later with $2 million in legal fees. And then they dropped the espionage charges. And they said, we can re-add the espionage charges, or you can take a plea to this lesser charge. What are you going to do? Roll the dice, knowing that the government wins 98.2% of its cases, according to ProPublica? Or do you just take the deal and make it go away? And that's what I did.
And you got roughly 2 years in jail.
Yeah, I ended up doing 23 months. Mm-hmm.
And for anyone that doesn't know, this was because at some point in your career, you spoke out about torture programs that were happening in Guantanamo Bay and elsewhere.
Yeah, and at secret prisons that the CIA had set up around the world. Right.
And going back up to the top of my question here, I'm really trying to speak to Jane, Dave, who's listening to this right now.
Sure.
They have a normal life.
Yep.
They're not really aware that spies exist and the extent of the work they do. They kind of assume that everything they see and people they interact with are normal, and they think their devices and everything else is secure. What message do you have for them, a word of warning or caution about the reality?
Yeah, that's a good question. Elliot Spitzer, the former...
None of your shit is protected.
When he was Attorney General of New York, he said, don't nod when you can motion. Don't speak when you can nod. And don't ever put anything in a text message. At the CIA on our very first day, they told us not to ever say or do anything that we would be ashamed to see on the front page of the Washington Post. I took that seriously.
That's a bar right there.
Because of technology the way it is today, our whole lives are out there potentially for someone to see, for someone to use against us. So be careful what you say, be careful what you write, even in jest, because it can be taken out of context to target you.
That's a bar.
And what about digital security? You talked about the fact that it's possible for these forces, and not just the US, but other countries, to be able to hack and crack your devices and see anything on your devices. I think we will go around assuming that our devices are secure.
They're not secure at all. At all. It's not just, NSA, CIA, FBI that you have to worry about. It's the British, the French, the Germans, the Canadians, the Australians, the New Zealanders.
Look, somebody finally mentioned the Canadians. Look at that. You see, it's not just Americans, it's Canadians too.
So you've got to be very, very careful.
Capabilities to do what?
To intercept communications.
I've heard you say that they can hack car systems. They could theoretically hack into my car.
Yes, we know that from WikiLeaks. There was something in 2017 called the Vault 7 revelations. There was a CIA software engineer who was disgruntled. And instead of going to the Russians or the Chinese, he went to WikiLeaks. And he downloaded thousands, tens of thousands of pages of documents classified above top secret. And they became what WikiLeaks called the Vault 7 documents. So they included things like the CIA, for example, will hack into, let's say, the Iranian Ministry of Interior computer system. But they'll leave little electronic clues, all written in Cyrillic.
Cyrillic is what?
The Cyrillic is the alphabet, the Russian alphabet.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Or they can take control of your smart TV remotely, and they can make the speaker turn into a microphone. So even though the TV is off, it can still hear everything that's being said in the room and broadcast back to the CIA.
Can they do that
Ingenious.
With devices?
They could do that. When I first got hired, they were able to do that.
So they could be doing that right now with
totally.
My iPad.
Absolutely, yes. That's old technology. And then the thing about the car.
That's old technology.
This was revelatory. They can take control, again remotely, of a car's computer system in order to, kill you.
Crash the car.
Crash the car, take it off a bridge, take it into a tree, Sure.
Do you know something I've noticed? Most commercial teams aren't tested by their targets. They're tested by
You have a little ad
thing,
here.
and that comes with every client. All the follow-ups.
Someone who is taken virtually from birth and trained to be of another nationality. For example, let's say you're born in Russia, and from the age of 2, they take you from your family with your family's acquiescence, and they take you to an American style town that they've built out in the hinterland in Russia, and they teach you to speak English with an American accent. You watch American TV shows, you watch American movies, you eat American food, you get an American style education. So I have no idea that you're not American. You speak English just like I do. You know all the same, social references that I make. You follow the Philadelphia Eagles, or the, San Francisco 49ers or whatever. And then they send you to the United States on a fake, with a fake ID. What they'll do is they'll go through, I was born in 1964, so they'll go through death records from 1964, and they'll look for deaths where the person was only a day or two old. And they'll take that name and the birth date, and they'll get a Social Security card with the birth date. And then they'll use the Social Security card to get you a passport, an American passport. So you come here on your American passport, everything's legit. Now your name is, Bob Smith, which was really that baby's name that died. And you get a job, let's say, as a travel agent. And you may work as a travel agent for 20 years and never hear from them. But then they'll activate you and they'll say, we want you to go take care of this target over here.
Kill him.
Yeah. Or we want you to get a job at the Defense Department and give us everything that you can steal. Whatever. There's a woman in my neighborhood who was outed as a sleeper about a year ago. She was an elementary school teacher, and they grabbed her, and they ended up trading her back to the Russians for 2 Americans. So they're out there. I interviewed a sleeper, a former sleeper, on my own podcast a couple of weeks ago. He was from the East German Intelligence Service, and he was raised as an American and sent to New York. He got a job, I forget doing what, like restaurant supply company or something like that. And he got married, and he had a daughter. And he told me, as soon as I looked at her face the day she was born, I realized this life wasn't for me anymore. So they sent him an activation. What they do is listen to your radio message. And he didn't respond to it. And he told me he was on the subway one day. He's just standing there holding the strap. And this guy came up to him, and the guy grabs the strap next to him and whispers in his ear, if you don't report back, I have to kill you. And so he ran straight to the FBI field office in New York. And he said, I'm an East German sleeper, and I want to turn myself in. And he became a prolific source for the FBI.
So he was taken as a young person.
Yes.
What was his story?
Yeah, taken as a young person, sent to Russia to become American. Mm-hmm. They set him up with this phony identity. Mm-hmm. And then after he had gone through all the training, he came over here young. He was like 20 or 22 and did this for 25 years. And then he said as soon as his daughter was born, he was like, wow, this is what life is for, not being a sleeper.
Do you think the average person listening to this conversation right now is interacting in their life at this exact moment in time with someone who is involved in espionage, spying, the CIA, or some international equivalent?
Probably not. Because they're mostly focused. Foreign intelligence officers are going to be spread out all over America. If a listener of this podcast is working in a defense company, a defense contractor anywhere in America, then my answer is yes. Yes, you're probably encountering espionage of some sort, or somebody committing espionage, whether it's Russian, Chinese, or Israeli. They're the three biggest ones that go after us. In Washington, I mean, foreign spies, there could be as many as 10,000 in Washington. I remember my first wife, she was teaching ballet at a small private school, and one of the students there, they were all like 4, 5, and 6 years old. One of the students there, her father was a Belgian diplomat. And so we would sit and talk, and oh, aren't the kids talented? And oh, this is so much fun. They look so cute in their little tutus. And then I went to work one day, and as I was walking in, he was walking in. And I said, oh, come on, Peter. And he's like, I thought you were a spy. And I said, I actually didn't think you were a spy. And he was just going for a liaison meeting. And we had a good chuckle about it. And I said, listen, don't tell anybody, right? Right, sorry.
So I'm trying to figure out how many spies do you think there are in the United States? If you think about
foreign spies.
Foreign spies, domestic spies, people that are basically undercover.
Including Americans, you mean?
Including Americans.
The number of CIA employees is classified. The number of CIA employees undercover is actually even more highly classified.
That's
can
crazy.
Give you a guesstimate.
But also, you know, Russia, China.
Yeah. 50 to 60,000 altogether?
50 or 60,000 in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
So by a couple of degrees of separation, if you know 100 people.
Yeah, you're probably going to know one. Sure.
Fascinating.
You said there's probably about 50,000 in the United States. So I've just done some quick math on my notepad here, which means that in order to know one, you'd need to meet 6,600 people.
Okay.
Because the US population is roughly 330 million people.
That's right.
And then I did some other maths and did some research. And I asked, the question I was trying to figure out is how many people does the average person meet a year? And it's roughly about 3 to 10,000 people. So, theoretically,
so the chances are good.
Every year, statistically, according to my napkin math, you're meeting one of these undercover spies. One a year.
There it is. Now, that number I gave you is, I'm lumping like all CIA people and all foreign intelligence officers in the United States.
Interesting.
But again, if you work for an American defense company, Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin, Boeing, any of them, your chances of encountering a foreign intelligence officer are even money.
Can't you, as a spy with the United States, ask the United States to give you loads of money? Like, can't you say, oh, you really want me to go do that? Can I have $1 million? Because you're potentially giving away a lot of money to other people.
Oh my God, giving away like unlimited amounts of money.
Because your budget when you were a spy, how much was it?
After 9/11, it was unlimited.
What does that mean? It means you can basically give away as much money as you need to.
If I approach somebody and he says, I can give you this terrorist, I want 10 million. I'm like, done.
What was the most you ever gave in
10 million.
You gave someone 10 million? For what?
Abu Zubaydah.
Who's Abu Zubaydah?
We believed that Abu Zubaydah was the number 3 in Al-Qaeda. He wasn't the number 3, but he was a very bad guy. I led the raids that captured Abu Zubaydah in Pakistan, Faisalabad, Pakistan, in March of 2002. And the State Department had a $10 million reward. We ended up giving the $10 million to the Pakistani intelligence service. It wasn't
a person.
It was just really great analysis that led us to him. But there were others in the so-called war on terror who got more than 10 million and got it like within 24 hours.
Individuals?
How much? One got 25 million.
Just a person?
Uh-huh. And the thing is, there's a lot of danger there. If you're a shepherd or a T-boy and you make $40 a month, and all of a sudden you have $25 million, something's up.
And what was the 25 million for?
It was for a very high-ranking foreign terrorist who was brought to justice. I can't say, because it was never publicly disclosed. But what we would have to do in a situation like that is we would have to tell the source, you can't live here anymore. Pick a country, and that's going to be home from now on. And then we go to that country and say, hey, can you do us a solid? We've got this guy who, he really came through, and he's not going to be a burden on your economy.
Because he's got $25 million. Mm-hmm. Which country did he pick?
Oh, I can't tell you that. He wanted to stay in the region. He wasn't willing to move to the United States, for example. Because we're happy to take him. You're welcome to come to the United States. He's like, absolutely not.
He went to Dubai.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, with the tax code. Interesting. I think I'm. You can tell my bias from the questions that I ask about the things that fascinate me about espionage and spies. It's their understanding of human nature and what motivates us, and the psychology of humans that you can learn from spies, and the nature of human beings, I guess.
Right.
And also, I guess the other thing that really fascinates me is just I've had so many mind-blowing moments where I've learned just how fragile the reality that I believe is. Like, I thought things were secure, and I thought they were as they are, but it just doesn't appear to be that way. There appears to be lots of secrets. And, conspiracy theorists get a hard time. But actually, the more I've done this as a job, the more I go, conspiracy theorists are right more than I expected them to be.
See, and that's an important point. I hate conspiracy theories that run amok. But a former CIA director is the one who came up with the term conspiracy theory. And it was a way for the CIA to discredit people by making them sound like crazy people, when in fact there was such a thing called MK Ultra. There was such a thing called, Operation Grasshopper or MK Chipwit, or the CIA did crazy stuff from roughly 1952 to 1975. For example, they experimented with a virus that they released in San Francisco. They waited for an unusually foggy, like heavily foggy day. They released it into the atmosphere just to see if it would make people sick. And 11 people went to the emergency room with this rare upper respiratory infection. And then they were like, high fives. Yeah, it works. And then they started experimenting with LSD. LSD was a big thing at the CIA in the early days. We were convinced. See, and this is where counterintelligence is important. The Chinese told us in 1951 that the Russians were using LSD to try to engineer it to be used as a mind control drug. That wasn't true. That was disinformation. The truth was the Russians had no LSD program. The Chinese did. So they tried to throw us off the scent by blaming the Russians. We panicked. And by 1952, we started this program called MK Ultra, which began by using LSD experimentally. What the CIA did was they started by dosing their own employees without telling them. Several committed suicide. One jumped out of a hotel window.
With the hope that...
Yeah, we'll just see what happens. See what they say. See how it feels. See if we can control them. See if we can plant memories that didn't actually happen. And then they decided, no, it's not a good idea to dose our own people. Let's just dose strangers out in public. So they went to San Francisco. They rented a safe house. And they hired prostitutes to go out on the street, pick up Johns, bring them back to the safe house. Johns, people who hire prostitutes, men who hire prostitutes. Dose the Johns with LSD,
and just see what happens. But, I mean, these are like serious crimes you're committing against people.
Just reading about it here, it says under Operation Midnight Climax. Interesting name. Operation Midnight Climax.
That's right.
The CIA paid sex workers to lure men to safe houses where agents drugged them and then watched them through one-way mirrors and recorded their behavior.
Exactly.
They tried to erase their personality.
Nice, huh?
The goal was often to break and rebuild the human mind. In 1973, the CIA director ordered mass destruction of the MKUltra files. What we know comes from accidentally surviving documents, meaning this is a sanitized version.
That day, he testified before the church committee. The church committee specifically told him, do not destroy any documents. He went back that afternoon to the CIA and said, destroy everything.
Why?
Because it was damning. They were experimenting on American citizens. They were experimenting by spreading diseases in American cities. And so he was held in contempt of Congress. He was fined like $150. And about 15% of the documents were overlooked and survived. We'll never know exactly what happened under MKUltra.
As we sit here now, there's people on the streets of Iran that are protesting the leadership there. And the CIA are often associated with some of the coups going back to the 1950s.
Yes.
And other countries toppling elected leaders to protect US interests.
Yes.
Do you think the CIA are involved in Iran at the moment?
Probably. I think the Israelis are heavily involved in Iran at the moment. I'll tell you why, for a couple of reasons, more than a couple. Number one, in the so-called 12-day war that we saw last year, the Israelis were absolutely masterful in the way they went after the Iranian leadership. What they did was they focused on recruiting Afghan refugees. Iran was home to more than 2 million Afghan refugees. And as essentially illegal aliens, they could not avail themselves of medical care, the welfare system. They're starving, right? They only eat if they can beg for enough to buy food. And so the Israelis went to these people very discreetly and said, hey, we'll give you $200 a month if you tell us where the generals live. In which apartments do the generals live? Where do the nuclear scientists live? The Israelis killed the top 12 generals across the entire Iranian military and killed almost every Iranian nuclear scientist. Because what they were able to do was to recruit these Afghans to not just tell them where they were living, where the generals and the scientists were living, but what their cell phone numbers were. And so the Israelis were able to geolocate the cell phones, and then that's where you fire the missile. They killed all of them. And then after the Iranians finally realized it's the cell phones, they ordered that no senior military officials and no scientists could carry cell phones. But it never dawned on them to tell the bodyguards not to carry cell phones. And so the Israelis started rocketing the bodyguards and just killed everybody else.
Have you ever killed anybody?
No, thank God. My children asked me that. And I told them very proudly that I have never taken any action that resulted in the death of another human being. There's one kind of half exception. And I think about this all the time. In 1993, I guess it was, I was sitting in the morning meeting. I told you earlier that every unit meets every day at 9 o'clock, and you just talk about what happened in the country that you cover overnight. I was in the morning meeting, and the secretary came in, and she said, John, General Powell is on the phone for you. Call him Powell. And I said, General Powell? How does he know who I am? And she said, I don't know, but he asked for you by name. My boss is like, well, go answer the phone. So I went to my desk, and I said, good morning, General Powell. This is John Kiriakou. And he says, John, if the Iraqis were going to kill the president,
who would actually be in charge of that operation? And I said, well, if you're talking about the attempt to kill President Bush, George H.W. Bush, he had been visiting Kuwait. I said, Kuwait operations are run from the Iraqi intelligence service's Basra station. But Basra station is headed by Sabr Abdulaziz Adori, the director of the Iraqi intelligence service. He says, where does he sit? I said, Baghdad. Where exactly in Baghdad? I said, if you hold on a second, I'll look up the address. So I looked it up. I gave him the address. He says, thank you. And he hangs up the phone. I go back in the meeting. They were like, what did he want? I said, he wanted to know about Sabra Adori and the attempt to kill President Bush. I'm like, okay. 8 hours later, we fired 47 cruise missiles into Iraqi intelligence service headquarters. But by then it was the middle of the night in Baghdad, and we killed the janitor. So the next day, I said to my boss, I killed that janitor. And he said, I knew you were going to say that. You didn't kill the janitor. You had no idea what Powell was going to do with the information. I said, I know, but I still feel guilty about it. Other than that, thank God, I never had to do it. I'm not sure how I would sleep at night.
Do the US still assassinate people by the CIA?
Absolutely, yes. When Barack Obama was president, John Brennan, in the first term, was the Deputy National Security Advisor for Counterterrorism, and he started something called the Tuesday Morning Kill List meeting. So it would be Brennan, it would be the National Security Council attorney, somebody from the CIA General Counsel's office, and a representative of the director of the Counterterrorism Center. And every Tuesday morning, they would meet at the White House, come up with a list of people to kill that week. The teams would fan out around the world, kill their targets, and then go back and meet next Tuesday morning.
And are these world leaders, or are they normal people?
No, these are ground-level terrorists.
Okay, so it could be someone that appears to be a normal civilian, but is doing something that they don't like.
The law is pretty clear on this. It's supposed to be somebody who poses a clear and present danger to the United States, to an American citizen, or to an American installation.
Which can be quite a vague brief.
See, that's the thing. It sounds like it's clear. It's actually not at all clear. And when they get back from these missions, we just have to take their word for it.
Which spy force around the world did you think was the most impressive?
Oh, the Israelis.
Really?
Yeah, the Israelis have no rules. They'll kill anybody. What was it, 3 years ago? This pager operation?
Oh, it was so fascinating.
Good Lord, it was a work of genius.
It is genius. It is...
It was totally illegal.
Totally illegal.
But it was genius. The moving parts
I didn't believe it was real. I had to I was like, there's no way that this is real. This is the stuff of movies.
It is.
For anyone that doesn't know, what was the story?
Yeah. Okay. So, the Israelis knew that Hezbollah, the terrorist group Hezbollah from Lebanon, was communicating using pagers. They didn't want to use cell phones because they didn't want the Israelis to intercept their phone calls. And they thought, oh, pagers. Those are safe. So the Israelis bought a company in Hungary, I think it was, that made pagers. And they got Hezbollah to order the pagers from this company. They were able to insert explosives in the pagers. And the pagers went to Taiwan, and from Taiwan to Thailand, and then from Thailand to, I forget where, Syria, I guess, and then from Syria to Lebanon. And so what the Israelis did was they were able to activate the explosives in all the pagers simultaneously.
Killing people?
They killed everybody of any import in Hezbollah. They essentially decapitated Hezbollah. And then the ones they didn't kill in that operation, they bombed the apartment buildings where they lived. See, this is the thing, too, about the Israelis. If they want to kill you, they won't just do a close-in hit. they'll blow up the entire city block where you live. They'll kill 1,000 people just to get you. And they don't care. And then they say, what are you going to do about it? You're going to go to the International Court of Justice?
Do they really do this?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Did you ever interact with them?
Yes.
And how did you find them to be?
Miserable. My very first briefing that I ever gave as a junior analyst was to the Israelis. My boss said, okay, he says, you're going to give your first classified liaison briefing. So it's going to be the Israelis, and there are a couple things you should know. I said, okay. He said, we don't allow the Israelis into the building. Ever. I said, why not? He said, because they spy on us. Not only do they spy on us, they would always bring gifts. Like, oh, we brought this wonderful gift for you. And every time somebody tries to bring something in, you have to x-ray it. And it's got like listening devices, and it's packed with 2 years worth of batteries. We're like, you guys, you have to stop doing this. Every time you come here, you try to bug our conference rooms. It's bad form. You have to stop doing it. And then they're like, oh, okay. We knew you would find it. We're just kidding. Come on. So we have to meet them miles away from headquarters in a place that we rent. So he said, nothing over the secret level. No top secret information. Just up to secret. I'm like, okay. So I go with like 12 analysts. And because I'm the junior most analyst, I've only been on the job at this point, I'm going to say 6 weeks or so. I went last. So the first analyst says, I'm the chief analyst, and this is my briefing. And then the next guy says, I'm the political analyst, and I'm the econ analyst, and I'm the military analyst, and I'm the oil analyst, and, the tech analyst. And it comes to me. So I said, because I was overt at the time, I was not undercover. I said, my name is John Kiriakou, and I'm going to brief you on Saddam Hussein's psychological state of mind. Well, there were 2 Israelis there. One was from Mossad, and one was from Shin Bet. Shin Bet is the FBI of Israel, and Mossad is the CIA of Israel. So the Shin Bet guy, he has his glasses down like this, and he goes like this. He says, spell your name. So I spell it, K-I-R, I spell it. And he goes, you are Jewish? I said, don't you dare. I am not recruitable. Don't you dare even try it. I was furious. We went out of the briefing. I was going to explode. Everybody started laughing at me. They're like, they do that to every one of us. Every one of us.
They try and recruit you?
Yeah.
To turn against the United States?
Yeah. On my very first day at the CIA, we got a briefing from the CIA's director of security. And he said that all of us have to have, in the very front of our minds, the concept of counterintelligence. For example, he said, there's a steakhouse right down the road on Route 123. It's the nearest restaurant to the CIA. He goes, don't ever eat there. Why? Because the KGB thinks we all eat there. So all the customers are KGB officers waiting for CIA people to walk in and start talking about work. Don't ever eat there. I've never eaten there to this day.
Because they're potential Russian spies.
Mm-hmm. So he said, our Israeli friends have 2 officers in their embassy, one from Mossad, one from Shin Bet. The FBI has identified 187 undeclared Israeli intelligence officers spread all across the United States, mostly at defense contractors trying to steal our secrets. Now, we give the Israelis 95% of our defense secrets. You want the F-35? Done. Here's the F-35. You want this advanced missile? Here you go. It's on us. So they steal the remaining 5%.
Do you think Jeffrey Epstein was a spy?
I believe very strongly he was a spy, yes.
And who do you think he was working for?
The Israelis. I'm confident it was the Israelis.
Why?
Jeffrey Epstein is kind of the stereotypical example that they give you in training for what's called an access agent. This is a different kind of recruit. So, for example, if you're a foreign intelligence service and you want information, like close-in information from a former president, from the CEO of the biggest company in the world, from a member of the British royal family, you're not going to recruit these guys. You're not going to recruit Bill Clinton or Bill Gates or Prince Andrew. So you do the next best thing. You recruit somebody who has regular access to them. And that person that you recruit is going to need to make these people feel comfortable and appreciated. And so you give him plenty of money. So he has this house on an island, or he has the whole island. And maybe you bring in young girls, you get them in compromising positions, just in case you need to use what's called compromat, compromising pictures. We know now that Jeffrey Epstein's house on the island had video cameras, hidden video cameras, in literally every room, including the bathrooms. Why? Why would he care what was going on, unless it was to use that information against people? As I said, only the Israelis and the Russians use extortion as a motivator.
So would they have made Jeffrey Epstein rich?
Yeah.
In order to give him that access? And
Yes.
How could they have done that?
Oh, that's easy. I mean, you do. I mean, governments are the only ones really that can launder money unfettered, and you can also do it through real estate, through fine art, and through horses. Those are the three easiest ways to launder money today: fine art, real estate, and racehorses.
But presumably, he would have spoken out at some point, no? He would have said something, or...
No. But it would explain why he got a sweetheart deal in 2006. I mean, this is a guy that's been convicted of child sex crimes. And he gets 6 months of house arrest with an ankle bracelet? We have mandatory minimums in this country. That's a 5-year mandatory minimum, first offense.
He definitely had some interesting power, didn't he?
Mm-hmm. And Alex Acosta, who was the prosecuting attorney at the time and then later became Secretary of Labor under Trump 1, Alex Acosta said that he was ordered by the Attorney General to give Epstein the sweetheart deal.
Oh, my
Who's
goodness.
the only person that can order the Attorney General to do something? It's the president. So, was it because Epstein was working on Clinton? Most of the people down there were Democrats? I mean, what was the reason?
Maybe he was working for the US government.
It's possible that he could have been doubled against the Israelis or others. Sure, that's possible.
If you had to bet, what would you say? If you had to bet everything you have on either him being a spy or not a spy,
yeah,
what would you bet on?
He was a spy. I feel very confident in that assessment. I debated Alan Dershowitz about this on the Piers Morgan show one time. It was Scott Horton and me who said that he was an Israeli spy, and it was Alan Dershowitz and General Danny Ayalon, the former head of Mossad. Ayalon was kind of into it in terms of having a fun time. He was just having a fun time with the conversation. He wasn't going to admit to anything. Dershowitz was Epstein's attorney. So I said that I believed Epstein was an Israeli spy. And Dershowitz interrupts me, like attorneys do. And he says, that is outrageous. If he had been a spy, he would have told me, because I was his attorney and I could have gone to the White House and I could have gotten him a better sentence. And I said, wait a minute. You could have gone to the White House to say, go easy on Jeffrey Epstein because he's an Israeli spy collecting information from American politicians? If I were the president, I would have hung him from a tree. And then Piers Morgan said, General Ayalon, was he a spy? And he goes, who knows?
Who knows?
It's like, come on, man.
Who do you think is the real adversary of the West? Because we often talk about it being Russia or...
I think it's China.
Why? What is it that we don't realize about China and their agenda?
Oh, wow, so much. The Chinese are so good at what they do, and the Chinese are so patient. You know, in the United States, we don't have long-term timelines for anything. When we want something, we want it now.
Is that in part because we have this 4-year election cycle?
Yes, I believe that it is. The Chinese will plan for something 25 years down the road.
Because they'll still be in power then?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so, you know, they're really good at stealing technology. There are more Chinese PhD students in the hard sciences here in the United States than you can shake a stick at. They're everywhere. They're at every major university, and they're really, really smart. And then oftentimes they'll say, oh, you know, I've had such a great experience here. I'd like to stay in the United States. Yeah, I bet you would. I bet you would. So you can spy for China.
Do you think that's happening?
Every single day.
You think that Chinese students are in America spying on behalf of China?
Yes. Yes.
How could you be so sure?
I'm 1,000% sure.
How could you be so sure?
Because we frequently arrest them and then trade them for Americans who are in Chinese prisons. Yeah.
And they're masquerading as students?
Mm-hmm. PhD candidates. Always in the hard sciences. Always.
So China are the long-term adversary. And what is it that China want? What is it they're doing? And what is the outcome?
I think they want a couple of things. I think that on a more immediate basis, they want reunification with Taiwan. It's going to happen someday. Even the Taiwanese will tell you, yes, we're a part of China, but we're kind of not a part of China. We're not really independent, but we are kind of independent. Even American policy is that Taiwan is a part of China. And eventually, someday, they'll be reunited.
Do you think with everything that's going on at the moment with Trump in Venezuela and Greenland, this is going to create cover for...
Oh, I was hoping you would ask me a question like that. I think that's a very important issue that the media really aren't talking about. So let's put it in the context of what happened last week in Venezuela, because they're all moving parts of the same policy. So we sent a Delta Force squad into Venezuela a week ago, and we snatched President Maduro, and he faces international narcotics trafficking charges in New York. Okay, some people are for that, some people are against it. Whether you're for it or against it, it's happened. There's nothing we can do about it now. But that operation may have inadvertently given the green light to something that both the Russians and the Chinese have long sought. The United States really is the only true superpower in the world. You know, the Chinese have a lot more people. They have lots of nuclear missiles. But they have one aircraft carrier. We have 12, soon to be 14. We have way more long-distance bombers. We have way more fighters. The Russians are bogged down in a war in Ukraine. They're winning the war, but they're bogged down nonetheless. So did this reinstitution of the Monroe Doctrine, saying that, you know, from 1814, that the Western Hemisphere is the territory of the United States, it's up to us to protect it from foreign powers. Well, in 1814, that meant the British Navy. We don't really need a Monroe Doctrine, and it's not up to us whether the Argentines want to have good relations with China, for example. We invoked the Monroe Doctrine in this operation to snatch Maduro. So does that mean then that if we have a sphere of influence that is the Western Hemisphere, that the Chinese have a sphere of influence that includes Taiwan, that the Russians have a sphere of influence that includes Ukraine? Because that's kind of what it seems. It looks like we've given the green light to both of those countries, and that we're conceding the fact that it's a unipolar world right now in favor of a multipolar world. Now, personally, I think a multipolar world is safer.
What's a multipolar world?
Multipolar world is where there's not just one superpower. There are 3 or more. So, in terms of policy, this simple act of just sending a team in to grab Maduro has turned international diplomacy on its head. what do we do if the Chinese invade Taiwan? Do we really want to send American soldiers to fight and die for Taiwan?
What do you think would happen if China tomorrow said, you know what, we're going to take Taiwan?
You know what, honest to God, I think nothing would happen. I think we would rush to protect Australia, Japan, South Korea, the Philippines, Thailand. We'd rush to protect them.
Why?
Because they're major non-NATO allies. They're good friends, close friends. But in terms of going to Taiwan to fight Chinese soldiers, I can't imagine it.
Trump told the New York Times that whether China moves on Taiwan is ultimately up to Chinese President Xi Jinping, not the USA, adding that he's told Xi he would be very unhappy if China changed the status quo. He claimed he doesn't think Xi will act while he's president.
See, and that is actually what the long-term policy is. The long-term policy is, sure, someday, to be determined later, you guys can unify.
Just don't do it while I'm here.
Yeah, don't do it today.
Maybe when Trump goes.
God forbid.
So, going back to this point, you said they want Taiwan. What else do you think China want?
Well,
do they want to see the US fall?
Yes, sure.
And are they actively doing things to encourage that?
Yes, but not the things that you would expect. Instead of running around the world, overthrowing governments, invading countries, which is what we do, they go to countries and say, hey, you need a new highway system? We'll pay for it. You need a new airport? No problem. You need a new hospital, electrical grid? We have plenty of money from our gigantic trade surplus. We'll pay for it. We just want to have really good, friendly relations with you. And that's what they do. The Chinese essentially own Africa right now.
What are you most concerned about in the world at the moment? What does actually keep you up at night?
What frightens me the most is that the U.S. government, over the last 50 years or 55 years, has so inflated its military budget that what we spend on the Pentagon is now more than the next 8 largest countries combined. Right? Donald Trump right now spends $1 trillion a year on the Pentagon budget. He's asking for next year to be $1.5 trillion. We can't afford it. Our interest on the national debt is now the 3rd largest expenditure in government between the Pentagon and Social Security, and then the interest on the debt.
And why does this bother you?
Because we're going bankrupt. And all the while, the Chinese are letting us spend ourselves into oblivion. The Chinese don't spend that kind of money. How come I can't have a bullet train that goes 400 miles an hour? How come I can't get to Chicago in 3 hours by train? How come the airports in my country look like shit, and you go to Chinese airports and they're pristine with like the most amazing services and the best restaurants? How come Chinese roads don't have potholes? And in my town, it's like driving across Bosnia. It's because they decided not to spend their money on weapons. They spend it on infrastructure.
Do you think that's likely, that the US could go bankrupt, effectively?
I do. Yeah, I do. We can't keep up this pace. It's not possible. We're gonna have to raise taxes and cut the budget.
What's the most important thing that we didn't talk about that we should have talked about, John?
Ooh, that's a good question. One of the most important things in my life, to tell you the truth, is the issue of ethics. I love this country more than anything else in the world. And I want it to do the right thing. We're a country of laws. And we have to obey our laws, which is why I blew the whistle on the torture program.
Who's not obeying the laws?
Our government.
In what way?
We've gotten to the point, and it started around the year 2000 or 2001. We got to the point where if we want to do something, we just do it.
Like what?
In 1946, we passed something called the Federal Torture Act, which banned torture. Okay? Also in 1946, we executed Japanese soldiers who waterboarded American prisoners of war. That was a death penalty offense to waterboard someone. All right? In 1968, on January the 11th, 1968, the Washington Post ran a front page photograph of an American soldier waterboarding a North Vietnamese prisoner. When the picture ran, the Secretary of Defense, Robert McNamara, ordered an immediate investigation. That soldier was arrested, he was charged with torture, and he was sentenced to 20 years of hard labor at Leavenworth. And then in 2002, it's legal. We can do it. We can do it because we're the good guys. The law never changed. We changed. And my point was always, either we're going to be the good guys or we're not. Either we're going to be what Ronald Reagan called a shining city on a hill, or we're not. When I was stationed in Bahrain, I was the human rights officer. So I had to write the human rights report every year that we sent to Congress. Well, imagine if John goes in to see the Minister of Interior and I say, Your Highness,
We got a few more minutes on this.
For marching in a peaceful pro-democracy demonstration and then murder him, beat him to death in the police station and call his parents to come and pick up the body. You can't do that. I have to report that to Congress, and you're going to lose your rights to buy American military hardware. But then the CIA station chief goes in an hour later and says, Don't pay any attention to the human rights guy. I'll give you $10 million. If you set up a secret prison here, we're going to send you some prisoners. You torture them, and then you give us a write-up of everything they say during torture. Who's he going to listen to? Is he going to listen to me?
Did that happen?
Yes. He's not going to listen to me. If all of a sudden torture is legal just because we say it is, and then Congress is like, oh, we don't know anything because it's a secret program, so we can't talk about it.
Do we still torture people?
No. I am very proud to say that when the McCain-Feinstein anti-torture amendment was passed into law in December of 2014, John McCain got up on the floor of the Senate and said it was because of me, because of my revelations. He said, if I had not told the American people that the CIA was torturing prisoners in their name, we would never have known. That's why I say it was worth it.
Bar.
Do you think you should be pardoned by President Trump?
I do.
Have you written to him?
I have to be careful with my language here. I applied. My name is in the system. I have very, very high-level supporters who have approached him personally, and I'm hopeful that it happens.
John, we have a closing tradition where the last guest leaves a question for the next, not knowing who they're going to be leaving it for. And the question left for you is, what's something you stopped doing that improved your life more than anything you started?
Feeling sorry for myself. I'll be honest with you. I have struggled with depression my entire life. And after my second divorce, I went through this period where I couldn't pull myself out of bed in the morning because I felt so sorry for myself.
Because of the divorce, or because of your life, or because...
The whole thing. I believed I was just a loser. I was in my 50s, unemployable, convicted felon, barely able to make ends meet, worried about where my rent was coming from 1 month to the next. And then I thought, fuck you. What's wrong with you? You don't have to answer to anybody. And I told myself no more feeling sorry for myself. I was going to go make a career on my own.
Yep.
And so I knew I would never work for government again. I knew I would never work in corporate America again. After I left the CIA, I was the head of the competitive intelligence practice at Deloitte & Touche, spying on Ernst & Young and PwC and IBM, and it was great fun. I'll never work in the corporate world again. So I decided I'm going to do what I'm good at. And I'm a terrific writer. And I'm told that I'm a gifted storyteller. So I'm going to write books. I have 2 syndicated newspaper columns that run in 212 small town papers around the country. I'm on TV all the time. I have 3 podcasts, deprogram every day on both YouTube and Rumble. Thanks for letting me plug them, by the way.
Go ahead.
Deep Focus on YouTube and on Apple Podcasts, John Kiriaku's Dead Drop, which is just story after story after story. And now I make a perfectly great living. I'm in a long-term relationship with the woman I'm crazy about, and life is good.
And it all started with that decision to stop feeling sorry for yourself.
Yes. If people around me keep saying, you've done nothing wrong, you're a hero for what you did, and deep down, I would do it again, then why am I feeling sorry for myself?
Exactly.
I'm right, they're wrong, they're criminals, so I'm just going to go on with my life. And that snapped me out of it. So don't feel sorry for yourself.
Bar.
Do something about it. Act.
John, you are someone that is very good at storytelling. You are. You've written many books. I'm going to link all the books below.
Oh, thank you.
So many incredible books. I've got some of them here with me on the floor. I could go through all of them, but we need another couple of days. John, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your incredible storytelling, your wisdom, but also just giving us a window into a world that most of us know nothing about, because there's so many lessons that I think are pertinent to all of our lives riddled amongst there. And I think, I hope you do get pardoned.
Thank you. I hope so. I've got my fingers crossed.
And when you do, hopefully we can come back again and have another conversation.
I look forward to that.
It's been such a pleasure.
Pleasure's mine. Thanks for the invitation.
This is something that I've made for you. I realise that
So fascinating.
Are strivers, whether it's in business or health. We all have big goals that we want to accomplish. And one of the things I've learned is that when you aim at the big, big, big goal, it can feel incredibly psychologically uncomfortable, because it's kind of like being stood at the foot of Mount Everest and looking upwards. The way to accomplish your goals is by breaking them down into tiny, small steps. And we call this in our team the 1%. And actually, this philosophy is highly responsible for much of our success here. So what we've done so that you at home can...
Steam Deck on. Valve just changed handheld forever.
Now is full Steam, running on an ARM-based handheld with a Linux operating system. This is not streamed, it's not emulated. This is natively running with Proton, just like it would on the Steam Deck. And Valve hasn't officially announced.
Ooh, that's gonna be a good video.
This, but what they did do is recently release the very first official version of Proton. It's Proton 11 with ARM64 support and FEX EMU built in. And this is a giant step forward for PC games running on ARM-based devices like the handheld you see here and Valve's upcoming Steam frame. And this is exactly where everything's coming from. So in the future, Valve will release their VR headset known as the Steam frame. It's got an ARM-based CPU, and they needed a way to run PC games on it. So what we've got here is the first official version of Proton with FEX EMU support.
Nice.
This is pretty awesome. And this wouldn't be possible without an operating system known as Rocknix. I'll leave a link to their official website in the description below. I've tested this out in the past on other Odin devices or Retroid devices. This is actually the Odin 2 portal. I've got it installed to the internal storage on this unit, and I've also tested this on a couple other devices, like the Neo Pocket 2S, and I even tested it on the Conquer Fit, which has the Snapdragon 8 Gen 3. The Odin Portal 2 has the Snapdragon 8 Gen 2.
Wow, we're moving so ahead in gaming. It's crazy. Now we're running Windows games on Android. Fuck.
Heading to the settings here inside of Steam, and I'm in big picture mode right now. You can actually use regular Steam mode also if you want to. But yeah, it's running Steam natively on an
That's going to be a really good video.
When it comes down to it, it's partially native.
Manifestation lessons from the Bible, Quran, and Bhagavad Gita.
With Vex to get games up and running. But Steam itself is running natively here.
You want to hear something funny? Last night, I asked on ChatGPT Bible verses on inner creation. And I asked, there's a verse that says, speak unto thee for... No, that's not it. When did I write this one? Yesterday. So I asked the question, what's the Bible verse that says, when you ask in prayer, believe that you receive it and it is done? I asked at 11:24 last night. Yes. That's actually from Mark 11:24. Therefore, I tell you, whatever you ask for in prayer, believe that you have received it and it will be yours. So it's the same idea. It's all about having the conviction, the trust that what you have asked for is already done and living from that place. So I asked about being a trillionaire. Yes, absolutely. So let's say you have the desire to become a trillionaire, blah, 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 blah. But then I asked something about, is there a verse in the Bhagavad Gita and Quran that's similar to Mark 11:24, or is like parallel to it? And it says, yes, I found 3 verses from that are parallel to Mark 11:24 in spirit. First, from the Bhagavad Gita, 1866. It calls for the complete inner surrender, trusting that liberation will follow. In the Quran, a phrase frequently used is ku fraya ku. I did not say that right. Ku fraya ku, meaning be and it is, showing the divine will as the source of creation. All 3 emphasize that inner alignment of faith precedes real-world manifestation. So then I asked, basically, they are all using, I don't know why I said that. It was late last night. They all use different words, but they're leading to the same truth of reality, that it just already is. Yeah, they use different language and context, but at their core, they all point to the same truth, that reality is shaped from within. And when we fully trust and align, what we seek is already ours. It's really powerful to see that universal thread running through all of these different traditions. So you see, Nero, he just made a video literally talking about that. This is another synchronistic moment right here. Don't know why I felt compelled to ask that last night. Now we know why. This video we'll be watching later. Actually, yeah, we'll be watching this later because I got to get rolling now. We got stuff to do. And of course, there's Mr. Sugiano. But I just wanted to point this out. Boom. I like his drawings. He did good. Om. Yin Yang. Cross. The Quran. Esoteric. Ladies and gentlemen, this is how reality works. When I told you how reality works, trust. When I say this is how reality works, trust me. The universe has been working through me and by through me, it's really myself. It's really yourself. Our itself has been working through this vessel extensively for the last year, 17 months to be more exact, to bring forth change to this world. And it's already starting deep within a lot of other people because they're starting to remember. And because they're starting to remember, it's all unfolding. It is by destiny that I was to fulfill this. There is no accidents. That's not proof. Don't need more signs. I am the fucking sign. I've been the fucking sign the entire time. And what that brother said in his pod with the Stephen, John, he says, when I stopped feeling sorry for myself, that's when my life changed. When I allowed this character to stop beating himself up and stop feeling sorry for, and stop playing the victim, I took matters in my own hand and I started to change my life in ways that was like, didn't think it was possible. I didn't think it was going to be possible. I'm going to turn the camera to me in a moment. I didn't think it was possible, I'm just putting on my socks, to ever be where I am in terms of, from a mental standpoint. There's no way. There is no way in God's green earth that I would have ever thought that, yeah, geez, this is how reality works. And I'm actually God, pretending to be human just like everyone else is. God pretending to be human. And that we're all one. There's no way. There's no way. That's not possible. Oh, but it is. It's not just possible. It's actually facts. I have laundry to do as well. Throw that in there. This bag has now become my laundry bag. It's pretty awesome. Yep. It's so fascinating. I thought about it. I'm like, wait, Nero finally did a video with using the Bible, the Quran, and the Bhagavad Gita. And I'm sure he's going to also mention the Torah, the Talmud, the Tao Te Ching, the Book of Enoch, the Emerald Tablets. They all have it within. Every friggin' book that you can think of from a holy scripture standpoint always tells you that the answer is within. Every damn book. But so many people don't want to. Let me rephrase this. Let me use better words. So many people refuse to believe that it's them. And the reason for that, because it just feels easier to pray to something external. A lot of people are starting to get that it is actually them though, which is great. But it's easier to pray to something external so that you don't have to feel like you're powerful, because of the whole concept of power is like leads to sort of like corruption. Okay, we gotta roll. I look forward to this video. Let me once I finish my movement, I'm gonna put this video on because I'm excited. I'm actually really excited to watching this one with him. Ooh, okay, yeah, this one. 40-minute cardio. I was right, they did do it. Alright, y'all. We got our brother and our sister. I'm gonna go use the bathroom and we're gonna get rolling. I'm gonna open the door up. It is a little chilly, but it's okay. I need to double check something now. Anyways, we're going to be doing cardio for 40 minutes. So this is going to be a good one. Oh my god. Yo. Oh my god. This is crazy. Okay. That's wild. So, yesterday, I asked at 11:24 p.m., right on the money, for 11:24 p.m. or 11-24. That's crazy. Sync moment. I just realized that one. So double sync moment. Wow. That's wild.
I don't blame people for disappointing you. I blame yourself for.
Very good. All right, time for us to get rolling. All right. All right, it's going to be a little chilly, but we're going to roll with it. Alexa, what is the temperature right now?
Right now, it's 6 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, it feels colder than that. Man, that's crazy. It's the biggest sync moment I had, double sync moment. Nero's video today on the esoteric. He's surely going to talk about Mark 11:24. I can feel it. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get rolling. We're 6 minutes. All right. We're starting with some warm-ups. So butt kicker pullbacks. Alexa, what's the weather tomorrow? Yep, it's even colder tomorrow. Ghost roping.
I'm gonna do some squats. Pike to plank. Okay. Doing good. Superman pull downs. Squat to toe, or lateral squat to toe touch. Okay, workout begins. So 40 seconds of play, 20 seconds of rest. All right, cool. Let's go squat to calf raise. I love that my body's so flexible. And I have to build it all on the live stream. Very good. High knees. Reverse lunge. Very good.
jumping jacks. Very good. Alright, so there's planks in between here. So we're doing side plank dips to the right. So side planks to the right. You're bouncing on your right arm. I'm doing this extra little bit of stretch here. Okay. The other side. Wow. Getting some classic tracks here. Awesome. Skater hops. Standing cross punch. So you're basically gonna go like this. In and out squats are next. Blast off push-ups. Okay, so he's doing lateral lunge hops, so I gotta go face that direction because there's not enough room going this way. So let's see. Mountain climbers.
So we're doing prisoner squats to toe tap, or toe touch. Shoulder taps. Cool. Plank to bear plank. Whew. So curtsy to side lunge to the right, only right leg. So you're moving the right leg only. I'm gonna move back a little bit. Okay. Left side. Very good. Hand release push-ups. Ooh, hollow hole flutters. You haven't done this in forever. Okay. Let's go. Got the little pouch. Sumo squat presses or pulses. Good thing I'm very flexible here, since I do this every day. I hold, like in the morning, oh my. Sprinter ups. Oh my. Very windy. Very, very windy. Single leg extension. The next couple days are going to be kind of cold. But you know, I kind of like it. I kind of like the cold. All right, we're doing squat holds plus alternating heel lift. Okay, this is gonna be fun. So we're gonna so you're just holding a squat. And you're lifting your heels off the ground. Nice. Front to back lunges. Right leg only. Okay. Hit them with that stamina. Nice. Other side. The right, so we're moving the left leg now. So once this is done, I'm gonna get into abs. Once abs are done, I'll go wash my clothes. I'll put my clothes on to wash. And we get into watching Nero. And I'll do all my mobility training and whatnot in the background. Bicycle crunches. Even though we're doing abs right now, we'll be doing the abs afterwards as well. Glute bridges, glute bridge marches. Cool. Hit them with that stamina. I'm sure there's gonna be a burpee shortly. Expect the burpee to come. This would not be a full cardio hit play out without some Stamina. Hit him with that stamina. So we're doing low plank, knee tucks. All right, we got a finisher now. 20 seconds of work, 10 seconds of rest. Squat jumps. So we're getting ready for, we're getting ready for burpees. So 20 seconds of work, 20 seconds of play, 10 seconds of rest. Push-ups. Only 10 seconds of rest, so you're gonna be pushed here. Okay. Sprint in place. Doing good, y'all. Spider climbers. Pop squats. We did that yesterday. Doing good, y'all. Commandos. Perfect. Squat pulses. Burpees. Told you. I told you. That was good, y'all. Congratulations. We did it. Thank you for my flexibility. I am really grateful for my flexibility. Like, truly. So I'm grabbing my left toes and bringing it up. So you should see me like being able to grab my legs. I'll do a side position in a moment. Okay. Same thing. Dan's arm is like straight. Oh, he's doing it like this. That's why I was like wondering why is his arm so straight. He's leaning forward. All right. We did so good, y'all. So good. Good job. Give a kiss to my wife. Okay. Abs.
So you think fitness is about calories? You think it's about reps? But what if I told you your body doesn't change because of what you do? It changes because of who you are. Once you understand this, you stop chasing results and you become them. This is Alchemy Fitness. Welcome back to my channel. And today we're going to talk about the quantum physics of fitness. Yes, you heard it first. I was trying to get some shades on so I could put on my Morpheus tone of voice and look, but I don't have any sunglasses, so you just have to look me in my eye in the meantime. So, at the quantum level, everything is energy. You know what I'm saying? So it's not solid, it's not fixed. If you know anything about thermodynamics, just about energy is never created or destroyed. It just transfers, right? So that's what it is. You have to look at your body as that, just a ball of energy that's moving around. You know what I'm saying? And you can control that. So you know, it deals with your habits and identity. That's really who you are. You know what I'm saying? So it's not permanent, it's just patterns. You know what I mean? Once you understand patterns, you can predict outcomes. But the beautiful thing about patterns, you can disrupt them or you can change them. They can be rewritten. You know what I'm saying? So that's very powerful in itself. So you're not, yeah, you are your habits, but you can always change it to change your outcome. All right. So I noticed in studying too, most people have, you know, approach fitness backwards. They say I'll go to the gym, then I'll become disciplined. Or I'll wait for this to happen, then I can do this. You know, before I go any further, there was a time I was doing a temp assignment at some hotel, can't remember, and I was working with the stock, right, stock and the produce and stuff like that. And I remember coming across a young man who was a chef there, and by chance, I can't remember how we end up on conversing, but during our conversation, he said something to me, and I always thought about it. He said, you know, this is not where he wants to end, because it wasn't really like a high culinary hotel. They had like pre-made kind of stuff like that, pre-made food. And he said, this is just practicing. He's just practicing basically. He said, but he's not going to wait until he gets to that 5-star hotel or whatever it may be for him to really show his culinary skills. So he said, what I'm doing now, I'm preparing myself for it. So I'm acting like I'm there already so he can fine tune his skills. And that always stuck out with me. And I was like, oh, that's cool. And I think in the book, Cybernetics, it talks about that. It's like reverse engineering. So when he fits into that mold, or when this opportunity presents himself and he's there, it's a smooth transition because this is who he is. And you can do the same thing with fitness. You know what I'm saying? So as the example goes on, when people are like, oh, I'll go to the gym, then I'll become disciplined. No, you have it backwards. You become disciplined first, then going to the gym is inevitable. You see what I'm saying? So when you deal with quantum physics, there's something called an observer effect. So what you focus on is what you focus on expands. You know, it's like where your energy, where your attention goes, your energy flows. That kind of sequence or thinking. All right. So if you keep focusing on like I'm overweight, I'm out of shape, I'm trying, you stay locked in that type of reality. It's almost like the Matrix when he talks about there is no spoon. Like it's not the spoon that bend, but it's you. So you're bending reality, kind of to your will. So think about it like that. So the moment you shift your identity, when you start to I am, you know what I mean? And that's the power in itself. The power of I am, because it's the verb to be. So when you say I am disciplined, I train like a warrior, or like I make jokes with my group. I'm like, oh, I'm an IFBB bro. I don't say pro, but I'm an IFBB bro, like jokingly, you know? So I don't train that. I train crazy, but just enough. Like, you know what I mean? It's like an inside joke. But, you know, you say I take care of my body because of that's who I am. Now your actions have no choice. Stop. Shift our mindset. So
Good video. Don't know why he showed up on my feed, but I know why, because I shifted frequencies. Alright. Let's do it. So this is a play out where there's no rest except for like within the rounds. Only when we're changing rounds, then there's like a 30-second rest. So there's 4 rounds. So it's 30 seconds of play, no rest, except for when the round finishes. And I believe there's 4 or 5 exercises per round. I'll let you know shortly. So this is exercise 2. We just did this one. Exercise 3 is coming up. Leg raises to toe touch. Well, at least that other character knows that it's all about the philosophies of the mind. You tell yourself a different story, and that's the identity you become, because it's who you are. So we're on our left elbow. So it's the fourth exercise. Okay. All right, so 5 exercises, and then a 15-second pause, and then we continue. Bicycle crunches. So there's a small little pause break between the rounds, so it's 15 seconds. So this one's kind of jam-packed. So somebody, like in that video, was saying in the comment section, finally someone sees a big picture about the mind. I'm like, no, they always existed. You just tapped into a frequency that allowed you to see it. Finally. Leg switches. So we're pausing with the leg switches for like 2 seconds. Reverse butterfly, reverse crunch. So you're bringing your feet together. Plank knee tucks. Ooh, that was a smooth transition. Okay, pause for 15 seconds. Round 3. So laying knee to right elbow, or elbow to the right. So right elbow to left knee, basically. Shouldn't be saying raising knee to right elbow. I don't know, whatever. I'm just doing the moves the way I see it. Not getting tripped up with the words. Because that's really what it is. It's just made up. Bear planks. It's a knee tuck. Plank hip dips. So single leg pause V-ups. Okay, V, sit, cross, toe touch. You're gonna spread your arms wide, lean back, and touch your toes with your hands. So you're gonna bring it like this. Extend to tuck. Reverse plank, knee tucks. Starfish crunch. Oh my God. Oh my goodness gracious. That was wild. Holy moly.
So you think fitness is about calories?
Known unfolding of some type, you know. And what do I mean by that? Just the shit coming to the surface, stuff, and then stuff that I used to do, you know, just doesn't happen anymore. Some of the
Okay, cool.
Oh my god, is this Bunkai gonna look different? What?
This is funny. Okay. Ugh. Oh. And now it's raining. But that doesn't sound like rain. That sounds like hail. Okay. You know what? Let me finish a couple things with the gloves so I can throw them to wash. That way the rest of my stuff I don't need to focus on. I'm curious, are my AirPods gonna finally connect to the Mac today, or are we gonna have the same problem from yesterday? Are we going to, let's see. What the fuck is going on here? Do I have to unpair these things and pair them back or something? Or what is going on? Or... Okay. Okay, so my Bluetooth works no problem via so it works no problem via that. But why does it default back? Like, fucking stupid. Like, what the fuck is going on here? Dude, what the hell is going on? As soon as I...
To fix AirPods feedback, change the automatic connection setting to when last to connect to this. And where do you... Hello? Like, what the hell are you doing? No. It's about fucking time. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Yep, I can hear myself. Perfect. It only took forever to friggin' get that connected. It's crazy. It's crazy. Enjoy the process. Alright, so if I go back to this, damn, they just took forever to friggin' like connect back. Yeah, see, like now it's working. I got it. I had to like friggin' brute force this damn thing to friggin' connect. Hey sister, I just saw that you're there. Oh my god. Well, that's interesting. But now the chat's not stuck. That's weird. I really wish they would fix the chat thing. I hope they took my thing into consideration, because like it's kind of annoying to know that you said hi, but I don't know when you said hi. When's the timestamp of this? I don't even know. It's fine. Okay. Well, that's interesting. You must have been there, but I didn't see you. Damn chat, honestly. What about if I type on this? Let's see. No, that works. That's weird. Anyways. My bad, I didn't see you there. That's why I have to periodically test my chat. Cool. Yeah. I don't know if you're there. I don't think you are. I think you must have left me a message way earlier than that. But it's all good. I'll catch you the next time. Awesome. So we had hot weather. Now we have cold weather. course, weather changes, but tomorrow's supposed to be like extremely, well, it's supposed to be cold. We're supposed to be back in the minus temperatures tomorrow. Yeah, see, we're not quite, like, we're getting up there. Friday, Saturday, we get back down. Yeah, we're not quite there yet. She must have zoned out.
What? Ow.
それもよかろう。死神どものためにお主が命を捨てる理由はないし。あります。息を潜めて生きることに耐えられず、一族を捨てて逃げた恥知らずのわしを拾い上げてくれた源流祭殿。その大恩ある源流祭殿がクイーンシーどもの手で命を絶たれた。わしはその屈辱を断固晴らさねばならぬのです。
Oh. Whoa. It's the same voice. He just looks different. Oh my god, is this Bunkai gonna look different? Oh.
It transforms.
What?
It's different.
Whoa. Whoa.
Whoa.
Okay.
Instant rejuvenation.
Wow. Can't be stopped. Whoa. Like his heart's actually gone? What?
He's gonna die.
Oh my. Was never. Can they repair that, or is that's it? One-time thing. Whoa. Oh. Wow. Wow.
But he's gonna turn back into
has his eyes set for the Quincy King.
The footsteps sound like drums. Oh no, no, no!
What? That's how long it lasts?
まだだ。少し持ってくれ。進化の秘術よ。わしの心臓よ。奴らの居城にたどり着かねばならぬ。ニューハバハを倒さねばならぬのだ。サニーや。気づいておるか、サニーや。私のその感情が忠者ということ。私が友に散々と説いた命を捨てた復讐者ということに。じゃあそれでよい。衆こそ
Clan's true form? He straight the path. The werewolf one?
He turns into a beast? Fully?
Is that what happened to him? I will sip? What? Wow! What?
Yep.
Oh my god, what the heck? What the heck, man?
They saved the title card.
Yeah.
For after his death. We just saw how cool he was. I didn't know it was a sacrificing technique.
And they reveal it as if the Great Elder wanted him to, so he lives. Oh my god.
James looks like he belongs in Doraemon or something.
Yeah. Oh no.
What's up?
James.
We're gonna watch the Nero's thing in a moment. I'm gonna go and throw these to wash now. I got my mobility training to do. Well, it's sunny again. We're getting all kinds of random weather. We're getting like rain, cloud, snow. Yeah, we had snow just a couple minutes ago. Sun now. Just like Youngo, how he said he got 15 centimeters of snow. What, on Wednesday or Thursday he came on? Yeah, it's wild. Or Friday. No. He came on Friday evening when we were... No, I didn't play Friday. It was Thursday when me and T-Ray were playing. Was it Thursday or was it Wednesday? No, it was Wednesday. When he came on Wednesday evening. It's crazy. It's not unnormal or not normal for us to not get snow in mid-April. Okay. Do I just finish up and then change and then go, or do I just... Intuition, tell me, well, what are we doing? It's telling me to finish up. Okay. So with that being said, we gotta finish up. I know there's only 4 things to do, but sometimes those 4 things, I kind of like let it linger. 4 movements to do, plus kicks, plus stretches. Okay. Let's get down to it. Let's see. Whoever is here, whoever's watching, if you do leave anything into the chat, if you do type anything, and I don't see it, because I was testing my chat, and it seems to be working right now, but Misha earlier, she said hi, but I didn't see it. But I think if you send that like hi function, so you know when you jump back into the stream, there's a little button that you can press, and it says, and sending a hi, it doesn't work. Because I did see that as well. So technically my chat was working, but I didn't see her. Oops, that doesn't count.
10 more for each. Well, I finally got my AirPods to connect back to my Mac. Now, the question is, if me and T-Bray are playing Dead by Daylight later, or we're watching like WrestleMania, will my AirPods work? Because I want to use my tablet to watch the event. I didn't really enjoy watching it on the Mac, so I can use my Mac for Discord. We'll see. Nice. Imagine doing all of this into your 90s, like, and your hundreds. That's the aim, provided I'm supposed to be on the planet for that amount of time. I'm literally in my like 20s, like my teens and my 20s right now. It's pretty awesome. Minus the silvers, but the silvers are not. That's the illusion about silvers. People think that you're getting old when you have silvers and you're becoming decrepit. No, it's a state of being. But because people have been finessed for centuries, when you see someone getting grays or silvers, that they're aging and they're getting wrinkles and all that. But they themselves, within themselves, are saying that they're telling themselves that they're getting old. And because what you tell yourself on an unconscious level, you are giving emotion, and the emotion is seeping into your subconscious, whether you know it or not. And so you adhere to being old within yourself when you're telling yourself you're getting old, or you don't tell yourself that externally, but you're telling that internally with that silent voice just nipping in the background, the little puppeteer, because you created that puppeteer. And you keep agreeing with other people and the world and what they say. This is why it's important to dismantle your words. Take away every meaning to words and let them just be what they are. Placeholders, tools to use. Your words are like weapons. They're like a sword drawing into battle. So when you tell yourself on an unconscious level, the words create a meaning, the meaning creates emotion. Emotion is seeping deep within, and your cells are listening. Oh, we're getting old, so I guess we should age ourselves. Because they have no way to give its own command except for this, because the all is mind. If you tell yourself that you're unhealthy, you're going to be unhealthy. If you tell yourself you're a healthy person, you will be healthy. If you tell yourself that you are God and nothing can stop you, then you're a God and nothing can stop you. But you got to tell yourself inwards. You don't need to, you can scream out affirmations all you want. I am a trillionaire. But if you don't feel that, that doesn't really matter. Those words are basically empty. What you're really saying is that you're not a trillionaire when you say I am, to some degree. Because if you have to proclaim that I am, that means you're somewhere deep down inside, you're sending out the signal to the universe that you are a trillionaire, You can say it and you can give it out like a battle cry, and affirmations can work, but there's a paradox to it, because if you're saying it, look at the paradox of this. If you're saying that you're a trillionaire or a billionaire or a millionaire, why do you need to shout it out to the world? Why isn't it that you're just walking in it? You know you're a human. Do you need to shout that I am a human? Do you need to shout out I am Orion? No, you know you're Orion, or you know you're T-Bray, or you know you're Olga. You know that you're the character that you're with. Do you need to proclaim that? So it's the same thing with whatever it is that you desire. Do you need to shout it out? So look at the paradox to affirmations. They do work, but you have to feel the words. Like when I tell someone that I love them, right? I really do mean that, but I don't say those words as much as I used to anymore. There's no need to. I don't really need to say I love you that much anymore. Doesn't mean that I don't love people when I don't say that. It just means I don't need to say that, because they should already know that my intentions towards them is pure. And they know that I love them. Otherwise, why? The thing about me is I don't waste my time on things or those that I simply just are not worth my effort. So for me, like, I don't have to scream out, I love you, Lindsay, I love you so much, wife, I love you with every fiber. I don't need to do that. She knows. Yes, it's nice to hear these words, but words mean nothing unless you give it meaning. Remember, words are basically just a shell. Let's finish up. Knees. X. 7. 8. 9. Perfect. Knees are done. Whew. So when people are saying, there was a video that popped up, a random person again, but it's not really random because, it's based on my frequency, and my frequency brings forth exactly what I'm meant to see or who I'm meant to serve. So there's a video that was talking about a guy. Well, it was a video with a guy talking about, the quantum physics around fitness. Most fitness experts don't talk about quantum physics. So I wanted to hear this guy out. And this guy is just another version of me, of itself. And itself was speaking and saying, you got to be it before you have it, right? Like if you want to be disciplined, you must be it. You must have the identity. Fucking words, honestly. Hold on. You must be the identity of what it is that you desire to be before the world proves it to you. You must prove it to yourself. In fact, you don't even need to prove it to yourself. You must declare it, decide, and be it now. So, someone left a comment. Comment? Come on. So this is the puppeteer attempting to control the character right now, and I'm watching right now. He's trying to get the character frustrated because the words are not coming out properly. I see you. There was a comment in his video sharing that finally somebody is seeing the bigger picture. Finally, someone is talking about this and seeing the bigger picture. So I was meant to see that video to inform that character that no, someone has, it's not finally someone is talking about this. It's finally that you have entered a frequency that allows your soul to see what you already know, because it already exists. All things exist. I used to say the same thing. Finally, someone is talking about it. Finally, someone is addressing, like Trina. Like, I remember when we ran into Trina, I was like, finally, someone understands what the fuck I'm talking about. I've said that before. But no, it's not finally somebody is finally, it's not that finally someone is understanding what you understand. It's finally you are at a frequency that is now revealing what already existed. If you haven't noticed, I keep shifting, I keep evolving in every present moment. What I might have thought a week ago is completely different to now. But the one thing that remains constant is just now is. And that's going to probably evolve to some word that doesn't exist. Maybe I'm going to create a word that goes beyond just is. Right? I made immovesense, right? What is immovesense? Using your senses, your imagination, and the power of visualization to bring forth what you already have within. Immovesense. I made that word. Itself made that word through me. It sounds like a real word though. Immovesense. It sounds like evanescence though. Immovesense. I made that word. This character made it. Through this localized expression. It made it on this channel. Alright? Maybe I'm going to make a word well, here's the thing. You can't really make a word to capture the infinite. The just is. There is no words that can truly encompass it, because it can only point to it. Any word that you attempt to speak will always miss the mark. That's what the eternal Tao said. If you can speak the eternal Tao, then that is not the eternal Tao. It's such a brutal line, but it's so true. Hamstrings. For the rest of my days on this planet, I will continue to move my body like this and keep evolving my movements, and I'm losing balance. I don't have a balance issue, but the mind wants to say I have a balance issue. There is no issues. Nice. That, we know who that is. It's the doggy. It's the shadows. She's asking me, did you pee? Did you pee? Rah, rah, rah. Doggies. Oops. Done. Oh. We have Nero's video that we're going to be watching, but I want to shower. I want to actually sit and watch it before WrestleMania. Because this one I'm very excited for. I want to see all of the different Bible, Quran, Torah, Talmud, Tao Te Ching, Book of Enoch, Emerald Tablet maybe. He should have drawn the Emerald Tablet. Fucking guy. It's probably one of my favorite books. The Emerald Tablet. I wonder where would the Emerald Tablets actually be on the planet? Where are they hiding? It's funny, there's so much hidden things on the planet. They're hiding underground, or hiding in secret rooms around the world. But yet it's just one tiny planet hiding secrets. But what secrets really is there left when you know everything just is, that you're a God and that it all starts with you? There's no more secrets. That's the Holy Trinity. It just is, which is now, that the answer is you and that you're God. And of course you can sprinkle in a little bit of joy with that. Because that is the synergy of Trinity. We're not going to call it the Holy Trinity, we're going to call it the synergy of Trinity. I remember when I had that conversation with Pam, and she basically gaslit me, telling me, that's not true. God is the one that activates us. I'm like, how far have you gone? No, be still and know that I am God is not that I am God, that God is outside of me. What? What the heck happened to you? How did you get gaslit into going backwards? But Orion, that's what I feel. It's kind of ridiculous when I think about that conversation I had with her, how she's like, God doesn't activate, or you don't activate us, God activates us. Well, she was right about that aspect, but what I was attempting to say with words, which I was kind of missing the mark at that moment, was that no, you're activating yourself. No one is activating anybody. Everyone's activating themselves by mirroring back to each other that we're all itself. Everyone is itself, pretending to be human. Did I do this side? Fuck it, I'll do... I think I already did this side, yeah. Yeah, I did that side already. These are ankles. There's a robin in the field. Hello, I see you. Anytime animals show up, you just pay attention. It's doing its head thing right now. It's like it's looking and it's hearing. It's probably hearing the vibrations of worms in the grass, and it's picking. It's listening. It's going like that. They're funny. But then again, humans are funny too, because we do silly shit like that as well. And they look at us and they're like, "What the fuck is these humans doing?" I wonder what they would call us. Yep, see, he grabbed the worm from the ground. Poor worm. But this is the way life is. It's like what is it called? The dog eat dog world. But we're all helping each other to recycle ourselves. That's what we're doing. We're recycling each other. Recycling energy. When my body expires, right, I will basically, it'll go back into the collective as dust, and then the dust will then, take form in some other form, and then eventually, if I choose to come back the next time, I don't really desire to unless I come back with my full knowing and all of my memories intact. And when I leave, I know exactly that I am coming back, with exactly how long, with exactly which parents, with exactly everything that I'm supposed to do in the next life. You can't know that, Orion. You can't. That's impossible. Nothing's impossible. Trust me. Nothing's impossible at all. All right. Hips. Let's do it. You're crazy, Orion. You're crazy. You're crazy. You're crazy. Okay, so I'm going to put on something to watch for you all. Maybe that CIA thing again. So I can go shower. And then I'll come back. And we'll watch Nero before WrestleMania. And then I'll finish the rest of my movements, like my stretches and whatnot, like my crawling and whatnot throughout the evening. Now it's raining. It was just sunny, now it's raining again. What a crazy day. I'll put it on in a moment. Let's listen to a little bit of Mr. Sugiano.
Hey everyone, Mr. Sugiano here, your
Before I
source
get
for gaming
rolling.
tech, emulation, and open source news.
Let's get started. Kicking things off.
All right, to kick things off.
To kick things off.
NES emulation with Tetanus.
Tetanus.
Guest already is an NES emulator written in Rust. And the logo for this one really gives it away. So at the time of filming, version 0.14.0 is the latest and greatest update. This update has
Latest and greatest update.
performance improvements and even more. And speaking about even more, next up we're talking about Nintendo DS emulation on Android with Melon DS. And Melon DS got a whole bunch of bug fixes and even more. So at the time of filming, Melon DS Android version 2.0.0 is the latest and greatest update. It's worth pointing out, this is Melon DS Android. It's not our that specializes in dual screen devices. Anyways, here with version 2.0.0, there's a whole bunch of stuff. I've just said a whole bunch of bug fixes. They've also added support for dual screen devices, thanks to Sapphire Rockman. Just talked about that. On top of that, multiple improvements and additions to the Retro Achievements integration. They've added Rumble Pack support, allow DSi where titles to be launched directly from the ROMs list, allow soft input to be hidden when a controller is connected, reduce audio latency, mic sensitivity, I don't know. And a whole bunch more. If you are interested in learning more about this one, like everything we talked about,
Ooh, it's snowing.
Look.
below. I don't hide my sources. I am excited about
Told
this
you.
feature here, although it's often put to be hidden when a controller is connected. And speaking about Nintendo DS emulation, next up we're talking about Nintendo DS emulation on the PS Vita. With PS Vita just got a
See? Told you. I wasn't lying when I said we had all kinds of wacky weather today. Snow on April, 18th, 19th? Snow. We got that snow. Y'all are going to see it in the smooth 60 frames per second. This counts as snow. May not stick, but hey, we got snow. Told you winter isn't done. Winter ain't done with us.
Exodus, XCOM-BN, RetroArch, and 70 plus retro gaming platforms. Now it's worth pointing out here, I don't have a Mac, so I can't test this one out myself, but taking it kind of looks like Launchbox a little bit. It reminds me of that, especially with the pricing model here. So there are two different platforms for this. The free tier, which is only good for 14 days, and then the lifetime license for €20. Now, I'm normally a little bit leery about lifetime licenses for a couple of different reasons. Number one, if the project goes south or just shuts down, then you're kind of left holding the bag. You paid for a lifetime license, and well, the life of the project could be short. Secondly, I've seen lifetime licenses be limited or change or be invalid after a period of time with certain things.
Yep.
So that seems to be a pretty hefty price here, but at the same time, I don't have a Mac. I can't test this one out. If you have experience with it, let me know your experiences with it in the comments below. At the very least here, there's a free trial. I wouldn't mind seeing like a free limited version of this as a limited feature version if they do have a paid version. A 14-day trial just it's news I'm talking about it, but at the same time I've got some disagreements with the structure. So version 1 of the Nostalgia app was launched in February. It's still pretty fresh. Version 1.0.8.7.4, there's a sidebar UI refresh or UX refresh, a new synthwave theme, an in-app user guide, and a batch of state changes, pre-drop fixes, on a user events. And speaking about fairly new stuff, next up here we're talking about Loot Box Gaming. Loot Box Gaming is an online video game store and fairly new. I mean, they were established in 2025. They were
Told you.
on my radar here until they said something
Told you we got snow.
regarding Switch 2 stuff. So they say Game Key Cards doesn't deserve a formal post from us, so we wanted to let everyone know that our remaining Game Key Card titles are available at significant discounts. Expect 0 Game Key Card releases to be carried on our store going forward. Buy physical licenses. Now, I don't know about you, but I was curious about that statement, so I went over to their website to take a look at what kind of discounts they had on Switch 2 Game Key Cards. And it appears there are no discounts. It appears everything's either sold out or they took it offline here. Under Switch 2 games for Game Key Cards, there's...
All right. What? Okay.
It's only been about 2 years since Apple allowed game emulators to release on the App Store, and and already, developers have found ways to get 3DS, Wii, GameCube, PS2, Xbox 360, and even Nintendo Switch running in a playable state on iPhone, all without the need to jailbreak your device. In the first year, apps such as Delta, ArcEmu, and RetroArch offered iPhone users with the first mainstream emulator apps. But since then, lots has changed in the past year in the iPhone emulation scene. Although Apple still won't allow applications that require JIT to be published on the App Store, this hasn't stopped developers from implementing their own solutions. New tools like Local Dev VPN and Stick Debug can enable JIT on iPhones, which dramatically improves game performance. Live Container helps bypass the strict app sideload limit for free developer accounts, and new emulators that take advantage of JIT are being released and improved upon every month. And if you didn't understand a single word I just said, keep watching. Even if you're not keen on setting up JIT, there's an all-new bundle of emulators you can download off the App Store today, which not only expand your game library, but...
Well, this is perfect because I was just thinking about Jay. Oh, perfect. Okay.
off the App Store today, which not only expand your time that we dive into JIT. Result. So, running games with JIT is a 3-app process. You have your VPN, which in my case is Local Dev VPN, your JIT enabler, mine is Stick Debug, and your emulator app of choice, which can either be installed off of SideStore or manually installed with of the app. But luckily, one of the easiest JIT emulators to get set up is Dolphin, which is a GameCube and Wii emulator. In fact, the scene is evolving so rapidly that during the production of this video, a new PS2 emulator has dropped called IPSX2. This is an actual port from PCSX2, which is a popular PS2 emulator for PC. This app released not too long ago, so it's far from... But the community is testing lots of different PS2 one moving forward. These were the most noteworthy: controller support,
we are getting closer and closer now to break the internet. Because of this, many fans believe the 10th anniversary of DVD could finally be the perfect moment to bring Jason into the fog. He's absolutely one of the most, if not the most, recognizable horror villain in the world, and adding him to
right or whether it's wrong, it's certainly immoral.
Okay. Time for us to
Okay. We'll watch. You guys will watch the. I should be back before. I'm gonna clean the screen. Actually, it's pretty fingerprinty right now. There. A nice clean screen. And
does the CIA listen through our phones and laptop cameras? Yes. I hate to say it. They can take over your smart television and turn the speaker into a microphone so that they can listen to what's being said in the room even when the TV is turned off. Hello, I'm John Kiriakou. I'm a former CIA counterterrorism officer and former senior investigator for the U.S. Senate Committee on Foreign Relations, and I'm here today to answer questions from the Honesty Box. The first one is, what did the CIA actually do? There are several answers to that question. What the CIA is supposed to do, what it is legally tasked with doing, is very simply to recruit spies, to steal secrets, and then to analyze those secrets to give the president and other senior policymakers the best information with which they can make policy. Now, in real life, it's not that simple. The CIA does whatever the president tells it to do. That could be to overthrow foreign governments. It could be to implement covert action programs, to influence the foreign media, to even kill people. It just depends on who the president is and what policy he wants to implement.
Crazy.
What skills make a good agent? You might be surprised by the answer, actually. The CIA, when it recruits spies, when it recruits operations officers, doesn't necessarily look for the big, buff guy who works out, every day or 6 days a week. They look for people who have sociopathic tendencies, not sociopaths. Sociopaths are impossible to control because they have no conscience. They blow right through a polygraph exam, but they won't take orders. People who have sociopathic tendencies do react to a polygraph. They do experience regret or remorse. They will respond to directives and orders. I'll give you an example. When I first was recruited by the CIA, I was asked in a group of new hires what we would do if we got a cable from CIA headquarters ordering us to collect information on the Indonesian economy. You recruit the Indonesian economic secretary, you make him your best friend, you spend money on him, your wives become friends, you vacation together, but you learn that he is just not recruitable. So what do? Well, one of my colleagues said you double down, work the case another 6 months, and hope for the best. A second colleague said maybe you work it through your wives, maybe your wife can convince his wife to give you the information. I raised my hand and I said, you break into the Indonesian embassy and you steal it. And the instructor said, that's exactly what you do. That's a sociopathic tendency. What's the coolest piece of spy tech you ever got to use? There's kind of a dirty little secret about spy tech, and it is that 95% of it is purchased from Amazon.com. Seriously. Because it is cheaper and it is quicker just to go online and buy it and then use it operationally than it is to invent it from scratch. The coolest piece of spy tech that I ever used was, it was a leather briefcase. I just went into the local marketplace in Pakistan and bought it. I think it cost the equivalent of like $10. And over the course of 3 days, one of our technical officers pulled
the threads out of it, installed a wire all the way around the briefcase, which could act as a listening device, and then packed the area around the wire with these little teeny tiny batteries that I had never seen before. And then he sewed the whole thing closed again. So I walked into a meeting with my little briefcase. The bad guy took the briefcase from me, opened it up, looked through it. It didn't have anything in it because it was all sewn into the lining. And we sat there and had the meeting while my colleagues half a mile away were able to listen to the entire thing. It was very cool. Does the CIA listen through our phones and laptop cameras? Yes. I hate to say it. There was a dramatic leak in 2017 that the CIA came to call the Vault 7 disclosures. Gigabytes worth of documents leaked by a CIA technology engineer. What he told us was that the CIA can intercept anything from anyone, number one. Number two, they can remotely take control of your car through the car's embedded computer. To do what? To make you drive off a bridge, into a tree, to make you kill yourself and make it look like an accident. They can take over your smart television and turn the speaker into a microphone so that they can listen to what's being said in the room even when the TV is turned off. God knows what else that they can do that hasn't been leaked. Are hitmen real? Yes. At the National Security Council, there is a committee that meets every Tuesday morning at 9 o'clock to draw up something called the kill list. They sit around a table and they make a list of all the people that they want to kill that week. And then they take it back to the CIA, which has a dedicated unit. I won't tell you the name, but it has a dedicated unit that takes receipt of the list. They say, okay, number one. They drive to the airport, they get on the plane, they go out to that country, they kill the person, they come back, and then they go to number two on the list. That happens every single week. Now, we can have a conversation about whether that's right or whether it's wrong. It's certainly immoral. It's illegal, but it's been tasked by the president. At the same time, they will tell you there hasn't been another 9/11, has there? Maybe it's because we're out there killing people.
What kind of people would be on that list?
Oh, the most dangerous terrorists in the world. Or at least people that the CIA deems to be the most dangerous terrorists in the world. How does the CIA recruit spies in foreign countries? That cuts right to the very heart of what the CIA is. The CIA trains its officers in something called the asset acquisition cycle. It has 4 steps: spot, assess, develop, recruit. So let's say you're a brand new CIA officer overseas. You get out there and mingle and go to diplomatic cocktail parties or go anywhere where there might be a viable target for you. You spot the target, you go up. Hi, how are you? I'm the new officer at the American Embassy. I'm covering political affairs or economic affairs or trade or whatever it is you're doing. You exchange business cards. That's spotting. Assessing is I say, so what do you do for a living? If you tell me that you do something that I'm operationally interested in, that's my assessment of you. Then I develop you. That's actually the fun part. That is us going to lunch and going to dinner, and I spend money on you because I have literally an unlimited budget to do so. And maybe we go on vacation together, and our wives are friends, and you mention offhandedly that you like to go fishing, let's say. So I charter a boat for $4,000, and I take you deep sea fishing because you could never afford to do it on your own. And then we become best friends. And because we're best friends, I say to you, hey, would you do me a favor? Yeah, I'm sorry to ask, but, you know, the Russians have this new tank, and I know that you guys have access to the plans, and I would really appreciate it if you could just make me a copy of those plans. I know that sounds kind of funny, but it would help me a lot. So, hey, thanks, I appreciate it. I'll pick them up tonight. And then maybe I start giving you a little bit of money. And then finally, when it comes to the recruitment, I say, I haven't been totally honest with you. I'm actually a CIA officer, undercover. Are you okay with that? You're a great guy, and you're my best friend, and how about if I give you $5,000 a month, and you just answer my questions, right? That's cool, right? And you undoubtedly will say yes, and the rest is history.
Got to be a good actor to do that. Pull that off. Yeah.
And a sociopath. Do you ever fear for your life? Not now, but over the course of my career, I did several times. And I'll give you one example. There were 2 active assassination attempts against me. In one, I just got lucky. And unfortunately, my next-door neighbor was killed instead. He was the British defense attaché in Athens, Brigadier General Stephen Saunders. I think about it every single day. In another, an enemy country sent one of its officers and a double agent to kill me, but we had advance warning that it was going to happen, and we were able to neutralize the threat, as they say in the movies. But there was another experience that I had that troubled me deeply. I was serving in Pakistan at the time, and I was staying in a small guest house because it was safer than a big hotel. Sure enough, the big hotel was blown up and 45 people were killed while I was living there. But I left my guest house at a different time, like I did every day, and took a different route, like I did every day, to go to work. And I noticed that a man on a motorcycle wearing a red helmet was trying very hard to stay in my blind spot. I worked 12, 14 hours, whatever it was that day, and I left, and it was dark, and sure enough, there he was again. There's a definition of surveillance. It's multiple sightings at time and distance. So I've seen him multiple times at different times of the day and at different places. I'm definitely under surveillance. I got up at 5 o'clock in the morning, got in the car, drove a block, there he was again. So when I got to the office, I said to the security officer, I am under surveillance. I'm 100% sure that I'm under surveillance. He said, well, let's wait until the chief comes in. When the chief finally came in, I told him the story, and he said, well, you know what you have to do. I said, I know. I'm going to kill him if I see him this afternoon. I was worried about it all day, and all my coworkers came up to me that day to slap me on the back and say, don't worry, we're all going to be out there. We're going to have a whole security team. I said, I know, but I never killed anybody before, and I'm so worried that he's going to kill me before I get a clear shot at him. That afternoon, I had a meeting at a safe house that we shared with the local service. And on my way out at the end of the meeting, and I don't know why I did this, but I turned around and I said, General, are you following me? And he said, no, why? And I said, because I'm under surveillance, and if I see this guy again, I'm going to kill him. And I never saw him again. I learned later that several of their officers were sitting around and saying, you know, that new American guy, he's such a nice guy. Nobody's that nice. I wonder if he's being nice just to try to make us drop our guard. And they decided to put the worst surveillance officer in their entire intelligence service on me. And if I hadn't said something that afternoon, he would be in the ground today. Does Trump have the UK and Europe's back? No, he doesn't. When we hear from journalists or political figures that Donald Trump doesn't like the Europeans, he doesn't like NATO, he doesn't like the European Union, we should take the man at his word. I don't think he does have Europe's back, or even the UK's back. When he says America first, he means America first, whatever that means. He has an idea in his own mind, but I don't think he cares one whit about Europe. Which film or TV series portrays spy work the most accurately? Great question. I will tell you that at the CIA, we watch every single spy movie and spy series. All of us do. I'm proud to say that I have been the script advisor on The Bourne Ultimatum, on Kill the Messenger, on True Lies, and on Burn Notice. We love this kind of thing. Most of them have nothing whatsoever to do with the reality of the CIA, except a couple. In terms of TV, Homeland. Wow. they got it right. The only thing that they got wrong was if you go crazy, they send you to the hospital until you're not crazy anymore. In movies, there was a movie that came out in 2004 called The Recruit. The first half of the movie, where the lead character is going through training, 100% accurate, except for one minor difference. They didn't beat us in training. Everything else that he went through, we went through it in spades. Most other movies, stinkers. And listen, just as a general rule, if somebody calls the CIA the company, turn it off. Is social media the biggest intelligence gathering tool today? It is absolutely one of them, yes. You know, I was always amazed when I was at the CIA at how targets, legitimate intelligence targets, would literally put their entire lives on LinkedIn and Facebook. Incredible. You don't even have to do any research. They lay it all out right there on the screen for you. So the answer is yes. If you value your privacy, if you don't want to pop up on the radar, you have to stay away from social media. What was 9/11's impact on the world? You know, I was in the CIA's headquarters on the morning of 9/11. Well, we knew we were at war. And one of the first thoughts that I had that morning was, does Osama bin Laden have any idea what he's done? Does he have any idea how many people are going to die? We all knew what the American response was going to be. It was going to be merciless. The question is, what was 9/11's impact on the world? It was dramatic and lasting. We're almost 24 years after the 9/11 attacks, and we still can't go through airports with our shoes on. Untold trillions of dollars have been spent on counterterrorism and defense, and that is probably never going to change. Why are there so many wars in 2025? Well, do you want my real answer or do you want my diplomatic answer? My real answer is the U.S. has a defense budget that is bigger than the next 8 largest countries combined. After 9/11, the U.S. entered into something like a permanent wartime economy, where if we didn't have a war to fight and to finance, we would actually go into recession. Now, we see ourselves as the world's peacekeepers. In many cases, we're not. We tend to be places where we're not wanted or welcome, and we end up forgetting to leave. There's an old joke inside the CIA about Iran. Like, why would Iran put its country right in the middle of all of our military bases? There you have it. Why are there so many wars? It's because the U.S. has an activist foreign policy, and sometimes we make friends on the wrong side of issues. Can the CIA make someone disappear without a trace? You bet they can, and they do all the time. In the immediate aftermath of the 9/11 attacks, the CIA created, for example, an archipelago of secret prisons, and they would just disappear people. We would capture people in al-Qaeda safe houses, for example, let's say in Pakistan or Afghanistan, and we would ship them off to these secret prisons. And when I say secret prisons, I mean in many cases they were so secret that even the presidents and prime ministers of the countries where the prisons were based didn't know that there were secret CIA prisons in their countries. So the CIA can make people disappear in that respect. They can kill people and just bury them, in some crazy foreign land and nobody would ever know. But if you're a CIA officer, or better yet, let's say you're a KGB officer and you want to defect, the CIA will give you a completely new identity, more money than you can ever count, and you and your family can live happily ever after, under the name John Smith, and nobody would be the wiser. How does the USA track terrorist threats? They use something called the terrorist matrix. It's also called all-source intelligence. Believe it or not, members of terrorist groups actually give press interviews in which they telegraph what they're going to do in their next attack. That's one way. The media. Electronic surveillance. It could be intercepting cell phones, intercepting emails, intercepting encoded messages. even intercepting messages from game platforms. We have satellites that track these things. We have spies providing what's called HUMINT, short for human intelligence. So you use literally every source at your dispense and put this matrix together to try to disrupt that next attack. Can you be a spy and have a moral compass? What a great question that is. I'm going to say yes because I had a moral compass. It cost me my freedom. It cost me my job. It cost me my family. But it was worth it. There are some things that you are tasked to do as a CIA counterintelligence officer that you just have to say no to. There are some things that are so immoral, so unethical, in many cases so illegal, that you just should not do it. What is the most controversial thing you've worked on or heard about? It has to be the torture program. I went to prison for 23 months for going public with the CIA's torture program. I went on ABC News in the United States in December of 2007, and I said three things. I said the CIA was torturing its prisoners. I said that torture was official U.S. government policy. And I said that the policy had been personally approved by the president himself. The FBI investigated me. They determined I had not committed a crime. Then Barack Obama became president. They secretly reopened the case against me. I was indicted and charged with 5 felonies, including 3 counts of espionage for giving this interview. Remember, espionage can be a death penalty charge. I had 3 of them. Well, I hadn't committed espionage, and finally, they dropped those charges.
Hello, I'm here. Well, I just came back from showering.
I had gone bankrupt from the legal expenses, and I was facing 45 years in prison. They offered me 23 months, and I took the deal. But I would do it again today if I had to, because somebody had to stand up and say that this was wrong. Shouldn't torture be legal if we are protecting American lives? Absolutely not. Not under any circumstances. Torture doesn't work. Torture is illegal internationally. It is immoral. And you end up making a recruitment video, essentially, for your greatest enemies. For example, when it became apparent that the U.S. was torturing military prisoners at Abu Ghraib prison in Iraq, and video was leaked showing those prisoners in orange jumpsuits, ISIS bought orange jumpsuits and made its kidnapping victims, who were mostly aid workers and American journalists, wear orange jumpsuits and then beheaded them on camera. They did that only because the U.S. was torturing its prisoners. So torture does not work. Torture is illegal. It is immoral. It is unethical. And no one
We're going to be watching Nero in the background. Well, I'm going to be watching Nero in the background.
in the world right now? Also a good question. There are several. And I've been to all of them. I never got to go to the nice places. I went to 72 countries with the CIA, and almost all of them were...
All right. So Nero's video is going to be basically the rest of the evening or afternoon until it'll be the rest of the afternoon.
Manifestation lessons taught from the Quran, the Tao Te Ching, the Bhagavad Gita, and the Bible. You see, when it comes to materializing your desired reality, there's a multitude of metaphysical wisdom that you can extrapolate from these religions. In particular, in this video, we're going to be showing you how to create abundance from the little that you have, which can be extrapolated to whatever it is that you want to materialize. Opportunities for career, money in your business, more money in general, or relationships. We'll also be covering how to make the universe quite literally surrender to you. We'll also be covering how to make the universe be on your side. We'll also be covering how to navigate life from a point of manifestation to create your desired reality when things seem the darkest. Because like I said, all of these texts have deep esoteric wisdom within them. Esoteric comes from the Greek word esoterikos, which means the inner, and there is the exo, esoteric, or the exotericos, which refers to the outer. So in this video, like I said, those are the lessons we're going to be covering, and I'm very, very excited for this video. So let's get into it so you can begin creating your desired reality from principles which I would probably say that most of the spiritual literature that we have in the 21st century is distilled from these main texts. So yeah, let's get into it. Now, one thing that I want to make abundantly clear, speaking to two archetypes of individuals. Now, most spiritual people, because they have left systematic or organized religion, they now have this spiritual ego that will begin to deprive their ability to extrapolate spiritual wisdom in literature, because they'll look at these religions and be like, hey, you know, I'm not a slave, you know, why would I believe in these religions, so on and so forth, which I think is a very, very limited perspective. Because like I said, the truth of the matter is, within these texts, what you derive from these texts depends upon your level of consciousness. You don't read these texts, oftentimes they read to you depending upon the frequency that you're operating at. So as you're going to see, you might hear stories from these books that you've heard before, but with a deeper metaphysical insight, because the wisdom lies within them all. Now, to the religious person that might have clicked on this video thinking, what are you niggas? You're going to be shocked, because the truth of the matter is, like I said, the principles that we're going to be looking, or the perspective, I should say, that we're going to be looking at these scriptures, verses, and stories from is from an esoteric perspective. Esoteric refers to the inner. This type of information was typically kept and only passed down through oral traditions of priests and deeper occultic orders, so on and so forth. So some of this stuff, it might sound a bit demonic, but I can assure you there's none of that going on over here. There's no pentagrams. We don't do any of that stuff over here. And I think it's very important to be able to make that distinction, because there's ego on both sides. And for the individuals that come with their preconceived notion on another religion, that also inhibits your ability to be able to extract something that's worthy out of it. Because remember, whatever the thinker thinks, the prover proves. Then you're both the thinker and you're both the prover. So if you have this preconceived notion, and one thing that I want you to understand, make sure you're taking notes or leave them in the comments, but your preconceived notions reveal truths to you that you didn't even know that you had. So oftentimes our preconceived notions merge in our minds as truths about what we believe about something. But the truth of the matter is, there are few truths in reality. The truths, what we call the truths, are just ideas masquerading as truths. They're just ideas. So like I said, whatever the thinker thinks, the prover proves. So let's get into the first lesson. Now, like I said, oftentimes, you know, whether you're familiar with these concepts, you know, when you're trying to materialize something, sometimes life is just dark, man. Life is just pounding you in, pause. And things look very, very dark, to say the least. It's almost like nothing's changing. Things are progressively getting worse. So this first point, this first principle, which we'll start with the Bible, shows how to navigate reality when it appears the darkest. So we'll be going to the 11th chapter of John for the story of Lazarus. Now, like I said, there's these moments as we're trying to materialize things. You may be applying for bare jobs and you're not getting any of them. You might be trying to date bare people and it's just going left. Your business may not be growing the way that you want. You may feel stagnant in your reality. Things aren't really changing to the way that you know they could actually materialize. And in these moments, things tend to get dark. But one thing that I want you to remember is that within the dark always follows dawn. And dawn follows light. The darkness that appears in front of you is illusionary. But the thing about reality is that it will do its best to convince you that the darkness that you're going through is a reality. And oftentimes, like I said, whatever reality can convince yourself subconscious mind of, it can actually perpetuate its existence. So if reality has the capability of convincing your subconscious mind that things are just terrible right now, you're down bad, it's just not looking good. It's just not looking good, bro. If it can convince you of those things on a subconscious level, then you'll actually begin to reflect those things out into your universe to perpetuate you in that cycle. So the one thing that you have to be aware of is that whatever reality attempts to convince you of, you have to understand that it's illusionary. So the darkness that you may be going through in your reality can be a phase, that's only if you don't let it phase you, and that's a bar that down, because the truth of the matter is whatever you allow to actually phase you has the capability of altering your internal state. Anything that has the capability of altering your internal state then has the capability of altering your external state. And this is the truth of the matter, because the true power in reality lies in the external. That's the entire game. Sorry, the true power in reality lies in the internal, because the external is just an illusion. When I say that reality is illusion, I'm simply referring to the fact that we only see 0.035% of what actually exists based upon visible light. We see through a process called refraction. Light bounces off surface, goes into our eyes, and we begin to see things. But visible light is only a tiny portion of the entire electromagnetic spectrum. We have ultraviolet, infrared, all of that. It's a tiny fraction. Hence why when people take psychedelics, they begin to see more. It's almost like this is 0.0035% probably increases for a temporary amount of time. Now, what does this have to do with Lazarus? For those of you that are thinking, I know the story of Lazarus, what is this? It's about the guy that rose from the dead, innit? So, story of Lazarus, to cut a long story short. There was a guy called Lazarus, he died. He was dead. He was buried in a tomb. And Christ at the time, which, bear in mind, I've said Christ, not Jesus, Christ. Because when we say Christ over here, Christ is a state of consciousness in which one is unified with the infinite intelligence, when one is one with the infinite intelligence. And you'll be seeing this notion of a unification with the infinite intelligence all over, even with the sign of Hinduism that I showed you. That's representative of the supreme being of the universe, Brahma. Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. God the Son, God the Father, God the Holy Spirit. The mental plane, physical plane, and spiritual plane. This triune nature, the Trinity, is a reference to metaphysical planes of existence. So when we're talking about Christ, I'm talking about a mind that is one with the infinite intelligence. Hence why Christ would say, I and the Father are one mentally. Hence why in Philippians chapter 2, verse 5 to 11, it says, let this mind be in you that was in Christ Jesus, who being in the form of God did not find it robbery to be equal with God. Now, like I said, Lazarus was dead at the time. His sisters were bare sad. They were like, oh my God, he's dead. And Christ is like, I can rise this nigga from the dead. I really can rise this individual from the dead. So they're like, cool. How you gonna do it then? Now, bear in mind, go into the context. Let's see how this actually looks. Because this actually looks very, very crazy. So Lazarus is in a tomb. He's dead. He's been dead. Christ is like, he's going to rise from the dead. He's going to rise from the dead. Now, in the 11th chapter of John, Christ does something very, very interesting. And that's why I want this first point to be centered around. He said, Father, I thank you for hearing me. And I thank you because you always hear me. Everybody at the time is like, what are you thanking God for? Like, the brother's still dead. Like, the tomb's still closed. No one's here. Christ is there saying, thank you, because I know that you always hear me, Father. Thank you. Everybody else is like, what the hell? 2 twos later, Lazarus pops up. Lazarus is back alive. What's the point? What's the esoteric nature in that story? Well,
because if you already know, you already have it.
Like I said, in the 11th chapter of John,
true conviction.
In the face of death, in the quite literal face of death, nothing changed. In front of the tomb, nothing's changed. Everybody around, Lazarus, his sisters, his people, they're weeping like, what's this guy on? You say you're going to bring him back, but everybody's just sad. The collective consciousness around goes off what they can see. But Christ, one with the infinite intelligence, did something that you need to begin to do if you want to materialize what it is that you want. Now, like I said, this can be extrapolated if you want a promotion in your career, if you want a job, if you want a different opportunity in your career, if you want to materialize a romantic relationship, if you want more money in your business, if you want more money in general. Extrapolate what I'm about to say to any of that, and I promise you, you will also begin to be able to tap into that particular power.
Yep.
Now,
gratitude before
Christ had gratitude before it changed. Now, we often as human beings, simply because we're encapsulated in this third dimensional realm, we operate very linearly, if that's a word. We operate very linearly in the sense that we typically go off what we can see. So something like gratitude is only something that we begin to feel after reality has changed. Right. But you have to begin to reverse and understand that it's on earth as it is in heaven. It's as within as without. It's the internal state that must precede the external change, which means that if you think about it, the indirect implication of being in a thankful, grateful state is the indication that you have something to be grateful for, something to be thankful for. Really think about this. Is it not crazy? I don't know about you, AJ, but is it not crazy that the tomb's closed, the guy's dead, and Christ is saying, thank you, God, I thank you because you always hear me. Before anybody's seen him come out, I'll be shook. I'll be like, this guy's lost his marbles. Why are you thanking? Like, imagine somebody walking up to a grave and saying, yeah, thank you. I thank God because he heard me, because this person's going to... Like, that's insane. That's the way we begin to perceive it. But if we're to take the esoteric nature, the metaphysical aspect of that story, what it's an indication of is that typically, as human beings, like I said, we allow the external to dictate the internal, meaning we operate by space-time constraints. But if we go back to a point that I said earlier, if reality is an illusion, it's an illusion because it reflects aspects of your frequency, self-concept, state of consciousness, meaning if you have something to be grateful for, then you will begin to show gratitude. So showing gratitude indicates to the universe that you have something to be grateful for. That begins to correspond with what it is that you desire. Then that leads to the manifestation of it. Because remember my definition of manifestation. Manifestation is internally shifting to a degree to which you're no longer emotionally dependent upon seeing reality change. When you're good with it and you're good without it. So, my question to you is, are you grateful for your desired reality having manifested?
Yeah.
Now the mind says, but it hasn't manifested. But what if that belief is the very thing that's keeping you from actually being able to manifest it? Because see, the mind that is unified with the infinite intelligence, the mind that has transcended, polarity and seeing things as separate, understands one thing. The true limiting belief of reality is the belief that something is missing. And that's a bar, write that down. Because it's that belief exactly that keeps something from coming within your reality. If you have this unconscious idea that you believe something is missing, which you do, naturally, you do, because you've come here to materialize something, you've come here to change your reality, which means all of us come into this realm of information in the frequency that something is missing. We come with the belief that something is missing.
Nothing's missing.
But that's actually the belief that perpetuates something to be missing, because if nothing was missing, how would you feel? You'd more than likely be in a state of gratitude. And if you're in a state of gratitude before your reality has changed, then you indicate to the universe that you have changed. And when you have changed, reality changes, because you and reality are the same thing. You're waiting for reality to show you something before you show it to yourself. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't work like that. You have to have the capability of displaying gratitude in the face of death. So bare times people comment, people message, we've been through it. Sometimes you feel like nothing's changing. Nothing's changing. Sometimes shit might even get worse. It might even get worse. Just remember the 11th chapter of John. Remember the story of Lazarus. In the face of death, Christ still showed gratitude. Because think about what showing gratitude does when reality hasn't changed actually does. What's my definition of manifestation? Internally shifting to a degree to which you're no longer emotionally dependent on seeing reality change. There was no emotional dependency on seeing reality change, because when you're not emotionally dependent upon seeing reality change, reality would be dependent upon you. And when reality is dependent upon you, it will do its best to please you. It will do its best to make you as happy as possible, because there's nothing that it can do for you. Because when the world can do nothing for you, it will attempt to do everything for you. And that's a bar, write that down. Because what you need to begin to understand, like I said, gratitude is an indirect implication that you've received something. Think about it. Whenever somebody gives you a compliment, somebody does something for you, you feel grateful. So gratitude is an indirect, it emits a frequency that indicates to the universe that you have received something. But the issue is you're delaying and you're prolonging your gratitude because you're waiting for reality to make you feel grateful, without realizing that reality will give you something to be grateful for when you give it the feeling of gratitude. You can't get this confused the other way around. Because when I tell you that most of us operate in the exact opposite state of consciousness to the infinite intelligence. Like I said, as human beings, we get caught up in this third dimensional realm. It is what it fucking is. But the truth of the matter is, so long as we begin to operate from a level of consciousness dependent upon what we see, we'll be slaves to reality. If you wait for reality to show you something before you feel good, then reality will never make you feel good. because reality will only make you feel good when you feel good for no reason. When you feel good for no reason, reality will make you feel good for no reason. When you have something to be grateful for, when you have no reason to be grateful, reality will give you a reason to be grateful for. And that's a bar of that down. And I need you to understand, even in the instance where shit is going left, if you can be grateful, not for the shit going left, because a lot of niggas begin to be grateful for their suffering and then end up materializing more suffering on like some pain kink type thing. This isn't what this is. This isn't anything to do with that. You have to be able to stay centered in your desired reality, having already manifested despite what you're seeing, and be able to be so encapsulated by your internal creation, flooding it with emotion, because emotion is the true language of the subconscious mind. And with that intense degree of emotion, it enters the subconscious. If you can be grateful to such a degree prior to your reality changing, then reality will change. Oftentimes, what delays reality from actually changing instantly is our dependency upon it. We're so dependent upon reality changing. And this is one thing we're going to be talking about in the Bhagavad Gita, because the Bhagavad Gita and the Mahabharata actually goes into proper detachment. It's one of my favorite spiritual literatures when it covers detachment, which we'll get to later. But for now, Father, I thank you that you've always heard me, that you always hear me. The conviction of that prayer. I'll get AJ to put it up on the screen. It says, Father, I thank you. I thank you because you always hear me. Some of us feel like we get aired by God. To people that may not be from the UK, getting aired is like getting, what do they say, dubbed, like getting ignored.
That's what dubbed means.
Yeah. Get aired by God. It's dark. There's no worse feeling than praying and getting aired. It's demoralizing. It begins to deplete your conviction and your confidence, which is the most important words when it comes to manifestation, because that solidifies your self-concept. It strengthens the frequency that you're emitting to the universe. Confidence in and of itself. Listen to the conviction in the fact that you always hear me. Some of us treat manifestation like hit or miss. You get me? See if this one manifests. But think about the conviction and the idea that you always hear me. And this isn't to please God. This isn't to flatter God. You can't flatter God. I'm sure it actually says that in the Bible, that you can't flatter God, which is what people attempt to do. Niggas will try to bargain with God and be like, yo, God, if she's not pregnant, I promise I'll get my shit together. Like, I swear, like, I'll change. You can't flatter God. When Christ said, God, I thank you because thou hear me, you always hear me, that was an internal declaration in conviction, in the idea that whatever is within will always be reflected. That's the same level of conviction that you need to have, instead of treating this shit like hit or miss, because that's how you treat it. And yeah, the esoteric story of Lazarus, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into the next one.
Bro said bargain with God.
Nah, bro, I remember when I was religious, I used to treat God like one of my stingy uncles, mom's life, but deep it like this. If it's your internal state of consciousness that reflects into how you begin to experience God, the way that you, or the labels, your preconceived notions of God will be reflected in how you experience God. So if you go to God bargaining like he's stingy, then he's going to be very stingy, or you're going to be stingy, presenting the illusion that it's somebody externalized and had a stingy experience. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy.
Paradox.
You know how we say people are using like your content for good, bad, they're using it for, getting into relationships.
I don't like this. I don't like the way that you frame this.
This comment is special, it's unique. But I don't want to label it good or bad,
You transcended, yeah?
Transcended.
You transcended, yeah?
Here it is. Nero, you keep helping my scamming empire grow all the way from Nigeria. It keeps on growing and growing, and I can't stop making money since I started applying your teachings.
Oh, that's a fire belief. Might steal that one. Can't stop making money.
Can't stop. And yes, I also agree with you. The Illuminati ain't that good anymore.
Yeah, their music just doesn't slap the way that it used to.
Once you are ready to come to Nigeria, I would love to take you around some places in the motherland.
You think I'm gonna come to Nigeria and let you take me around after you just spoke about your scamming empire? I'll get there and I'll kidnap. Yo. Man said that it keeps growing and growing.
Can't stop making money. Bruh.
Hey man, you gotta get how you live.
Some casual blaze. Bro, I love your long and short videos too. Keep both of them coming.
Say less. Say less.
I've conquered the world alone. No, I've conquered the world. Nero, me alone. I've decided to leave you. AJ and your cult untouched from my rule.
Wow, thank you so much. Thank you for that. Because, you know, we were really worried about what you was gonna do to us because you conquered the world now. So, you know, at least he said that he'll leave us untouched, AJ, because I didn't want to get touched. Pause, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, I'm not trying to get touched, bro.
You know what I'm saying?
Nero, what do you think of dating apps? That's what someone asked. I don't know why, but yeah.
The only reason I'm laughing is because I got a client of mine. He makes about 600K a month. He's really systematic person. He likes everything to be very much organized. He told me the other day that he's hired somebody and given them an SOP of what they would like for their Hinge. So his Hinge account is being ran by an employee of his who he's given a standard operating procedures on what he likes, and he went out on dates.
Yeah, I need to know how successful that was, bro.
Yeah. I said to him, though, the person that you're getting to run the account, their frequency may begin to bring people in their proximity that matches his frequency and not yours. You get me? Because now you put like an intermediary in between you. A middleman. Yo, that's funny. Whole time, this girl's thinking, oh yeah, this guy looks really nice. They're talking back and forth. Whole time, it's his employee.
What if they go on a date and like there's something that's said on text that he doesn't even like? He's gonna have to catch up.
You gotta lock in. You gotta lock in. Be like, hey, I get what you're saying. Perfect. Let's see. I'll take red and orange.
What's the next nestle, Nero?
Thought you'd never ask. Now we'll go into the 14th chapter of Matthew. And this one is all about your bread. Or loaves, I should say. Did I ever tell you about that time I was gonna rob a jewelry store?
Yeah. You were down bad, bro.
This links.
Okay.
This links. Cool. So, 14th chapter of Matthew. So, everybody's familiar with the story of the 5 loaves into 5,000. For those of you who are unfamiliar, there's a story in the Bible to which there's only 5 loaves of bread, and Christ comes and he makes 5,000 loaves of bread. Now, once again, esoteric nature that you can begin to extrapolate this to your own life. You have to understand one thing in particular. Like I said, Christ, a mind that is unified with the infinite intelligence. Artificial
I knew you was gonna say
intelligence.
it. I knew it. Oh,
Smoke high grade and drink Hennessy.
I knew you was gonna say it, bro. I just knew it.
Now, when I say artificial intelligence, you can extrapolate this wherever you want. This could be God, this could be Allah, this could be Yahweh, this could be Jehovah, this could be Brahma, whatever fits your fancy. But in this instance, I just say infinite intelligence. I wrote intelligence twice. Crazy. The infinite intelligence is just like I think it's less loaded, because when I use other words, they may come with labels that you may have preconceived notions about that begins to alter the way that you begin to experience things. So when I say infinite intelligence, I guess it's more neutral, and I think it begins to actually characterize it much better in my opinion. So I describe God as the infinite intelligence, but some people refer to it as the source. I don't really like that one, but that's neither here nor there. So Christ is a mind that is unified with the infinite intelligence mentally. It's oneness. And that oneness means that they've transcended duality. The transcended, when I say duality or polarity, that's just the idea of separation. It's just a fancy way of saying separation from a more hermetic philosophical point. separation. Separation is limitation. Anytime we're operating from a consciousness of separation, we enter a degree of limitation. And that limitation begins to show itself in our reality. Meaning, if you begin to look at things in a separated manner instead of all one, then that's when things begin to become very limited. So, in this instance, in the 14th chapter of Matthew, people were trying to eat, but it was tough. You know what I'm saying? It was tough. They were like in a recession back in biblical times. Nobody wants to be in that. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, you know what I'm saying? No bread at all. Only 5 loaves of bread. Now, understand this. The collective consciousness, us as human beings, we have this tendency, like I said, because we mentally adhere to the concept of polarity, we begin to see things as separated. We begin to see things as separate. And because we see things as separate, we enter a particular degree of limitation, because if we're limited in our consciousness, our experience on this physical plane is also going to be limited to some degree. Meaning, everybody else is only like, yo, there's only 5 loaves of bread. Christ comes and he's like, yo, I can fix this easy. You know what I'm saying? Scamming empire can fix this easy. Extrapolates that and makes a multitude of loaves, 5,000. Everybody's shocked as to how that happened. Now, one of my favorite quotes in the Kabbalion is that there are no miracles, only higher levels of understanding. And I love that, because the more that you begin to understand reality from a point of causality on the higher planes of existence, things begin to make sense. Because when they say there's only high levels of understanding, it's cause and effect. Cause and effect extrapolated from the mental plane down to the physical plane, because the physical plane is a reflection of the mental plane reflects into the physical plane. And predicated upon Christ being an individual that was unified with the infinite intelligence, transcendent of polarity and duality, seeing limitation, other people were going off what they could see. But the truth of the matter is, what you see is a reflection of your mind, because you don't see with your eyes, you see with your mind. Even from a physical point, the eyes do nothing more than take electrical signals, send that up to the brain. The brain has a guesstimation on what it's seeing. Metaphysically, you don't see with your eyes, you see with your mind. Everybody was seeing reality through these shaded tints, as I am seeing through right now. But Christ had no tints on. And because Christ had no tints on, he could see clearly. And because Christ could see clearly, he saw something that other people didn't see. And this is the lesson that I want you to begin to extrapolate in this instance. Oftentimes we see scarcity. We see scarcity in our opportunities, in our career, in our relationships, in our bank account. And because we see scarcity, we're dictated by that scarcity. And when we're dictated by that scarcity, what state of consciousness does that set you in? When you know you've been applying for jobs and you're seeing no jobs anywhere. When you check your bank account and it's low, it's down bad. When you check your Hinge or whatever, your DMs, and it's just no motion, it's just crickets, radio silence, tumbleweeds. These instances in our reality, we allow scarcity to dictate our internal state. But typically, whenever scarcity dictates our internal state, it sets us into worry, panic, fear. And unfortunately, it's those emotions that actually reinforce scarcity in our internal state. And if we have scarcity within, that will be reflected externally. So everybody else, predicated upon what they could see, allowed their internal state to reflect more worry, panic, and fear, which then internally put them in scarcity, which then led to external scarcity. So my question to you is, do you see 5 or do you see 5,000?
I see 5 million.
You have to begin to see your scarcity as abundance. You have to begin to see something that is small as something that is great. Because this goes into something that I cover in
Outsmarting Reality.
Outsmarting Reality. Amazon bestseller for 6 months straight in all 3 categories. 4.9 rated on Amazon with over 1,000 positive reviews. Link in the description. But this actually goes into something that I speak about in that book in one of the chapters, which is your perception equates to your projection. See, oftentimes we're unaware of one thing. How you look at life is how life looks at you. But we're unaware of how we're looking at life. So we're confused as to why we experience life in a certain way. Most of us allow reality to dictate our internal state, to dictate what we see. We allow, when reality says, yo, you got 5, we believe it. We allow it to convince us of that. And is it a truth?
Nope.
It's the truth the moment it becomes accepted into the subconscious mind, because then it will be materialized. The man who says he can is right, and the man who says he can't is right.
Also right.
But the woman who says they can is right, and the woman that says they can't is right. See, I'm inclusive. Oftentimes we see 5. And because we see 5, we accept that 5 as a particular truth. And we accept that 5 as a truth, it puts us in an internal state that actually perpetuates that 5. What did I say about the Christ state of consciousness, the infinite intelligence? They see beyond the illusion. So did Christ see 5,000 or did he see 50,000 or did he see 5 million? Point being, there was no limitation on what Christ was seeing. You see, in these instances where everybody else would see scarcity, you actually need to begin to see what you have as a particular degree of abundance. Because everything that you're looking for in your reality, you already have. You already have it. And it's about your ability to pay attention to the shit that you already have that puts you in a vibrational resonance to have more of that. Matthew 13:12, to him who has, he will have more and he will have abundance. But to the one who does not have, even what they do have will be taken away. That's 13th chapter of Matthew, right before this chapter right here. This is all about your own perception to what it is that you have. I never forget, I had a call once with a lady from New York. You know who you are, the one that's in the saunas. You know who you are. With no context, that sounds crazy. But nonetheless, she was saying to me how she used to make a certain amount of money. She used to make a large amount of money and her money's depleted now. And I said to her, you know, why don't you just look at the money that's coming in the same way that you look at the money that you want? But why don't we all do that? Really think about that. Why don't we see the money that's coming in, no matter how small it is, as a large amount of money to the same degree that we'd see the money that we do want? Because once you begin to perceive it through that same lens, you begin to alchemize that state of consciousness, because that's all it is. It's just a frequency. The numbers in it themselves mean nothing except the meaning that you begin to give it. And see, in your mind, you've begun to assign meaning without realizing to the infinite there is no big or small. Let's borrow that down. So what if you looked at the 5 as if it was 5,000? Then you'd be in a position to alchemize that 5 into 5,000. The money in your bank account. You often probably say, oh, this isn't a lot of money. I really have no money. So how the fuck could you ever have more money? Your internal state of consciousness is within resonance of you perpetuating that idea based upon what you're seeing, which what you're seeing actually has no meaning except the meaning that you begin to attribute to it. And then predicate upon the meaning that you attribute to it, you begin to experience emotions. You begin to experience panic, fear, and worry that then perpetuates that particular experience, reflecting as you actually not having a lot of money. What if you looked at the little amount of money that you have as if it was a lot of money? And you began to allow yourself to feel how you'd feel if it was a lot of money. I mean, shit. Let's say you got £5 in your account for real. How would you look at that £5 if it was 5,000? What emotions would you begin to experience from that? You'd probably feel safe. You'd probably feel free. You'd probably feel joyous. You'd probably feel peaceful. Okay then. Well, are those not the same emotions that you have to be experiencing internally before you can experience that externally? Because here's the thing. We want to experience abundance in this third dimensional realm without experiencing it internally, and it just doesn't work like that, unfortunately. You have to begin to alter the lenses that you're seeing reality through in order for reality to show you something else. Because like I just said, why is it that we look at the 5,000 as if it's just 5,000? Sorry, we look at the 5 as if it's just 5. The 5 in of itself doesn't even exist. It's like that scene in The Matrix where they're talking about the spoon. And she's like, the oracle's like, bend the spoon with your mind. The spoon never even existed. Because what is 5? Nothing other than what you mean. Sorry, nothing other than the meaning that you attribute to it. So what if you looked at the money when that client pays you? Why don't you look at it as if it's the actual amount of money that you want to be paid? Why don't you look at your bank account as if it already has the amount of money that you want to have? Why don't you look at that, you know, those 2 applications that you've made for a job because there are no jobs? Why don't you look at it as if it's 20 applications? The person that gets back to you, why don't you look at it as if it's a multitude? Because when you have the capability of seeing the scarcity as abundance, then you begin to drop scarcity entirely. And when you drop scarcity entirely, it disappears from your universe. Because then you begin to see abundance wherever you go, because abundance is trying to follow you because you're already in a state of abundance. And this is what this really comes down to. It really comes down to an understanding of abundance versus scarcity. Will you allow the scarcity that reality presents to alter your internal state? Because if so, then you will stay trapped in that. But if you could just see the scarcity as if it was plenty, people say all the time, they'll be like, oh, I got no money. Oh, there's no money in my account. I never have any money. There's no jobs out here. Which all of those things are completely true. but they're completely true, predicated upon the meaning that you've given to those things, and that meaning comes with emotion. That emotion reinforces itself into your subconscious, and then there are a few truths in reality other than what the subconscious mind accepts as true. Whatever the thinker thinks, the prover proves, and then you begin to live in that box, but that box is literally being molded by you. It's being molded by your inability to see from the infinite and to see the minor as a lot. The small is great. Anything that you regard as scarcity in your life, like I said, extrapolate this to romantic partners, extrapolate this to career, opportunities, employment, money. Why don't you need to begin to see what you already have as a lot in order for you to be in vibrational resonance for a lot to come to you? When you see what you have as small, as insignificant, as minor, then the issue with that is that you only place yourself in a frequency that resonates with perpetuating that exact same thing that you're complaining about. All comes down to the same thing. You're wanting reality to give you great before you become in resonance with great. It doesn't work like that. You can only have what you already have. So you tell me, do you have 5 loaves or do you have 5,000?
Choice is yours. You get to decide.
At the time when me and my boys were thinking about robbing that jewelry shop, we had 5. We had -5. And you know what's so stupid about that? I was 17, guys. Me and my boys thought about robbing this jewelry shop in town. It was so stupid because the police station was literally like 5 minutes around the corner. I absolutely would have been caught and I absolutely would have went to jail. So, well, we really planned it for real. Like, you know, looking where the cameras are, the CCTV in the area. It was bad. It was bad. It was bad. But guys, that wasn't me. That was the frequency at the ends.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think I would have had the heart to really do it anyways. Absolutely would have not have done.
Good PR. Perfect. That's what we needed.
Oof. Had to bring it back.
Hey, Nero and AJ.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hey, everybody.
Oh, I love it when they say hi to everybody. Manners, guys, manners.
For real. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for all the work and energy you're putting out.
This is a wholesome message. I can already feel it. Let me turn around. This is a wholesome message.
I've been watching you for around 2 years now, and I've always felt what you were talking about made complete sense. I never knew why, but internally, I could sense that you were giving out the keys for understanding and using the mechanics of the universe from a human standpoint. You've led me onto a life-changing journey, fully focusing on my internal and using anything I could pick up to use it to go even deeper on that journey. It's very interesting to see how information and the knowledge it contains unfolds to you once you change. Over the period of watching you and applying what you teach consistently, I thought I understood what you meant with manifestation is internally shifting to a degree to which you are no longer emotionally dependent upon seeing reality change. But only in this very moment, it hit me like a lightning strike.
Finally.
After imagining,
told you this name can't use.
I can't even, why do I feel like a foreigner?
Imagining.
I can't even say
Imagining.
Imagine. I can't still say.
Is that what you're trying to say? Imagining?
Yeah, bro.
Goodness gracious.
That's horror.
That's horror.
Fresh.
Screams of horror.
Where did we read? Oh, the Trey song. Yeah. Okay. After picturing my desired reality, especially focusing on the emotion, I felt like an absolute winner, standing on top of my game and with full intensity.
You know, someone commented that you read like Mayweather.
You made that up, innit?
I swear to God.
I ain't seen that comment.
I swear to God,
I ain't
that's
seen
a
that
comment.
comment.
I swear to God.
With deep love and gratitude in my heart. That's the best I can describe it. Although words can't match that feeling. Hold on, it goes on. And listening to you speak again after that state of being changed, I didn't even care about what I was seeing. I just know I already have it. Because it's never about the material thing itself. It's about the emotion attached to it.
Tell him.
Thank you for not stopping to drop the same timeless gems over and over. because you were right. Sometimes information needs to be presented to you in different
That was not me. That was AJ.
You're welcome. Yeah. Presented to you in different ways, reframed, and the person watching needs to change themselves in order to fully ingrain that gem into their subconscious mind. Stay blessed, stay winning, stay internally shifted. Written by a human.
For real. That's what a robot would say, though, innit? That's what a bot would say.
Imagining.
You got it, bro.
Why can't I say that word?
You just said it, though.
Imagining.
You just said it. What the hell?
You know what I felt like? You ever seen the African pastors and they try and say beginning?
Oh, in the beginning. Yeah, for real.
Oh, man.
That was bad looks, I'm not gonna
That
lie.
was terrible. I might edit that out, so. Like, are you stopping me for real?
No, he's stopping you. You got free will, bro. Any other ones before I go? Starts now because we are entering the Bhagavad Gita section.
Ooh. Watching Nero is cleaning time. I swear I always get my laptop cleaned up whenever Nero's wiping the board. I find spots on my
Because you lot had dirty screens.
Yo, I realized I had a dirty screen when I was watching your video back. And I was like,
I was watching my video back and I was like, yo, my thing's dirty. This is not good. This is not good. Cool. So, the things that I'm going to be saying from the Bhagavad Gita come from the first section of the book, to which there's Arjuna, who's in war with relatives of his, and he's in war over the kingdom, and Krishna, you can think about it like, well, first of all, I don't want to say like Christ, because Krishna actually predates Christ. So does the Buddha, so does Lao Tzu, who's also wrote the Tao Te Ching that I'll be getting into. Just say that for the egotistical individuals that only believe that one person is amazing. Krishna is the avatar. Think about the avatar. Similar in the Gnostic perspective, where they believe that, you know, there's the monad that is the great light, and they send down an avatar, an individual that comes with the consciousness of the infinite in order to, you know, get stuff done. And Krishna in this instance was an advisor to Arjuna in this moment of time. And I think the first
This is a good story right here.
amazing. The reason why I focused on the first chapter for this video is because it's straight conflict. It's when our minds are as chaotic as possible and things are in conflict, when we're in war. This can be extrapolated to the war within, and that's what borrow that down. Now,
I talk about this all the time now, the mind. That third dimensional thinking mind.
in action, and there's action in inaction. Now, I loved that the first time I read it. When I first read that, I was like, yo, that is a bar. Why? Because there is inaction, and there is action in inaction. What does that mean? Almost sounds like hieroglyphics, and it just sounds like a very, very trippy thing. Now, in this context that I'm going to extrapolate it from a metaphysical perspective for you to create your desired reality, think about this. There's inaction in action. How many times, or I'd probably say how many people, in fact, I'd say majority of people do action. They work hard. They do things physically. I don't think there's a single human being that doesn't take some type of physical action. But what Krishna is saying in this instance is that sometimes that's inaction. Sometimes you can just be doing shit, but it's having no effect. And how many times have you felt like that in your own life? How many times have you felt as if you're doing the same thing? You're trying as hard as possible, but nothing's changing. But because we're so encapsulated by this third dimensional realm, because we're so engrossed into it, we think that the only solution in order to get things done, we think the only way to get an effect is to change the effect. That makes no sense. Because remember, there's 3 planes of existence: God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. Mental plane, physical plane, spiritual plane. Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. So, the suggestion here is that action isn't always the solution. And I want you to understand this. Action is only as valuable as the state of consciousness that precedes it. That's a real bar. Please write that down. Action is only as valuable as the state of consciousness that precedes it. Meaning, the inaction in action is the idea that sometimes, think about all the people that are seeking to materialize more money, but they're operating from a frequency of scarcity. So even in their action, there is inaction because of their state of consciousness. Frequency first, action after. See, the issue is most people operate by a frequency that is in direct contradiction to what it is that they want. They then take physical actions to get what it is that they want without realizing that their physical actions are being tainted by the energy that they're operating in, and that energy is the only thing that materializes itself into existence, not the action itself. It's another way of saying you can't outrun your frequency. Because the truth of the matter is, sometimes, and once again, I have to put a preface here, because spiritual people have this kind of lazy consciousness where they don't want to take any action. They want to lose weight without doing anything. They want to make money without doing anything. And unfortunately, I'm not one of those type of spiritual people, because I believe there's 3 planes of existence, and each one of those planes of existence require us to be active in all of them in order to get something. Your mental plane has to be arranged right. Your spiritual plane has to be arranged right. And then the physical plane should be arranged right. So by the time you do the physical, it feels effortless. It feels easy. It doesn't feel like it's hard or there's restriction. Because most of the time, what's being said here is that sometimes as well, there's action and inaction. Once again, you have to understand one thing in particular. Your action is only as valuable as the state of being that precedes it. Oftentimes, you attempt to do something while being the same. If you do something different while being the same thing, you're going to get the same thing regardless of you doing different, because ultimately what creates is your state of consciousness, your frequency, your self-concept. Actions are nothing more than a vehicle that take you from one destination to another. That's a bar, write that down. But what type of car are you driving? That's dependent upon the frequency that you're in. What vehicle are you using? Because remember, there is inaction, and there's action in inaction. Some people, and I need you to remember this, please remember this. The individuals that are being less need to do more. And the individuals that are being more
have to do less.
Can get away with doing less.
Yeah, bird.
And we've all seen this in our reality. We've all had instances where we feel like we're doing the absolute most. You're trying to materialize a relationship. You're going on these dating apps. You're doing whatever it is, trying your absolute hardest. You're shooting 500 DMs a day. That's crazy.
500 is mad. That's crazy.
That is wild.
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. 500 DMs. I know one of you, man, is doing it as well. That's crazy. But anyways, you're doing the absolute most. You're applying for as many jobs as you possibly can. You're reaching out to as many prospects as you possibly can. But the one question that you haven't asked yourself is, why do other people, besides the physical explanations, because there's a multitude of physical explanations that we could have, but this isn't the physical thing. I'm not here to talk to you about networking and, so on and so forth, because those things could be an explanation for those things. But in a metaphysical context, we look at the state of consciousness as the causal factor in order to detach from the third dimensional false gods that we end up creating around things. So if we're looking at it, why do some people have to do more, some people have to do less? It's because some people are being more and some people are being less. And when I say being more and being less, I mean, are you in the correspondent frequency of what it is that you want to attain? The individual that comes applying for 100 jobs thinking, I ain't going to get any of these jobs. Here we go again, yada, yada, yada. Yep. Their state of consciousness is in complete contradiction to what they want. So their action is inaction.
Bar.
But there's some people that may not never touch Indeed.com in their lives, and somehow they get an amazing opportunity that come across them in the most serendipitous way. Why? Because there's also action and inaction. Because it all comes down to your state of being. So I want you to do me a favor. In fact, do yourself a favor. Don't ask yourself, what have you been doing? Ask yourselves, who have you been being? Who have I been being?
Mm-hmm. Who have I been being?
I love that from the Bhagavad Gita.
That's why I said great story.
One thing that I also would like to say as well is that if you're an entrepreneur who's already made millions and you have the right team, the right skill set, the right knowledge, everything's in place, but things still aren't moving as fast as you like, or things aren't growing at all, I can assure you have some type of subconscious block and a distortion in your frequency. So you can apply to work with me, link in the description.
3 months into working with Nero, that company now last month did $120,000.
Morning, I had a call with my spiritual coach, Nero, and it's doing great. We did almost 400K yesterday.
Later, now I've been making just over 100,000 per month. I had 100K a month.
That was what allowed me to be able to scale my business past 80 grand a month, and now on a 7-figure run rate for a year. So
Wait, what? Just okay. I'll tell you what. Nero is what back in the day people called Jesus behaviors. How you explain this shit is how it worked. This is the gospel. This is the good news, and you don't even know it. It is the good spell. Gospel, good spell. And I don't even know it, or do I? You never know it, or do you? Was he saying, I'm Jesus? Basically. Please don't do that. That's why I was like, wait, what? Is he actually saying that? Someone said you're the Pope of the manifesting community. I don't know if I want to be associated with the Pope. We know what them man there get up to. I don't know if I want those associations, but I get what you're saying. Thank you very much. I'm just not sure, you know, popes and priests have the best PR. Let me just use black. Someone said you're the modern day prophet. Modern day prophet. We're all prophets. We're all prophets of our realities. We're all prophets.
Exactly.
Prophet loss. Being a prophet, I had a client of mine. She went for a reading a couple years back. I won't say her name, but you know who it is because I know you watch the videos. I was on the phone with a client of mine. She's amazing, absolutely amazing. Literally went from hundreds of thousands to 300,000 per month, right? And she was telling me some situation where she had got a reading done. And the point of it was she tried to look for the reading so bad that things ended up going wrong. Now, I need you guys to understand one thing. The best way to predict the future is to create it. And that's a bar, write that down. You know, if someone says, hey, you know, I don't know, you're going to get hit by a car, mate, then you're gonna accept that. The moment that, you know, you accept it, because even from a point of behavioral science, there's a great book called Influence, right? Influence was written by Robert Cialdini. It's a book on behavioral science. And one of the core factors of influencing an individual is having them perceive you as an authority figure. Individuals that we see as an authority figure have a much easier way of entering and hijacking our wiring of our minds. So because you go to someone and they, you know, they're a prophet, or, you know, they're a reader, or they're a tarot card reader, or a palm reader, whatever the hell you niggas are doing, that individual that goes and tells you that, you'll be like, damn.
Yep.
That's real. That's real.
And then you take
then
it
end up messing up your whole life.
Yep.
Without realizing that what frequency are they on? You get me? Like, if they just had a fight with their baby daddy and you know what I'm saying is long, and then they come to your reading, come on, man. Like, what are you doing?
Yep.
You get me? The pastor that does a prophecy is battling his own demons and then projects that onto the congregation members in his prophecies for them. I had a cousin of mine, King, a pastor, when he was 16. Bear in mind, my cousin had dreadlocks at the time. So imagine being African with dreadlocks at the time, right? The pastor was like, yeah, this one's going to die in the next 2 years. Oh, like, what? Anyways, he's still alive, so.
Yep. Oh my god. Oh man. I have so much to talk about that. That's so good. Ooh.
Cool. I think my pens are dying, AJ. Again? No, I think they're dying. I'll just stick to black anyways. So I wrote this one very lazily because paraphrasing here, but should be very, very close. Also in the Bhagavad Gita, within the same context of Arjuna, Krishna is advising him in this conflict that he's having between relatives. Krishna says the wise are those who are alike in profit and loss, victory and defeat, and pain and pleasure. Now, this touches back to my definition of manifestation, remember?
You're good.
Manifestation is internally shifting to a degree to which you're no longer emotionally dependent upon seeing reality change. When you're no longer emotionally dependent upon seeing anything in reality, another way of saying that is detachment or transcendence from the physical plane being able to affect you internally because you see everything as the same, then you tap into what Krishna was saying. Yep. See, how many of us, he said the wise are those who are alike in profit and loss, victory and defeat, pain and pleasure. Which means the fools
He should have put
are
pleasure
those
and
who
pain,
aren't the
pain and
same.
pleasure, but
See,
whatever.
the fools, us individuals, yes, me included, when everything's going great and we're experiencing profit, victory, and pleasure, we are absolutely gassed.
Yes, we are.
This is us
Bang.
gassed right there. That's us right there. We are absolutely gassed without realizing that bit by bit, the third dimensional realm, the illusionary reality, is building a little dependence. It's getting us addicted to what it's giving us. It's getting us addicted to what it's giving us. Bit by bit by bit, we're becoming emotionally dependent upon what we're seeing. And because we're becoming emotionally dependent upon what we're seeing, we're giving power away. And true power is internal. So when we're giving away power, that's giving away our internal. Listen, I'd rather give you every pound in my bank account before I give you power over my internal state.
Ooh, that's a real bar.
And that's to say one thing in particular. If the wise are those who are the same in profit and loss, victory and defeat, pain and pleasure, then the fools are the individuals that when they're profiting, they're gassed. They're great. When the money comes in, great. When you go on that day and it goes up, great. When you get that job promotion, great. When that company says, yep, we like to take you to the next stage for the interviews, great. Krishna says you're a fool. But then simultaneously, Krishna says when you lose, and you're like, fuck, it went wrong.
Yep. React.
It's not good. When you take an L and you're affected internally, when you go through pain, you're a fool. Because all of this, whether it's positive or negative, it's all the same thing. It's all us relinquishing our internal power. We're giving somebody the keys to our kingdom of heaven so the world can put you in hell. That's a bar right that down. The wise are the ones who are the same, because the wise realizes that reality in of itself is a pendulum swing. Once again, this is part of the Hermetic philosophy, the law of rhythm. It's a pendulum swing. Things sway in and out, things sway in and out, things sway in and out.
Yep.
And the individuals, those of us that suffer the most in the individuals that go along with the pendulum. When it swings to greatness, we're great. When it swings to sadness, we're sad. Those are the versions of us that haven't begun to come to the realization that the truth is you have to maintain a degree of neutrality throughout it all. Because if you don't maintain, and when I say neutrality, it's not necessarily that you have to be like, when shit's lit, right? And you need to be a robot when it's bad. But it's to say that the pain, the pleasure that you feel, the victory, the happiness, the gas, like all of that, it has to only be able to be stimulated by you. It has to come from within. Because if you allow something to come from externally to alter the internal, then you're giving your power away. This can be extrapolated to people, career opportunities, money coming in, extrapolated to all of that.
Yep.
There's another quote in the Bhagavad Gita, same first chapter. The wise are the same in pleasure and pain. The wise are the same in pleasure and pain. What Krishna's referring to, once again, because remember, Krishna is that avatar that's one with the infinite intelligence, the supreme being of the universe in that context, right? In the Hindu context, which means that he sees beyond the illusion. And beyond the illusion, there is no profit and loss. There is no victory and defeat. There is no pleasure and pain. These things don't exist beyond our third dimensional realm, duality, separation. Exactly. It's all the same thing. And if you treat it all as the same thing, you can never get caught out. See, we treat them differently, and that's how we get caught out. You have to maintain this degree of neutrality, this relinquishing, this independence from reality emotionally dependently. Remember what I said? You have to be independent of being dependent upon. Does that make sense? You have to be independent on being dependent from reality.
Yes, you said it right. Correct. You're good. You did it.
And I'm really trying to keep up reading the Mahabharata, but the names, I'm like, damn. The names are deep, and I'm like, wait, who's who? It's a great read, though.
It is a great read. I've read it. The Mahabharata. The Mahabharata.
Hey, brother.
Bro singing the slave song. You can't tell me it don't sound like a slave song.
Do you know what it is? Do you know why I think it has that vibe? I think it's because it's like a Western type vibe. You know what I'm saying? And or what Americans would call, I think, a Southern accent. And for the rest of us that exist outside of America, Southern accents are terrifying, especially if you're black. Yeah, it is. Oh, when the sky comes falling down for you, there's nothing that's what I would do. Dun, 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 dun. Great song, but scary. But if I'm far from home, you imagine the drugs when that first dropped at those festivals, the amount of drugs that were being taken. Like, that's one of those things where, like, smoke is, you know, the stage, they're blowing smoke. People like, you know, they dance like this with their hands like that. And if I lose it all, my sister will help you out. Someone said I used to download his video and play them as podcasts because I can't afford the data to watch. Fairs? But now I can watch. Just to get imagine they on a 1 hour video. Yeah, that's tough. That's tough.
Yeah, that's deep. Reminds me when I was, early school days, I used to have 2 gig of data for the whole month. One month I finished it in 2 days.
You were playing games. You were playing silly games.
Oh, that's funny.
Let me see.
That's funny.
Is this? I think that's the red that's finished. Okay, I think that's.
I only got 2 reds and 2 oranges. 2 different packs of pens.
Yeah.
And you're running out.
Yeah.
I think this is the Quran now. Or this might still be the Bhagavad Gita. I think we're in the Quran now.
Now, one of my favorite spiritual texts is written by an individual named Lao Tzu. Now, there's conspiracies if Lao Tzu was an individual or if Lao Tzu was a collection of individuals. It's the same thing with Confucius, but I think Confucius was actually one person. But some people speculate that it's multiple people in the same way they do with Shakespeare. People these days say that Shakespeare might have been a multitude of people. Doesn't even matter. But Lao Tzu wrote a text. It's only like, I think it's like 20 pages. A text called the Tao Te Ching.
Yep.
Spelt Tao Te Ching, but it's pronounced the Tao, right? Because when you see that what people call the yin yang symbol, right, it's also the Tao. The Tao is the infinite. You can think about it like that. It's the infinite supreme being, transcendent of duality, hence the light, the dark, the circles within each. Now, Lao Tzu wrote a collection of texts called the Tao Te Ching, and one of the quotes is this. You got to get in fact, you should get all of these books. You should get all of these books and read them. You should get the Quran, the Bible, the Bhagavad Gita, and the Mahabharata, and you should also get the Tao Te Ching. You should also get the Buddhist scriptures, which is just like stories of the Buddha's experience, like the one with what was the serial killer called? Something. There was a serial killer that the Buddha changed and made him one of his best students, best disciples. It'll come to me anyways. But one quote from the Tao Te Ching. To the mind that is still, the whole universe surrenders. Isn't that a bar? That's just a straight bar. That's just no games, no nothing. I don't even need to explain this. This is very self-explanatory. But I will nonetheless. Now, in the context of metaphysics, you have to understand that stillness is as close to God as we can actually get, and that's a bar, write that down. Stillness is godliness. Ooh, I like that. Stillness is godliness. I'm gonna write that one down. Can you write that one down for me and text it to me?
Stillness is
godliness. Yeah, that's fire. That's know from the movie Paid in Full, they say cleanliness is next to godliness, but nah, stillness is godliness. And the reason for that is because there's 46th chapter of Psalm, it says, be still, and this is the Bible, it says, be still and know that I am God. Now, one thing that you have to understand is that the mind and the universe are the same thing. The mind and the universe are the same thing. See, when you're still, you've surrendered your mind. And I don't mean surrendered your mind in a scary sense, like you've given up your mind. but you've allowed all the internal chaos to kind of dissipate and dissolve. A lot of spiritual people have this tendency to still avoid themselves. See, we avoid ourselves and we mask it as watching videos and reading books and feel as if we're doing something. When the truth of the matter is, the best spiritual book that you could ever read is yourself. And that's what barred that down. See, don't use me as a distraction. Don't use books as a distraction, because the truth of the matter is this work still has to be done. You can't boil, like there's another Taoist quote that says you don't boil rice by staring at it. There's going to be a point where you have to do the work, and the work gets done once you begin to immerse yourself into the stillness of your chaos. See, in this 21st century, whether it's, the things that we want, the things that we don't have, our brains are brain rotted. There's all these things that are happening. Our mind is moving at 1,000,000 miles per hour. And because our mind is moving so fast, there's so much chaos that we seek to avoid by going into the external. But then we go into the external dissatisfied, and it's because we're unsatisfied with our internal state of consciousness, but we're unaware of it because we're so distracted by everything else that's going on outside of us. See, Lao Tzu said, to the mind that is still, the whole universe surrenders. If you want the universe to surrender to you, then you have to surrender to your mind. But the issue is you don't surrender to your mind. You avoid your mind. You say, let me read this book. Let me watch this video. Let me do this. Let me do this. Let me do this. Let me do this. And because you're trying to do everything, you're ignoring what you're being. But when you sit down and you immerse yourself, it ain't even got to be complicated. You don't need no guided meditation, and that's all distractions too. Just sit down in silence with your eyes closed and immerse yourself into the stillness of your mind. Because the moment that you do that, the moment you make your mind still, the whole universe will surrender because you will have surrendered. Lao Tzu has another quote that says, you can travel this entire universe without ever leaving your room.
That's a bar. That's a bar.
Heavy bar.
That's a bar still.
Heavy bar. Lao Tzu was cooking, I'm telling you. He was in the caves, just...
pen on fire.
Yeah. Or like Yagami. When he's ran in the Death Note, he's like... Literally, it was cooking like that. Because what you need to understand is, like I said, stillness is the prerequisite to godliness. You can't know God unless the mind is still. It says that in Psalm 46:10. Now let's extrapolate that over here and go deep with what Lao Tzu is attempting to say here. See, the mind that is still, the whole universe surrenders. We often want the universe to be on our side. Life can often feel like a war, like a conflict, like we're trying to do things and things just aren't going the way that we want them to. But the only reason we're experiencing this disharmony is because there's aspects of our mind that is in disharmony, but because we don't pay attention to our minds, we're unaware of the disharmony that we're experiencing within. So then when we see outside of ourselves, we're confused. But how confused would you be if you could see your disharmony clearly? There'd be nothing to be confused about in your world if you spent more time in the inner world. See, the outer world would begin to make a lot more sense once you begin to immerse yourself in the inner world. Then you'll be like, what? Shit makes sense why it's like that. We often want the world to surrender and bow before us and be on our side and the odds to be in our favor, when your mind isn't even in its own favor. But the only way that you can come to an understanding is if you seek awareness, and the only way that you can seek awareness is seeking to enter stillness into the mind, sitting down and closing your eyes and just immersing yourself into the chaos. See what comes up, see what stands out. I can promise you that will be infinitely more valuable than watching 100 videos.
Yep.
So if you want to make the universe surrender, you gotta make the mind still.
Stillness is godliness. I like that. That's a good one.
Nero, from watching you in December 2024, then I was financially struggling and didn't have stability within my career. My frequency slowly shifted me into obtaining a new role as business development manager.
Wow.
That sounds like a big deal still.
That sounds like a very, very big deal.
And my portfolio within less than a year is 6 figures.
Jeez.
And I'm a diehard Tottenham Spurs fan.
Okay.
I've been manifesting cheaper tickets to go to games for time, and now they're about to be relegated. What the fuck have I done?
I don't know about that, bro. I don't watch football. AJ, this is where you want to step in.
Bro said he wanted cheaper tickets, so now they're going down to a league below.
Oh, they'll be cheap now, innit?
They'll be dirt cheap. Season ticket, £200. Nah, that's deep. If they get relegated, it's dark still.
Do you know how old my knowledge is on football? When I think about Spurs, I think about Gareth Bale.
I knew he was gonna say it. I knew it.
Bro, I don't watch sports. I watch anime.
That's never say that again. Never say that again. I might edit that part out. No, I don't think anyone needs to hear that, man.
What?
Yo, if we went to school together and you said we're in year 9 and bro said, nah, I don't want sports to watch anime. Gooned out mind. I already know it.
Don't care.
I already know it.
Okay, so my mind's got to be gooned out.
Bro didn't even defend himself, saying he's not gooned out. I know what type of man you
I know who I am.
are. You sure?
Listen, bro, there's no shame in my game.
That's a bar.
The annoying thing about anime though, like I remember when I was watching it growing up, like whenever my mom would come in the room just to like see what's up, it would always be the maddest things happening on the screen.
See?
Always.
I remember when we was going to New York. You was watching it on, was it on the iPad?
Yeah.
And like the flight attendant was coming around saying you want another drink, and I just seen the craziest scene, and you were just like trying to tap.
That was bad too. That was bad. Another thing that Lao Tzu has said, the final thing that we'll be looking into from the Tao Te Ching, to care for the opinions of others is to be their prisoner. I feel like Lao Tzu's just got he's just got the bars. Like he's just got bars. Like it is what it is. But if we extrapolate that on a metaphysical level, when we care about the opinions of others, we're indirectly allowing ourselves to be molded by the collective consciousness. Understanding that the collective consciousness resides typically between fear and anger. How much value would you attribute to the opinion if you could see the frequency it was coming from?
Bar.
The opinions of others, the thoughts of others, how seriously would you take them if you could see their level of consciousness? And this isn't an encouragement for you to be an egotistical spiritual asshole and think that everybody's an NPC so you shouldn't listen to them, but it's to also get you to realize that not all opinions are made valid. Not all opinions are made equal. The opinion of somebody who's residing in a consciousness of fear to anger is probably going to have some essence of fear and anger within that opinion. So when they put that opinion towards you and then you internalize because you care about their opinion, you've now just allowed yourself to be molded by somebody else's frequency. In order for you to materialize what it is that you want, there has to be part of you that has the capability of transcending the collective consciousness. And the only way that you can transcend the collective consciousness is if you have the ability to detach from the opinions and the approval of the collective consciousness. Because the collective consciousness in of itself keeps us confined within it, because it's an egregore in of itself. An egregore is an occult term for think about an entity made of many thought forms, which have people under within this umbrella. And everybody wants to keep everybody the same and keep everybody within the same energy. So the moment somebody steps out, that thing begins to attempt to use a defense mechanism to pull people back in, and that defense mechanism spiritually is typically love and approval. It's the level of what if the love and approval of those around you is simultaneously what's confining you stuck into the same position? See, what Lao Tzu was referring to here is that oftentimes when we're caring about the opinions of others, they're the ones that are in our heads and not us. And if somebody's in your head, then they're in your reality, and that's what borrow that down. So, are you a prisoner? Most of us are prisoners. We think, oh, what is this person going to say if I do this? And what about this? And what if I say this? And in that job interview, what if I say this? And they look at me like I'm stupid. And, I don't want to say the wrong thing on a date because, I've already sent 500 DMs and they've already all aired me. So now, I've got this one and it's just long. You'll be their prisoner. And unfortunately, if you're somebody's prisoner mentally, the more than likely, assuming that they come from the collective consciousness, you'll be a prisoner of the collective consciousness. You'll be a prisoner of fear and anger. What if disappointment is the only pathway to freedom? What if disappointment makes you free? I had to disappoint my mom when I told her there's no way I'm being a doctor. Long. But now I'm free, Mom. And I think about so many people that will message me, they'll be like, I want to do this, but what about this? What about this? Prisoner. Prisoner in the sense of your life and what you can, the life that you want to live, but then simultaneously the vibrational prisoner of the collective consciousness predicated upon their opinions, molding your internal state, which then leads to reflect their external state, which one would assume you don't want. Now, the final thing Now, with the Quran, I had lots of verses, but I chose one because I think this one encapsulates everything perfectly. But it's a hadith. It's a hadith. I think I should preface it with that. Anything before this final section?
Let me have a look.
Well, have a look.
We got someone from Zimbabwe.
Jeez!
Yo, Nero, hailing from Zimbabwe.
Shout out my ends, man. My real ends.
Real ends of Jamaica, but
stop trying to claim me as Jamaican.
Been watching you for a minute. Now, I'm not gonna lie. At first, for a lot of your information that you were producing on manifestation, I was a bit skeptical. Having been burned by the spiritual community.
Yikes. I know they had you doing a mad thing. What was you doing? Come on, you was doing the old method, innit? You was putting honey on your tongue, doing affirmations, innit?
Yo, that's crazy.
I know.
That's a technique.
People's, bro, it's long, man. It's long.
But as of mid to late last year, actively believing, watching the videos that you release, practicing living in the end, and something that I desire from a reality is to become a millionaire. As of last week, I signed my first big contract worth $18,000. And honestly,
you're up.
And honestly, my dopamine didn't spike that much. It felt like the fulfillment of what I knew was coming. And I know you can imagine how much $18,000 is worth in Zimbabwe.
Yeah. It's like
trillion Zim dollars.
You're up. You're up. Nobody can chat to you the same anymore. Nobody can even chat to you. Tell them delete my number. Don't even.
I know this is the first of many, but I just wanted to say thank you for being you and for actually putting Mandem on game. And AJ too. Don't think I forgot about you, dog.
Jeez. You did.
Shout out Zimbabwe.
Shout out, man.
We're actually very similar.
What, Jamaicans and Zimbabweans?
Yeah. I do like drink a lot, innit? So.
I told you we're very similar. And I say this all the time. Bob Marley loves Zimbabwe. He has a song called Zimbabwe.
We're cousins, bro.
I think your ancestry test would come back Nigerian, bro. The issue with Nigerians is that they're everywhere. So many people are Nigerians. So many. And Nigerians are everywhere. Everywhere. You can go to any part of the world. And me and my Nigerian friends, we always laugh about this. You can go anywhere and you'll meet somebody from that country that's half Nigerian. I swear to God. Everywhere.
Oh, Jamaica, bro.
Buffalo soldier. Born in America. Cool. I'll get AJ to pull up the actual hadith. I'm not sure if it's Sahih al-Bukhari. I'm not sure it is. But what we're going to be diving into in this instance is a hadith. Now, one thing that I should preface this isn't Sufism, I don't think. This is mystical Islam. I'm not sure. Sufis are mystic, but it's not the same. There's a multitude of Sufi or mystical Muslims. You have Rumi, you have Ibn al-Arabi. You should read. He has a whole book. It's really, really good. But point being in this instance, the hadith says, I am the way my servant thinks I am. Now, this is a very, very powerful hadith. And a lot of people don't realize this. This exists on two levels. The first is that oftentimes we don't take into consideration our perception towards God, especially if we come from a religious background. Now, depending upon what domination you come from, whatever religion that you was raised in, if you were raised religious, some of us were raised to believe that God is watching all the time. And if you don't do something right, it's pure hellfire, yada, 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 yada. Now, this hadith essentially says that Allah acts in reflection to the individual's conception of him. I am the way my servant thinks I am. Now, most of us as individuals have this idea, that if we do certain things, we're going to get punished. Or if we do certain things that aren't in accordance to certain things, things are going to go wrong. Now, do those things go wrong because God punishes us, or do those things go wrong because predicated upon our own consciousness and our self-condemnation, the universe then condemns us because we've reflected that into the universe? So my question is, how do you perceive God? Because this hadith says, I am the way my servant thinks I am. Other verses say, I am the way my slave thinks I am, depending upon where you're getting the translation from. But the base premise is the understanding that what is your perception towards God? Now, the other thing that I like in particular about this is that it shows something that is seen in Exodus in the Bible. Now, people don't know that God made Moses a god. Christians will say that people shouldn't call themselves God. Fair enough. But then you have to deal with the fact that God made Moses a god. The scripture actually says, Moses, I have made thee a god over Pharaoh, and I have made thy brother Aaron a prophet. God made Moses a god over Pharaoh. Pharaoh is representative of oppression, bondage, and limitation. And then in that instance, Moses only had the capability of becoming God when in Exodus, God revealed itself through the I am principle. And that's why I like this hadith, because it lines up with that particular story of Exodus and the I am. The I am principle in and of itself is the idea of our impersonal state of consciousness that we begin to mold with whatever that comes after we say I am. Hence why Christ said, let the weak man say, I am strong, to mold the internal consciousness for this weak man to end up becoming strong. This links up with this particular hadith. What is your perception towards Allah? What is your perception towards yourself? Through the I am. Because it's our preconceived notions about ourselves that begin to be reflected in our universe. Whatever the thinker thinks, the prover proves. And you're both the thinker, you're both the prover. And simultaneously, if you have this idea that God is, very angry and is wrathful and is vengeful, then that's going to be the type of world that you live in, predicated upon your mind beginning to play those tricks upon itself and then manifest that out into itself. So you'd have to make sure that one, your perception towards God is something that reflects a particular degree of harmony and something that reflects a particular degree of love, support, and guidance in order for you to experience that in your universe, as opposed to all the quote unquote negative definitions or characteristics or traits that people attribute to God, such as wrathful, angry, so on and so forth. And now, simultaneously, you'd have to also begin to be aware of what is the I am that you have been exuding, because typically that's going to be the I am that finds you. Now, you can either be a god over Pharaoh, the third dimensional realm, or that can be your god and you can worship false gods. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, that is the lessons from the Bible, the Bhagavad Gita, the Tao Te Ching, and the Quran.
Thank you. That was good. That was good. That was good. You cooked. You cooked, bro. You cooked. Good job. Indeed. It's a real war. Awesome. All right. So that was fun. I am going to put on WrestleMania now. I'm going to go put my clothes on to dry. Watch live. I'm sorry, I love you. I'm sorry, I love you. It's starting. Okay. Okay.
Welcome to WrestleMania Sunday. Yeah, it was boring. It wasn't that great. They attempted to make it like really, really good, but it's actually not that good. Let's see if this one will be any better. I hope tonight's gonna be better than last night, cause like I like how they attempt to make it sound so cool and so epic, but now it just is. It just is. I think it's gonna be boring. I don't know. We'll see. John Cena coming out again. Alright, I'm back, but I'm gonna go make something to eat / drink. Alright, we're starting with Obafemi, huh? Alright, got me some snacks. But I'm gonna make a hot chocolate. One fall. This better be a good match.
Anticipated matches in the history of WrestleMania. Lesnar, Femi. And a collar and elbow tie-up. Absolute stalemate here. You saw the tail of the tape pretty even between these
I'm
two
back.
men. If you're Lesnar, what do you need to do to take out Femi tonight? Well, Lesnar's smart and the fact that he's got 25 years in the fight game. This cannot just be about
I got a bunch of chips. Oops. Look at you all. You're on an angle. Got a bunch of chips. Ugh. Oh, look at him. Wow. Look at Brock. Why is it on an angle? The fuck? Otherwise, y'all be hearing a bunch of chip crunching. That's crazy. I'm gonna be snacking throughout the evening.
He could ill afford this, Wade. He's allowing Femi now to build confidence. Femi now knows he can go toe-to-toe with Lesnar. He's got nothing to fear at this point.
Oh, shit. Whoa. That was crazy.
Oh, and into the post spine first. And that was a mistake Femi made. Brock Lesnar, the veteran.
I'll periodically kind of like show it, but not quite.
And into the steps on the other side. And now Brock Lesnar's in his element.
Oh, Brock's gonna lose. I can feel it. 3 different types of chips. Oh, German. We got spicy all dress. We got jalapeno kettle, and we have standard Lay's. Damn, he's lifting up the German. He's lifting up Obafemi like he's like a child.
The destruction outside the ring and now the suplexes have taken down the ruler. Remember, this is a learning experience now for Obafemi. the elbows. Remember, it was Lesnar who eliminated Femi back in the Royal Rumble match. Oh, into the corner with a running uppercut.
Brock
And
is
now,
hobbled here, Cole.
the big man with another running uppercut.
He's got a big elbow on the temple and hasn't looked right since, but here we go.
Oh my God.
Femi up in his shoulders. Brock Lesnar looking to pull him away. F5 to Femi. F5 to Over Femi. And look at this. Over Femi got back to his feet after the F5. Oh, and a choke slam by Femi.
Both athletes dropping their nuclear bombs.
That's crazy.
Is this how it's gonna finish? This early? 1, 2. Wow, that's it. That's crazy. That's crazy.
I'm not sure Over Femi can quite believe it, Wade.
Well, the world is in shock. Over Femi took everything that Brock Lesnar could throw at him, including this F5. Brock Lesnar knows he has this in the bag. It's game over.
That's
Except
crazy.
this guy, Over Femi, is built a little bit different to anything we've witnessed before. And one fall from grace later, Over Femi has just written his ticket to the very top of this industry right off the bat.
Wow. I want you to look at the ring right now. I want you to look inside the ring right now as we see Over Femi making his way back up the ramp. Brock Lesnar is laid out. Brock Lesnar hasn't moved. Brock Lesnar was taken down by Femi tonight.
Over Femi is everything he said he was. The ruler and destroyer, the bringer of war. This is the one we've waited for.
He did good.
To see this one more time here.
I'm still in shock. The fall from grace from Over Femi to the beast Brock Lesnar.
And who the hell in history has thrown Brock Lesnar's body around with ease like Over Femi?
Goldberg.
Paul Heyman in complete shock. Lesnar's the man who ended The Undertaker's undefeated streak at WrestleMania. But Over Femi has slayed the beast tonight. Over Femi, ladies and gentlemen, is the next big thing.
Don't fuck up his run though. That was the end of Brock? Is that the end of Brock? Is this the end of Brock?
Is this the end of Brock Lesnar? Oh, he's taking off his gloves. Oh, yeah. Yep, this is the end. Dude's retiring? Yeah, I figured. Makes sense. He passed the torch. He's taking off his boots in the ring. He took off his gloves, now he's taking off his boots, and he's laughing.
So that means we're losing another great, like, superstar. Our, like, my generation is basically going down like this. See ya, Brock. So this generation of wrestlers it's now who's left is like Randy Orton. Give him a hug. Yep. That was it. That's crazy. I had a feeling Brock would be retiring after this, but that's a wrap for Brock. So John Cena's gone, Brock is gone, Randy Orton soon, maybe. Well, we'll see. He says he has another 10 years, but we'll see about that. CM Punk, Roman Reigns, maybe soon. So then after that, like, really, who's left? LA Knight's left, but LA Knight, he's, you know, who knows? We're never going to see Brock fight again? That's crazy. Yep. He's leaving it in the ring. He's giving, like, like, high fives to the crowd and stuff. So Cena's gone. He's gone. But, you know, he was preparing for this, but... He's like, thank you. Thank you all. Wow. I don't know if the chat is working. I'm going to have to go on my YouTube for a moment. Okay, so that's fun.
That's... One Bank presents Max Out. He's a credit wrecker. His eyes are bigger than his wallet. And his credit score pays the price. You see, Max doesn't know he should only use 30% or less of his credit limit, because using his full line can lower his score.
My stream is working fine.
Instead, learn how to avoid the wreckers at creditwreckers.com.
Just have to make sure the stream was working.
Why is everyone so fired up?
8 ads? Holy shit.
Action on the ice and in the studio. Every series is a statement, and every one, it's their shot at the cup.
Why is everyone so fired up? It's the Stanley Cup playoffs.
The Stanley Cup playoffs. The funny thing about the Stanley Cup playoffs, I'm not interested unless Anaheim or one of the California teams win.
One night they love you, one night they don't.
I mean, there's Hulk and there's everybody else. The legend of Hulk Hogan.
Yep.
Will live forever.
That's for truth. The legend of Hulk Hogan will live forever. Yep. Well, so we have another one gone from our childhood. Randy Orton's left. Who's left? Chris Jericho. I mean, if we go to AEW, I mean, you know, they're there. Chris Jericho's there. Edge is there. Christian is there. But you know, in WWE, we're running out. We only have Randy Orton. We have The Miz, R-Truth. Because you know they're getting up there with that number. So it's gonna be weird now with no Brock. Oh, we're already having a rematch. Is this a Backlash? Nope, that's not Backlash. That's the WrestleMania ad. Wait, what is this now? There is a Stranger's Thing, Tales from '85. There's a cartoon or like 3D animation. Come on, are you for real right now? It's got the Dead by Daylight like vibe. Oh, these are just ads for like what's already happening right now. This already happened. We already were there. Y'all need to update your ads.
So look, it's very simple. You couldn't get as far away from Music King.
So Brock's gone. So they better have high. Oh, they better push Oba very good. Better give him like
You think we're playing a game? Let's do
yeah. They better give him a really good like career. Like it better not be like fumbled. Apex. Okay, there's Miz with the Snickers bar.
Stewie, you are an absolute legend. Remember when he showed us how to get around the firewall?
He's so good at doctoring receipts.
Am I right? Business expenses. And who knew AI can make it look like you're in the office? This guy!
Miz, have a Snickers.
Snickers satisfies.
What a weird. Oh, okay. So this match is gonna be good. So they already had wrestlers come in the ring. So Dragon Lee's already in there. JD McDonough. So that means these two ain't gonna win. Rusev is out. So Rusev is out here. So he's not gonna win either. Because my thing is, if you're already out in the ring and you didn't even get a proper like intro on like the televised thing, you're not winning. Like you're basically just a filler in a match. There's Ray. I could be wrong, but let's see. I can predict these things pretty easily. Ooh, look at Ray. Deadpool. Wait, hold on. Either Deadpool, but he also has the jacket of Genesis from Final Fantasy VII, Crisis Core. Nah, that's Deadpool.
The legendary Hall of Famer Rey Mysterio. WrestleMania.
See, if he... From San Diego, California. Where? Where? San Diego, California. Rey Mysterio.
Including 2006, one of the greatest moments in WrestleMania history, when Rey Mysterio won the World Championship in a
This is going to be a good match.
here in WrestleMania. For Mysterio, he's no stranger to ladder matches. He's had some incredible ones over the years, including back in 1990.
He's looking like kind of like jacked. Well, you know, he put on a little bit of a tummy, but you know. But like he's looking kind of like looking deezed. Okay, so we have Javon Evans. So either Ray's gonna win, Javon, or Penta's gonna retain. I think Javon's gonna win. Just a hunch. He's been getting a good push. Evans.
His first WrestleMania, his first ever ladder match. And if he wins, he'd be the youngest man to ever win a championship at WrestleMania. What a future Javon Evans has.
Well, if they say it like that, he's gonna win.
It's almost unheard of to have this much success in the men's division without the body even reaching.
He went underneath the ladder.
We're still figuring out just how good Javon Evans can be.
Superstitions are illusions. If you believe it's bad luck to go underneath a ladder or open up your umbrella in a house or wear a hat inside your house, then you're basically enslaved by a superstition. Oh, here comes Penta.
Tonight, at WrestleMania, there will be combat. There will be danger. I will beat anyone in the ring. You know why? Porque yo soy Penta!
Is he dressed up as Shao Kahn? He's fucking Shao Kahn, bro. Mortal Kombat, bro. That's Shao Kahn, 100%. Yeah, see? I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. It was Mortal Kombat. Ah! I love Shao Kahn. Penta! Penta!
This is Shao Kahn from Mortal Kombat. Penta, the Intercontinental Champion, making his way to the ring.
If you don't, if nobody knows who that is, yeah. Everybody should know who fucking Shao Kahn is.
Terrible idea if you are the champion. Why? Because at best, you have a 1 in 6 chance of winning this damn thing. So hard to strategize in a ladder match. They call this a car crash style of match for a reason. That is both
Time is
style and
6:35.
a lot of people are going to get
Ooh.
Thank you for joining us on ESPN tonight, ladies and gentlemen. First time ever for WrestleMania. And look at JD McDonough goes right after Javon Evans, and we are underway. Ladder match.
So, there's a couple things. One, all the masked men are wearing red. They're wearing it's like a red team.
5 of the 6 competitors in there tonight, and Rusev being the one that is more the power-based athlete. However, Rusev has
They're all wearing red. One's Deadpool. One is...
the wild card in this whole thing. Yeah, that's the thing. His path to victory here is not being fast and scrambling up a ladder. It's wrecking every single body in the match and taking a...
Yeah, they're all wearing red.
I talked to Dragon Lee earlier.
So let's see what they're going to do.
So excited for this match. Now remember, Rey Mysterio's been his mentor, right? Rey Mysterio gifted a mask to Dragon Lee many years ago. He called Dragon Lee the future of Lucha Libre. This is the first time that Dragon Lee and Rey Mysterio have ever been opponents, and he couldn't wait for tonight.
Well, even Penta is tight with that crew, but all bets have to be off here. It's about the goal.
Bang!
Man up and apologize later.
And Penta and Dragon Lee now going to turn the ladder, so to speak, on Rusev.
This better be a good match.
Taking Rusev out and then going back to your one-on-one business, or maybe not.
Well, that didn't work out well. And Rusev, okay, he's in a mood.
Well, this is an absolute brute of a human
Get
being.
out of there, Wade. He's in a mood tonight.
Well, Rusev told me a couple of
shit.
days ago he is feeling buoyant right now. He said he's climbed the ladder of life.
Oh my God.
By the way, this is your fault, your fault, Marcelo. Oh! And Penta driving Rusev.
Even Michael Cole is like skipping on his words.
The entire ringside area already.
Oh.
Carnage everywhere you look. Protect your health at all costs in this one.
Yeah, I think he's gonna win the title.
Sending a ladder into the ring. Dragon Lee now. Into McDonough. Man, Dragon Lee, such a joy to watch. He's come into his own in the past year. Really the embodiment of Lucha spirit.
Student and mentor finally about to throw down. Here we go.
Oh my God.
I'm not going to take it easy on Ray tonight, but mentor or not.
A North shot here. You want to be at the top in this game, you have to be all comers. That includes the living legend.
Styles Clash. Not bad, not bad. 619. Damn.
Dragon Lee clearly studied his mentor as well as anybody, knew exactly what was coming in. Now's an opportunity for Dragon to scramble up there.
That ladder's too short.
That ladder was not quite tall enough for various sizes of ladders here.
Rusev understands the concept of using the ladder as a weapon. And Javon Evans, welcome to the big time, kid.
And this is exactly what Rusev needs to do. Forget the highlight reel stuff. Just smash bodies and climb.
WrestleMania, of course, has been a great stage for ladder matches
Shit.
over the years. Remember the first ever at WrestleMania? Razor, HBK, Madison Square Garden, Intercontinental title.
Like what I'm seeing from JD McDonough here, one of the smartest shots. I don't like that at all.
Take that back.
He's one of the smartest.
He got smashed.
Highly intelligent, but perhaps intelligence would indicate you should stay well clear of this Bulgarian brute.
And now it's Rusev setting up the ladder.
Rusev Day.
To climb the ladder to grab the title. And Rusev may be cruising to victory here. He's a fingertip away, and now Penta looking to keep his championship.
You saw the speed of Penta scrambling up there, and now Rusev with a death grip getting broken.
I think this match might just keep, like we said, like yesterday or the day before, that this match might be the one that kind of like saves this WrestleMania.
By the spectacular Penta, JD McDonough running interference.
Well, that was that smart analytical presence of McDonough we talked about before.
You got a head that size, you got to be smart. Oh, and Javon Evans with a shot right to the kidneys. And now Evans to McDonough, going to climb the ladder, looking to win the gold.
It'd be weird if JD McDonough wins. Like, it wouldn't make any logical sense.
Oh, no. Is he alive?
Well, that was human skittle. Somehow McDonough landing on his feet, and that has ended up rather favorable for the Irishman.
How's McDonough still in this after he took a backdrop on his head on the ladder? And now McDonough quickly up the ladder. Javon Evans, top rope, gonna leap.
Oh my God. Wow. What is he doing? No way. He didn't even hit his face. He hit the ladder. That's wild.
Ray was right when he said this past week that couldn't be WrestleMania couldn't be a ladder match without Rey Mysterio.
And this is the moment. He just takes so much time to set that ladder up in a
John
perfect
Evans
position.
just leapfrogged over Mysterio, trying to climb the ladder.
Well, they call him bouncy for a reason, Cole.
Mysterio still going strong at this.
I really have no like. It would be cool if Ray won, but I don't believe Ray is winning. I think Javon's gonna win.
And Javon looking up at the ladder, got caught. Oh, and a suplex right into the ladder.
Yes, spine first will not help the agility of anyone.
Oh my God.
There you go, mentor. Thanks for everything. You've served your purpose now.
Can't defend yourself when you're hooked in the ladder. Now JD McDonough sent flying by Dragon Lee, who's been spectacular tonight. Yeah. I love this new level of aggression from a Dragon Lee.
Well, he's seen the success of
wow.
And he wants some for himself. He's won tag gold before. He might be about to grab the Intercontinental. But
dude, if he already won, if that would have been crazy if he already won.
Dragon Lee, man, what a fast-paced.
But I don't. Dragon's not winning.
How impressive is Rusev here? Came very close to winning the Intercontinental Championship a couple of times last year. Denied by Penta, and indeed Dirty Dom, who was the then holder. How sweet would it be to grab gold here in Vegas?
For Rusev,
What the fuck is he doing?
his first WrestleMania in 7 years. Said he was so focused coming into this. Javon with the right hand. Not quite sure what Rusev's planning here, but it's not going to be good.
Designing some instrument of destruction, and it could be Javon Evans.
Oh my goodness.
Who tastes it, and Javon Evans hooked up in a rather ugly fashion there.
Have you been in a ladder match?
Yes. Guess how many I won? None. Absolutely zero.
What does that feel like?
Well, 2015 for the Intercontinental Championship, actually. I was in a ladder match, and all I recall is severe pain, and my body never feeling quite right ever again. I was also relieved of the goal on that occasion. No wonder you drank. Oh!
Okay, I'll be right back.
Penta. And Penta again.
But it's a small thing. You've got to team up against the bigger, stronger athlete. Discussing tactics with Ray.
Now we can take this. Oh my God. That was crazy.
This is everything is advertised and more.
About as dangerous as it gets here in WWE, but with a prize so great, it is worth it for these athletes.
Rey Mysterio looks better than ever. This is upswing incredible. He won his world title at WrestleMania 20 years ago, Ray.
Well, we've been watching this guy for 30 years at this point.
Bang, 619.
And there's no slowing down, looking as good as ever.
And now Ray gonna climb the ladder. Can you imagine this moment? Can you imagine winning the Intercontinental title at WrestleMania? Dragon Lee now trying to thwart his mentor, his longtime friend.
It's race for the taking now.
And Ray now, he kicks straight to the face of Dragon Lee. Mysterio still trying to hang on. Thinks twice about it. Gonna get, oh no!
Let's see.
Impressive power there.
Dragon Lee told me the Hall of Famer AJ Styles gifted him the Styles class for the rest of his career.
They held tag gold together recently, and inches away from Intercontinental gold now.
And now it's JD McDonough, who's long been a thorn in the side of Dragon Lee from the Judgment Day. And McDonough looking to win gold.
The entire body of these superstars must be
That's crazy.
Smartly so, and has now got the upper hand here.
No. Not from there, Penta. Not from there.
Wow. McDonough's dead. That's crazy. That's crazy. I got me ice cream with almonds, some maple syrup, and some sprinkles. Chocolate sprinkles. Cookies and cream.
But he can certainly drop down.
And now Evans sent over the top rope into the floor right in front of us.
And nobody's body is cooperating with them at this
How
point.
the hell is Rusev
Everybody showing wounds of war.
How is Rusev moving?
Rusev has a body designed to take abuse and keep.
That was crazy though.
We saw him fall through that ladder. An epic crash from that West Coast bomb. But just shrugging it off minutes later.
And you saw Rusev was favoring his leg way, right? It's difficult. He's trying to climb the ladder.
There's Javon again.
On one leg. Look at Evans. Evans in the background. Evans in the background. Oh, Jay Connor. Oh, Jay Connor.
He's gonna win. He's winning. He's winning. 100% he's winning. Oh, shit.
It's just instinctive. This guy has freakish abilities. It's why the world has fallen in love with the current Intercontinental Champion. May well be about to retain.
20 years to get here. 20 years to win the Intercontinental Championship. Penta on top of the ladder. Penta trying to grab the title. Penta still on top.
Oh, wow. That was a good match.
Absolutely incredible. I give it up for all 6 men in this match tonight. I mean, you think about what J.D. McDonough put himself through. That kid's a star. He's a future champion. You talk about Dragon Lee and the aggression that he showed tonight. You talk about the toughness of Rusev, the biggest man in the match. How about the fountain of youth that is inside Rey Mysterio, getting bouncy with Javon Evans?
Let's take a look at some of the highlights
with an epic attack there, and now Rusev just driving bodies through the steel. I mean, the entire match was a highlight reel. Did a hell of a job trying to cut it down. This is
That's crazy. That ladder, oh my god.
Mysterio too, and then this JD McDonough Spanish fly from up above could not have landed more perfectly. And then a Mexican destroyer to JD McDonough.
That's crazy.
Be the same again after that, and here's one of those OG cutters that will live in infamy forever, as Rusev was dropped for good in this match. But in the end, the Intercontinental Champion, the spectacular Penta, the man that has taken WWE by storm, does it again, retains the Intercontinental title in a ladder match for the ages.
I wouldn't say for the ages, but it was really good.
I mean, just wreckage everywhere you look, both human and steel. It's going to take a while to clean up this mess, but Penta does not care. Penta going home with a goal, won't feel a single wound right now. Just buzzing with adrenaline. And I'd say this Las Vegas audience loves everything they are seeing. Again, Penta wins the Intercontinental title, but also tonight on ESPN, the shocker of all shockers. I had absolutely no idea what to think here when Oba Femi, the ruler, went face to face with the Beast. And it was a fall from grace from Oba Femi that would take out Brock Lesnar, and it would seal Oba Femi as the next big thing here in WWE. But what followed this matchup, if that wasn't shock enough, Wade, the greatest combat athlete in the history of the planet, that man Brock Lesnar, shocked all of us. He took off his boots, he took off his gloves, and he seemingly said goodbye to not just 50,000 plus in Las Vegas tonight, but to the world who is watching this moment. And in the moment, Wade, you and I were just so taken aback that we didn't quite know how to take it. We didn't quite know what to say, but it is pretty apparent that Brock Lesnar has called it a career here tonight. And I just want to personally say, if that is it, I was here in the beginning. I was here for Brock Lesnar's first match ever. I was here for his championships and everything that this man accomplished. And all I can say is thank you to Brock Lesnar.
Even though you got beat up quite a few times by him, he assaulted you. He beat you up.
I'm not ready for that. The world, I don't think, is ready for that. So I'm going to wait. I'm going to pump the brakes until we get an official word from his camp. Once the emotions calm down, things can change, but I don't know. You know what? You know, for us, what is real? Oba Femi. Oh, man. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for joining us here on ESPN. We're heading to the ESPN app with the unlimited plan, and these matches are still to come, including our main event. Punk and Reigns for the world.
I can't wait to see Demon Balor.
ESPN app with the unlimited plan. We're coming back to Vegas. Oh, hell yeah. What a start.
With the unlimited plan? Get over here! Mortal Kombat, get over here!
It's called Mortal Kombat for a reason.
You don't have any powers? Just incredibly handsome. Oh, with
Johnny will definitely die.
Get tickets now. Mortal Kombat 2, rated R, May 8th.
Step into Netflix house. A place to brave the upside down. Or embrace your inner outcast.
It's funny how Netflix has some advertising for ESPN because of WWE. But Oba Femi. Well, that was delicious, but I won't be chowing down on ice cream, this ice cream, anytime soon. It's a little heavy. So now we're gonna be moving the body a bit. Well, you ate ice cream, you had chips, and you had hot chocolate. What do you expect? Yeah, I'm treating myself for a WrestleMania evening. When I am in San Diego, should I still be watching wrestling at the time? I'll be having pizza and wings. For me, WrestleMania is like Super Bowl. For me. Of course, yeah. Hooah! Thrash? There's so many things on Netflix, and yet I don't watch anything. Well, that's not true. I watch Dark and Dark Matter.
Looking for a nice big face. Competition on Netflix for large guys. What is this, Squid Game? There will be one winner.
This person is going to become one of us.
This is the type of crowd that makes comedians drop home with no music. This is an opportunity. Will you be ready for it?
These kind of shows don't entertain me. The only reality type of show or anything like that I'll watch is Dancing with the Stars. Or like competition show. Yeah, competition show, Dancing with the Star. Game show, Deal or No Deal. Or maybe reality show, maybe Fear Factor from back in the day. What the fuck is going on? Hello? What the hell's going on here? It's like a black screen right now. Until dawn?
Is what a start to WrestleMania Sunday. Me and Wade Barrett were jumping around here at ringside during both the prop match and, of course, the ladder match. And we still have plenty more to come here tonight on the ESPN app here. Unlimited.
I drove that highway there. Well, I took an Uber, to be fair. I was actually going to drive to Vegas from San Diego. This match was so stupid. Like, it's so dumb. Like, yes, like, come on. Like, what was this match yesterday? And then he RKO's him at the end, and he doesn't, and then Cody capitalizes. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, see, it doesn't make any sense. Like, What was the point of McAfee? Like, what was the point of all that? It's weird. Hey, there's a cat. A cat just ran through here. A black cat. It just like. Whew. I like when I see cats like going through the yard. It's wild. I'm waiting for laundry to be finished now so I can go fold it. I'm going to end the stream shortly. And then just enjoy the... I'm going to enjoy tonight. I was going to play Dead by Daylight, but I'm like, we overplayed a little bit yesterday. So I want to take a little like pause today. And just like watch this. But like they better like... I don't know, man. Like so far, the matches have been a little too short. You know what's fascinating? Let me just pause that. You know what's fascinating? Somebody said on YouTube when they watched the highlight reel that they even counted that it was an hour and like, I think it was an hour and 30 some odd minutes of pure ads and about an hour and 6 minutes combination of matches. So there were more ads apparently last night than there were of like matches, like total time of matches, like taking like Randy's and Liv's and all that, and it's like it was super short for matches, but there were more ads. The Demon. This is gonna be cool. Ah, that's not right now. Rhea's gonna win. Rhea better not be looking ugly. You know what I'm saying? They better not like do the makeup with her face like weird. Like, I love you, CM Punk, but I know you're losing the title tonight. But then again, who knows? I said that last night for Cody Rhodes, but he kept his title. So we'll see what happens. I don't care about this match. I don't really care about Trick Williams or Sami Zayn right now. Like, I was invested in Sami Zayn when he beat Gunther, but I'm not invested in Sami Zayn right now. Or Trick. I don't really care about Trick. Yeah, I don't care about this match.
Sami Zayn won the championship, costing Carmelo a shot at WrestleMania. The fans were none too happy.
Well, they were none too happy because pivotal in Sami Zayn winning said championship from Carmelo Hayes, the workhorse who's blown all our minds lately, was the fact that Trick Williams got involved in the match.
Trick Williams, bro, not Twick. Looks like everybody's having a lisp with their words.
But I'll tell you right now, Sami Zayn should not care about that. Your mission is simple. Get to Mania, and win gold.
Well, Sammy's learning. Life doesn't reward good deeds, correct?
Absolutely right.
It's true.
That was the motto of my entire career.
It rewards results. And Sami Zayn bought into that, and now he finds himself holding the United States Championship.
Oh.
Remember his moment back at WrestleMania 40, the night that he knocked off Gunther to win the Intercontinental title?
Who could forget?
Yeah, I don't care about this match, to be honest. This match is like meh. I don't care about Trick Williams. He's a cool dude, but I don't care about him.
Little Yachty.
I don't-
You gonna tell us this is your guy? I spent the day with him. He has no idea who you are.
Stop that, stop that. Ladies and gentlemen, it is no surprise why we gather here today on this Sunday to witness a live spectacle, a real-time blessing. Ladies and gentlemen, for the thousands in attendance in Las Vegas and the millions watching at home, I give to you the anointed one, Mr. Lemon Pepper Stepper, Trick Williams.
What? What?
And this United States Championship match tonight is presented by Knox Hydration. A man who has taken WWE by storm. Whether you like his attitude or you don't. Ladies and gentlemen, you are looking at a masterpiece in human form. You are looking at $1 million. Oh my God, that's part of his jacket.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
All right, thanks.
Okay, well, that's an interesting that's an interesting jacket.
You wore one of those at your wedding, didn't you?
What the hell is that, dude?
See, this here. One and only. In real time. Trick Willie. What do you call it? Trick Willie Mania?
Well, Trick Willie is floating in here looking like a cloud, and he'll float out on cloud number 9 if he wins the gold here, Cole.
Well, you know, this is what bothers Sami Zayn. All of these theatrics, this fanfare, but to Sami's point, Trick hasn't done anything at this level yet. Boy!
Nothing wrong with fanfare, nothing wrong with little pizzazz. That is what has connected with this packed-out stadium in the WWE Universe around the world.
Las Vegas, make some noise! This is for the United States Championship. And you have to wonder what the first ever United States champion, the late great Harley Race, would think about someone like Trick Williams. My guy, here he is. I told you, Wade, Little Yachty.
I told you.
Well, even I got a handshake from Lil Yanni, so I guess he's my guy too. All right, Michael.
That's funny.
He doesn't know you. Here we go. Sami Zayn, Trick Williams for the United States Championship.
I have no idea, dude. I don't care about this match. I'm just like not even paying attention to it right now.
And Sami now takes down Trick Williams. Who you calling the Eagle?
I saw the whole thing that was coming out, but I was like, I don't know, dude.
But Sami's got a bit of change in demeanor as of late as well.
So I want to talk about
When did I start the stream? Oh, okay, I saw a few minutes. I'm gonna end it just now. Yeah, man, I don't know. I'm not interested in this match. I don't really care about it. I'm not invested in this match whatsoever. This is the match where I can go do my laundry. I'm just waiting for it to be finished drying. I think it's done, actually. I'm gonna go check, see if it's done. It's a finish. It's finished. Yep, so this is a match that I don't care about. Actually, I should bring my bag. Put my clothes in my bag. No, if I do that, then I'm mashing up my clothes. Nope, never mind. Screw it. Well, this is the perfect time to do the laundry. Intermission. This is a filler match for me, personally. I'm not invested in it whatsoever. Oh my god. For fuck's sakes. Oh man, are you real right now? My hands are full. Damn. Stay put. Come on. Come on. Damn it. Oh my god. Clothes be falling down on this thing. It's a good thing I did my laundry earlier, because they are doing their laundry now. If I didn't do it earlier, I'd be kind of not, I'd have been like doing it till like 10 o'clock. Watch this match. By the time I finish I'm sure by the time I bring up my laundry, the match will be over. I'm kind of disappointed in this WrestleMania right now. Congrats, Oba. Sad that Brock's leaving, but you know, soon I might just retire from WWE myself. Who knows? They need to have Orion in WWE. I'll come in there and I'll be like the next Goldberg, and I'll just beat up everybody, and I'll not take damage, and I'll just like steamroll through everybody, and it's just like, you're next. Okay. Okay. Oh.
I just want to point out that Sam was pointing to his kneecaps. That's where the ride or die is painted on them. He's made it clear he wanted the count is getting out here. What is up? Triple H's falling down now. And the official
Did you say Triple H? We know that anytime it's anytime it's like that, they're always gonna come back in the ring. So predictable. Got a couple minutes on the stream. I was thinking that if the match already finished before I even started with my laundry, that would have been crazy. Wait, is one of the balls in my... No. Trick is gonna win. They hyped up Trick that much, there's no way he's gonna lose. One. Yep, see? Told you. Told you, bro. See? They'd be finishing it before my laundry. That's crazy. That is crazy. I literally just got my laundry. Hit it. All right. Well, I'll see you all tomorrow. Have yourselves a good night. Peace out, y'all. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, people. All right. I'm jumping off. Enjoy your time watching it. Later.